Welcome to the NLC recap for week 1. Let's get into it. Venomcrest and Verdant kicked us off for the first game of the split. Both teams with room to improve from spring. Venomcrest, the surprise package, who made it to playoffs before falling 0-3 in the first round, and Verdant missing out on playoffs by the narrowest of margins. Now, this game was close, but it always seemed to be going in Venomcrest's way. Their tower destruction composition with the Tristana and the Ziggs combined with Lenny on his infamous Cassante proved too much for Verdant to handle. DMG versus Lightside was very much a game of two halves. Initially, Lightside were able to obtain advantages of their wacky composition, featuring a Varus top, Tryndamere mid, and Ziggs in the ADC role. However, once we started team fighting, DMG began to win out. Their Hwei and Aphelios simply going untouched in most team fights, enough to take them over the line for their first victory of the split. Nord versus Natives was another game that had its fair share of ebbs and flows, both teams going fairly even in the early stages before an absolutely sumptuous mid-game engagement by Natives seemed to set them up for victory. However, it wasn't to be, as Ecstasy went untouched on Jinx in the final team fight of the game to get Nord the W. Ruddy versus Blue Whites was probably the biggest mismatch, at least on paper, coming into this week. The spring finalists facing off against a newly promoted side from Div 1, and through the early game, Ruddy made it look brutal. However, Blue Whites didn't give up, and following a mid-game team fight where their ADC was able to pick up 3 kills, they rushed to the Baron. However, this just gave Ruddy's Turkish Delight mid-jungle duo the opportunity to engage in some heroics with a 2v5 team fight that they came out on top of, and Ruddy never looked back from that point. Buoyed by their victory against Lightside the previous day, DMG probably went into their game up against Nord with a little bit of confidence. However, that confidence was quickly dashed as one of the favourites for the league showed their class time and again. Romeo turning the entire game into a hook montage hunt with some aggressive plays on the Azir that really paid off, and Ecstasy playing Jinx again, dominating in the team fights. Nord looking very scary in week 1. Natives and Verdant will have felt that they could have got something out of their first game of the split. However, their losses meant that this game was their last chance to salvage something from the first week of competition. Despite heroics from Painful on his Zed, it was another game where a Jinx got fed and completely took over to get Verdant the W. Lightside versus Ruddy was definitely a game you'd enjoy more as a neutral rather than as a fan of either of these teams. With complete chaos from the word go, with a 5-kill level 1 that I refuse to show you, it was Lightside who started to pull ahead. Good setup play from the former UKEL jungle support duo of Bartholdi and Fastlegged allowed Sumi to get to a point where there was just no stopping him. Probably took longer than they'd like to close the game out, but Lightside eventually, in over 40 minutes, got the win. If the previous match was fast food, then the final game of week 1 was League of Legends Caviar from Venomcrest. The early game lacked a real defining moment, as VNC just seemed to win across every part of the map. Blue Eyes showed spirit in an attempt at a final defense near their topside inhib tower, but this was probably the most dominant team fight that we saw from any team in the entirety of Week 1, as Venom Crest got the win. This has been the NLC recap for Week 1. I've been Middlecott. We'll see you in Week 2.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. We're on week 2, day 1. And it's kind of hot in here because let me introduce you to the desk. We got the return of Initialize and the one and only. It's Torok!
Torok.
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 Hey guys.
It has been a long time, man. How are you doing, Torok?
I'm doing very well. I'm very happy to be back. It's been a very long time since I've seen these shores. I thought I'd come back in one way, but I'm very happy to be back in this one instead. So, yeah. No, my adventures in Prime League are over.
Instead, you're back to the NLC. Welcome, mate. It's good to have you. Yeah.
And the best
How are you
part
doing,
of
by the
it
way?
is the background is still the same.
Yeah.
Of course.
As I said,
Ever
like,
since
it's ever since
2022.
22. It's the same background. Those boxes have been there in my brain ever since.
Yeah.
Do you
That
think
blue
we-
one, it's the same. It has the same content inside it.
So much Lego.
Exactly. Look, I've got to keep the background the same, right? It's just how it is. We've got to maintain the Lego theme because come sponsor us at the NLC.
You're
Lego,
building
thanks.
something. You
Yeah.
don't know what, but you're building. Talk
Exactly.
about that. Good job, Initialize. I like the.
Thank
you're
you. It needs
building
a
as
little bit.
well.
It needs a little bit of like neatening up a little bit. But I'm quite happy with where it's going right now. I thought I saw you, mate, and I went, you know what? I could be as cool as Archer on one day if only I grew a beard like him. You know, so.
That's it, folks. That's all you need. Tara, come on, step up, step up. Well,
Yeah, but what's
talking
going on?
about stepping up, let's take the elevator because eventually Middlecott has been inspired by elevators lately. Let's talk about the causes for today. Middlecott and Veteran, how are you doing?
Doing great.
I was doing great. I was doing great. Then we had that introduction, Archer. What we threw a chain at me
Wait,
for?
I'll do something for you. How you
It's
doing?
just, oh my! Whoa! How did that happen? What a
Magic.
seamless transition! Yeah, no,
The
I mean,
birds!
I'm just happy to be here again. Like, I love doing NLC. Like, this is my 4th split. Like, and it just keeps getting better, man. I'm really excited. It was nice watching the games go off last week, and I'm just ready for another set today.
Yep, I'm also really excited to be here again. I think today's games are really, really close. When I was filling out the prediction form, I was thinking a lot of these I could just end up being wrong on straight up. So I don't really know what's going to happen today. A lot of teams have a lot to prove. But remember, you're not really here for me. I am merely a vessel for something greater in the form of the bird who is accompanying me once again. Well, I'm accompanying
We
him.
need a voice for the bird. You know that. Eventually, we need a voice for the bird.
True. I am currently the voice for the bird, but eventually, I mean, once the bird.
So
gets
that's
a
not the
you know,
voice of Veteran?
I am a vessel. I am a vessel. All right, the greater you.
It's getting very metaphysical right now. Like, I'm not sure
No,
if
he's
I
a
can wrap my head
Darkin.
around all this.
It's a Darkin. You have 8
It's a
trucks, you
dark-
have, you know?
It's deep lore.
It's a
It will be
Darkin,
revealed
yeah,
over the
it's-
course of the season. Okay, all right. We have a whole season's worth of plot to get through.
Let's work on that story. Let's toss it back to the desk and understand where we're standing right now. Welcome back, folks. Now we had a pretty interesting week 1. I mean, come on, one of those boxes must have a pair of sunglasses. Come on, Tarek.
Yeah. Come on, it's got to be something
Week
there. Just have a
one.
Lego
You
pair of
make
shit.
very good
Before
point.
we go any further, I do want to check in with something because I think I heard, and I feel like I must have misheard, because I'm fairly certain I heard Veteran admit he could be wrong, and I don't think that's ever been heard on camera ever before.
Oh. The
Oh,
music
geez.
is stopping as well. Okay, so tell me something. Week 1, it was interesting. We only have 2 days until now to analyze what we had in the previous week, but still, some surprises. I would like to take your intake on what surprises we should highlight. See, another pair of glasses.
I know,
It's-
I've
it's
got a lot.
They
popping,
just keep
it's
coming.
popping.
I will have to go get some at some point. It's just how it is.
But how was week 1? Now you have the glasses initialized. Now you're the desk
Yes.
initialized. Tell me something. Yeah. How was it?
I
week 1?
think week 1 was an interesting one because again we were in this position where so many of the rosters and even the teams had just changed. We had basically no team come in without changes, and there were very significant ones that came on through. And it meant that when we were getting into week 1, one of the things we said is like, look, we know some of these names from how they've played in other leagues, but a lot of them are new. A lot of them are on teams that are obviously very new, so we didn't necessarily have an idea about what the average level of all the teams was going to be coming in on. So we had guesses, but it was quite hard to be accurate, shall we say. And it meant we ended up with a bit of a bloodbath week 1, honestly. A lot of majors being played in random locations, some teams that looked really hot, other teams who went, well, that was not what we expected at all. But then again, I'm looking at people like Ruddy, bit of a mix. People like Venomcrest, that was pretty good. Blue Whites, no prep, come in and, rough game 2, but solid game 1. You can go down the list and go, well, at the very least, it's been entertaining.
Todok, I would say the same. Like, entertainment-wise, we're good on that part, but what team highlighted for you? And if possible, let's talk about the champions as well. Like, what did we see in the first week? We're changing the patch today. We'll talk about that further on. Don't worry about it. But what were the champions that you really need to highlight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if we're looking at the top end of our league at the moment, Venomcrest and Nord both came out at least as the strongest teams emerging from week 1. I think they were expected to be near the top, but I mean, as it says there, right, Venomcrest were the best performing team by stats last week. They did, if I remember correctly, get a little bit of a stat pad versus the Blue Whites because, they were a team just coming in with no prep, and that does help out with looking like the best team. But on the whole, they came in, they looked strong. They were dominating really both their games, if I remember correctly. And, even though there was sort of a back and forth factor in their first game of the week, most importantly for them, they have been a team that came out and showed not only a bit of style in week 1, but also the performance to match it, which is what we like to see.
I totally agree. And you back at home, how good are you at predicting stuff? Well, probably better than we are because we are terrible. So join the Fantasy League right now. And this is really important because if you are the top dog at the end of it, you may be on the first spot, taking Steel Cities Apex Pro TKL, Steel Cities Nova 7. We heard about this before. Don't worry, we have a video clip just for it. If you're the second one, you'll get a Steel Cities Nova 7. And if you're the third one, you'll get an Arox 5, which is the wireless mouse that Milocott kept crying for almost 3 months in a row, even before the split started. So yeah, join the Fantasy League and tell us who you think is the top player. Build your league and you'll go gain points every single week. Talking about those players, might as well show you the top players so far on the Fantasy League. This is really interesting because we actually have an asset showing us like the players at the top of the league so far. We did. But we don't right now. You can go online and check on those. Don't worry about it. We have 5 players that are highlighting right now. I could actually tell you right now who they are. Just to make sure that everything would be nice. I'll tell you about it on the second game. Don't worry about it. Oh, there you go. Actually, we do. Lenny, Kitiruken, Sumi, Ecstasy, and Simpy. For you folks, for both of you, do you find any surprise on these names?
I think there's a couple here I go, like Lenny, I think we all knew he could definitely be one of the better performers. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. I think people, from what I was talking about, thought Ecstasy was going to be good, but there was a couple names that he might be competing with, but I think after performance, that doesn't surprise me. Simpy and Sumi, I wasn't expecting to be in the position they were, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sumi's performance in week 1, it was varied, it was scattered, but if you look at both of his early games, it was complete domination. And I mean, you've got to be pretty impressed by that.
Hey, he joined.
There we go.
Okay, now we're talking. So join the Fantasy League right now. This is not an order. This is an open invitation. But do it! Come on! Now for the schedule, what do we have the menu for today? We're going to start with the match of the day. Actually, this is an interesting one because it's going to be Ruddy and Venomcrest opening up the Summoner's Rift for NLC Week 2, Day 1. Natives will follow up with LLS afterwards, and then Nord versus Verdant. And to wrap it up, we have Blue Whites versus DMG. So pretty interesting schedule for today. You already saw for tomorrow, but don't worry, there will be a surprise as we go onward. This is Day 3 right now. This will be the match of the day, the first one. With that in mind, we need to understand where are our predictions. I know you got predictions in as well, Torok, and I would like to judge them, appreciate them, sorry. Okay.
Interesting.
Pretty much everyone going for Venomcrest, but it seems Torok has a different mind, and he's sharing that mind with Foxtrot. Please explain.
Well, my first port of call was to make sure I bet as little as possible on the match of the week because these two teams are so close in skill that I did not want to, sabotage the guest record by getting it wrong. However, I did feel that although Venom Crest have looked very, very good, Lenny perhaps is overgrouping a little bit too much, and with the way that Ruddy liked to play, with Built, with Alex, they might be able to come out on top. So I'm hopeful for Ruddy.
Interesting. Aside from that, pretty much everybody's going for the same. So I do believe these games today will be pretty interesting, but it seems that at least the voices have aligned for the casters. And well, for the leaderboard, things are not aligning well for me, but let's ignore that one. Middlecott somehow is in first place.
That's gotta be
a mistake.
Like, I'm
right?
sorry, that like he's got a perfect and no, I refuse to believe that's accurate. Yeah, that can't be real.
Duckling is sitting with 2 points. That's also a mistake. We'll have to check that with tournament organizers to understand where we actually are. Probably Duckling is with minus 30 or something. But hey, Torak, you're not bad. Why are you looking at the camera like that? So confused?
I was like, the guests are on -2. What happened last week, guys?
The thing is, this is after Torak has gone. I don't want to ruin the guest record. Logs into the guest record. It's on fire. Like, what is it to ruin? It's just ashes.
I realised
Scatter them and hope something grows.
I should have been as bold as humanly possible. Why am I playing it safe for the guests? They ruined it. They ruined it already.
That's how you do it. Also, for those of you back at home, if you don't know, we're going to be playing on the patch 14.11. Massive changes coming in for this league. So we prepared a normal, interactive and informative patch rundown. Don't worry, this is going to be serious. Take a look.
Oh Lord.
Today I will be guiding you through patch 14.11. This patch will affect pick and ban on NLC and even your life as you go through solo queue. So might as well dive into it. You know, just as me, that Cassante was a weapon of mass destruction that should have never been created. He is extremely powerful, so Riot decided to nerf Camille and Irelia. But since Cassante has been dominating his lane, his Q is now cheaper than before, but his W takes less time to charge and he can no longer withstand nuclear warhead as he did before. On the AD carry role, Jinx was having too much fun, and since Arcane 2 only comes out in November, her attack damage growth has been reduced. Talking about Arcane, Caitlyn took a chill pill. Her Yordle Snap Trap no longer has as many calories as it did before, and she is no longer able to one-shot you with her ultimate. When we talk about diet, our protein shake was nerfed on his fight abilities, but for those of you who actually know how to play him, like 3 of you, it should have no hard effect. If you want to talk about fire, Smolder disappeared from the map, but since Dragon Age revealed its trailer, someone had to properly demonstrate what a dragon is. Not only abilities are cheaper, but Critical Strike feels even better when you build it. Bringing up the elements, well, let's feel the zap of Static Shiv. It has been buffed, you become faster, deal more damage, zap even harder, and all for the small price of it's cheaper. So yeah, spam it. Immortal Shield Bow now gets a better shield as you go through the game, but Blackfire Torch is no longer as powerful as it was before. Sorry junglers, you might actually have to learn how to play the game. Nah, I'm kidding, you don't even look at the chat. This pretty much sums up patch 14.11. There's a lot of other changes, but I think these are the big ones. There's nothing relevant to talk about. Wait, what? Arise, my brethren, from shadows deep and still. The Pentium doth glow with divine will. Behold, this Q with arcane power doth grow. Madness and fury on our foes bestow. His W, like fate's hand, strikes with heaven's weight, bringing percentage health damage to our gate. And his E, a bulwark against magic and steel, grants him defense as strong as his seal. Join the quest in top lane, jungle or mid, with Yumi beside whatever wars bid. Conquer the rift and the universe climb, not as gods but as men with mortal flame. And this is the patch. So, fun fact, when you do the thing, it actually ruins the buttons. I thought they would just unbutton themselves. No. Yeah, I ruined the shirt.
That shirt, I was like, I hope you didn't like that shirt, because that was commitment to the The Superman
When I heard the first
check
pop,
out
I
my
was
chest
like,
vibe.
well, we gotta commit now. we gotta go.
How's your cat, by the way, just in terms of like the...
I actually bought a couch for the cat, so let's
That's
not
amazing.
talk
Like, it's
about
not for you, it's just for the cat.
It's actually the cat's couch now. So yeah, there's a lot of changes now with this patch, and obviously I focus a little bit more on one specific champion. We'll not name him, but there's a lot going on with 14.11. How do you believe this is going to affect the meta inside of NLC?
I don't think he'll do anything.
Good job, thank you. Not even Blackfire
welcome.
Torch, nothing.
I think the thing is, Blackfire Torch was nice, but honestly, a lot of the reason we are like, a lot of the AP junglers don't even need Blackfire Torch to be good. Like Zyra, we saw do a 20-minute Baron in 15 seconds yesterday. Don't need Blackfire to do that. Karthus does not need Blackfire Torch. Lilia arguably is better without Blackfire Torch. And you're going down this list, it's like, it's a nice item. It's been useful. It's shown people you can do it. But honestly, it's partly because AD mids have been so good that people need to find the AP junglers. And Blackfire Torch isn't going to change that because Leandries is still good, and Fated Ashes, that component, is still really good. You don't need to complete an item to get the burns. You're already better at that kind of level 6 mark than you were before those items were invented / reworked.
But what about the Jinx though? I think Jinx is such a high priority right now, especially for NLC. How do we deal with this?
So the thing is, Jinx, even though she got moved around, let's say, she got nudged by Riot Games. The thing is Jinx is still Jinx. And Jinx has been an absolute terror across, well, the NLC already this split, but also even like the NLC RPS tournament that happened weeks before with all of our promotion teams as well, where this character is just taking over the Rift perpetually. And the fact is, it's even better in our level of play because she is so good when the game gets to team fights, when the game comes to one reset, one pick or something you can play off of, or when one team just runs into the other team, right? Like that is when Jinx is in heaven. And I saw 3 fights last week where Jinx just got to mow down 1, mow down 2, mow down 3, right? And it's because people are funneling into Jinx's way of playing the game. I don't think we've seen ample answers from people right now in terms of how to deal with Jinx. And regardless of her getting pushed around a little bit by Riot Games, I'm telling you right now, all the teams in our league are still going to be eyeing up this champ and thinking, yeah, she's pretty damn good.
So what would be the answer towards the Jinx? We've seen some AP being brought as an AD carrier, at least to go for that bot line. How would you actually look into this situation?
Yeah, and I believe that was Jinx's one loss, right? Was to sort of that huge amount of range coming out with Jason mid lane, with Hui in bot lane, right? The entire archetype being, look, Jinx is not going to be able to get a reset or even auto attack against us because we outrange her entirely. That's definitely a way to look at beating Jinx. Another way is just to find other pillars of your comp that make Jinx's life hard to play. So for example, we had, I believe this was DMG, they picked a Phelios Thresh versus a Jinx Nautilus. They got very far ahead, everyone's happy, but then the issue is your Phelios Thresh were not able to hit. And so I think I even commented at the time when I was watching the games, they really needed Ornn on B4, B5, or some kind of champion that's going to be able to threaten that Jinx from range, again, in a different way, right? It doesn't have to be with damage. It can be with, CC in the case of Call of the Forge God, I believe it's called. There we go, getting my casting roots.
Yeah.
Getting there. But the idea is that, there are other things that make Jinx's life hard to play, so your Phelios can match her DPS, right? And then I guess this would be a final way of doing it, and we saw it a little bit with, I think, Painful was trying to bring out the Zed, right?
Okay.
You can use Assassins as another way to leverage versus Jinx. So think Akali, think Zed, think Talon. I mean, these types of champions can be really, really good versus Jinx in the long run because they can play on the side of a fight, and whilst, the Jinx wants to play a fight in one direction, they make it B2 or more, right? So that's the power of the Assassins.
It almost looks like you're picking a champion and then the other team has to work their way around that specific champion while they're allowing the other lines to just thrive on their picks versus those protections versus the Jinx. And Initialize, now we're looking into Brady versus Venom Crest, and these are really 2 powerful teams. This is the match of the day as well. So Lingard and then Nata, obviously they both want to get their hands on the Jinx, but then the rest of the map, it's a big question mark, and Venom Crest are looking really, really spicy, and I don't think they showed everything.
No, and remember, like, Lingard's also a person who was doing things like running the Hui bot. They went 7-0-7 last time he pulled that out, and that was really disgusting. I think it might have been then that had the win against the Jinx with that kind of combo, if I remember correctly. I have to go check out that scoreboard again. But they are a team who have got some players with a few of those pocket picks to their name. Not that, of course, Ruddy aren't, and that's partly what makes this draft quite interesting is I think my eyes also turn to someone like Katurikan, right, who has already pulled out the Karthus, has proven he can be a hard farming carry jungler on a lot of those EP choices, and it means like our focus in draft is going to be an interesting one because I think there are a lot of win conditions across the board. I still think I favour Venomcrest just slightly because some of those earlier flaws, I think it's fair to say, in the Ruddy way of playing, particularly, shall we say, around mid lane overshoving without team support, was really exposed in that game too, and Venomcrest are looking pretty competent and cohesive enough to theoretically punish that.
And I don't know if everybody saw this on the desk. We had the interview with Don Jake after the game with Ruddy in the previous week, and he was saying like the team kind of got caught on the hubris, which is ironic because Alex went for hubris first item. The idea that they were so good on the previous split that they're now still living on that high moment, and this may get them off guard. It's almost like they started on the previous split where they start really well and then they crumble and then they go back to that miracle run. But I don't think they can afford that, even with the 4 slots going for the EMEA Masters, which is a blessing for the NLC. We got 4 slots, but still, you're not allowed to slip on any sort of day. Even if we're week 2, all days count, right, Torok?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're looking at the split ahead, especially if you're putting yourself in Ruddy's shoes, right? This win versus Venomcrest is probably one of the most important ones you want to pick up early on in the season because you start thinking about head-to-heads, you start thinking about confidence. You know, all these types of things, you'd much rather win this match now rather than get stuck on whatever was going on last split when you had an entirely different roster, and so did Venomcrest for that matter. You know, you need to come in and put your stamp on this summer's NLC and get yourself what should be, most likely, a win that will add up in the long run. So this is a very, very important game for both teams, no doubt about that.
When you look into both teams, I would like you both to highlight me lanes to watch, the ones that we should be keeping our eyes on. I have 2 in particular, but I want to see if it's going to be the same as you folks.
I think for Venomcrest, I think Lingard had a phenomenal debut week, was showing some really interesting picks and really popping off, has got those AP champions he's willing to play and look good on outside of just the laning phase. We have seen a lot of players back when that sort of Season 8 awesome dudes meta, where a lot of AD carries tried to pick up mages and could lane with them and had no idea how to team fight in position with them. Lingard is one of them, so that should be pretty exciting. On the other side, I think Katurikan has come on over from the Turkish region and has really looked good. I am excited to see what he could do because there's a world with some of the champions in meta right now where he could absolutely turbo gap people.
Okay, I love it. Torak, what's your take as well? I mean, it's gotta be Nata, right? You know Nata. Nata destroyed you multiple times, so you know Nata, right?
Whoa. I didn't realize you were starting off like that. If I remember correctly, didn't Nata end up getting benched at some point as well, or is that just? Oh wait, no, wait, I can't do that to him, right? But in all seriousness, I'm pretty keen on actually seeing what's going to go on in mid because Alex is a very, very important member of this Ruddy side and somebody that they've come out and said, you know, that it is somebody they worked with. If I remember correctly, in the off season, they put a lot of effort into actually picking this guy up. Right, it wasn't just a random scoop. This was somebody that Ruddy have sort of put at the pillar of their plans for this year, and to me at least, it seems very important that we see a better performance out of Alex this week in what should be a very important match for his team because he definitely let the side down last week.
Yeah, because the team is playing around him. I believe it was Don Jake on the interview with me that he did before the split itself started. The idea that it's almost like Alex's team. And then they work around him, and he did shine through the entire spring split. He did. He had a couple of times where he went a little bit above, but still, he needs to show up. I was also looking into the top lane. Build versus lane should be an interesting matchup. So we got the top, we got the jungle, we got the mid, but all 3 of us agree on that AD carry bot line. And CP, Alaric also have to step up a lot. Those supports. I mean, they're not like Romeo. They don't roam a lot, but can they wreak havoc through the map?
I think for sure. I think the other thing is one of the things I'm going to have my eyes on is going to be these kind of early game first 10 minutes moves from the support, especially because things like the Leona and the Nautilus are so high prio in the current meta. Those moves to mid lane, especially if there's a lane swap and support roam timers get a bit weird and off the standard kind of timers, I think if you start attacking mid lane, that happened last week in game 2 for Ruddy, and it really put them in a hole. They managed to play their way out of it somewhat, but they still lost that game largely off a lot of the advantages were given up from the mid lane attacks. And if that comes on the back of those support plays, yes, I think they could cause a lot of chaos.
If you remember Alaric's first game in the NLC, he actually had that fight on top crab versus Blue Whites when he was level 2 as Zach. So this is definitely a guy who can get around the map as well. I don't want to just put all of them not in the Romeo category either, because as far as I'm concerned, this is someone who is coming off probably the most interesting solo queue account that I've seen, being a challenger Zach support OTP. If you remember, I'm also a fan of that pick. And I believe that in an engaged support meta where, you know, his Zach is a threat alongside other champions, I'm sure Alaric's going to get stuck in there as well around mid lane. Don't you worry about that.
I like that. So mid lane could be a focus on both supports, but also we're going through a technical pause. You can see on the bottom right. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. I would like to have a Kit Kat right now. But with the idea of draft itself, I know 14.11 might not affect as much as I at least suspected it would. So we should highlight the champions that were picked in the previous week. What should we expect as well? And there we go. We had a lot of Nautilus. Nautilus seems to be the cherry on top of the cake. Xante as well, the Jinx as well, Wei as well. Something happened to Talia, even though she had such a big presence. The presence was not the best.
No, and I think part of this as well is we had this conversation a little early, because Torek mentioned that. We didn't get a chance to dive into it because we've got the pause here anyways. Might as well start chatting about it. So it's like, look, at this level of play, at our level of play, Jinx is super potent because we get to team fights so easily. We're not really... like you go up to EU, right? And how many Lucian armies we've seen work in EU, with the exception perhaps of Rahel, who's just come on over and been one of these LTK challenger players that done crazy things and brought the Lucian working. But those kind of more micro-intensive, narrow but very strong points of power and win conditions, we do tend to default to team fights around objectives in particular. And that's partly why things like the Jinx and stuff have worked out. And Talia is a champion that, yes, can win you objectives, but it's a lot more macro intensive. You need to be really good at splitting people off, creating those odd number fight, having someone set up the pick for you, and you don't get to just play front to back with Talia and guarantee a win. That's not really Talia's primary strength. He's okay at it, but you're not getting the value out of the Weaver's Wall, that ability to reposition and get the unusual angles, and that takes a little bit higher level coordination and macro, and especially because some of these teams are actually quite fresh. That can be a little hard to pull off.
Another champion that I know it's not going to happen, it's not going to appear, but Corki. Corki also has been buffed even more, so that one should be a perma ban. Talking about the bans with the 14.11, is there any sort of bans aside from the Corki that should be stable right now, Torek, when you look with your coach's eyes?
Yeah, so I know Corki is a very stable ban. I believe Skarner was also 100% presence as a ban last week in the NLC as well.
Silly champion.
I do think, weirdly enough, if teams put in the preparation, that Skarner is, though, pretty answerable. And the reason why I say that is we have some mage bot lane players in our league. I think Skarner as a champion is specifically weak to being kited, and specifically weak because it's quite low damage, right? You know, Skarner's not the one who's probably killing your entire team, right? Okay. So the point of, you know, the way you want to deal with Skarner, if you see it come in, is you want to just have a death ball that is more potent than Skarner's, ultimately, and make it so he's essentially nullified. And I do think there is a chance that we get a couple of teams this week, especially I believe Skarner got a little bit nerfed as well, that they look at it and go, you know what, we can actually drop that Skarner ban, because if Skarner comes out, we're able to sculpt a composition around it. But obviously he's a very strong champion as well, so I expect him to still catch a lot of bans, without a doubt.
I think with that as well, he's quite blindable, so even if it's like, okay, you can deal with the Skarner, he's still quite strong in the draft because he's good part of a death ball himself, and whatever the composition's made, he'll still find use. It's just like, is this champion going to win you the game? Not guaranteed, but he's still going to be a strong death ball himself. He's still a good blind pickable, so I expect we'll still see quite a lot of it. He's kind of filling the role that Xante used to do 1, 2, 3 in a way that now we see Xante a little bit further down the draft because things like the Rumble and the Kennen have started to make Xante feel pretty miserable right now.
I like that. And Rumble is such a good answer. We actually saw that Rumble on the previous week for NLC and completely demolished the Xante. You don't want to play the Rumble blind. You want to answer the Xante pick. So that's why I think Xante is going down the line in terms of priority. Talking about priority, I know all the players are ready to jump into Champion Select as soon as we can. We'll jump into the first one of the day. It's also match of the day. It's also Ruddy versus Venom Crest. I had an open conversation. I'm trying to contact as many players as I can and having some conversations behind the screen. And a lot of people have been noticing the Venom Crest roster and the way they play is a really powerful one, even though we only had access to only 2 games. Scrim-wise, I get some leaks, and I'm not going to share those leaks itself. I'm getting a lot of leaks. I'm talking with all the players that I can. But it seems like Venom Crest is really, really complicated to deal with because it's not the spring split Venom Crest. It's not like we're so ahead of meta because we played together before, yada yada, and we only have this playstyle. It's like they only showed this playstyle until now because they're that powerful. They only want to show specific picks because it's only week 1, so they're comfortable right now. So I do believe this is the team to take down for now, alongside Nord. And Ruddy have to step up. And I'm getting information that Ruddy will lose their 5th ban. So that is information for you folks at home.
I mean, we've
Maybe
just
Skarner will go through.
Well, we've just been talking about how important some of those kind of counter pick options are. Like the fact that Skarner is super blind pickable, but the Xante maybe isn't. That could prove really problematic here, particularly when both of these teams are known for having some of those wilder counter pick options, some of those wilder flex pick options, and giving Venom Crest more leeway on that front could really hurt Ruddy here.
There you go. So let's jump into Champion Select. Wolverine as the coach on the other side. Goto for the Venom Crest roster. It's going to be Cassante, the first one taken down. We expect the Corki, we expect the Skarner because it seems like even though there's an answer, they don't feel quite comfortable putting it out there. Should this be a red band for Jinx, or do you let it go a little bit further on?
It ultimately depends on if you've got a strategy ready, right? As far as I'm concerned, Jinx is capable of being defeated, but you need to come at it with a strategy. And I think what we didn't see from NLC teams last week was a coherent strategy on how to actually get past Jinx. My hope would be if it's left open, then we're going to see, range. We're going to see assassins. We're going to see long range engage. There's going to be hopefully factors that actually say, look, this is how we're going to deal with Jinx, and then we get to see that game play out. As it is, Skarner and Corki are both gone.
Yeah. So, because jumping on that point, it's not so much about getting past Jinx, it's getting to the Jinx in some way, right? If you're just playing hitting frontline on each side, Jinx wins those. That's by far the best champion in the game right now at doing that. I think it's no surprise to see both the kind of S tier AD carry mid picks gone, but now something like the Zac for Ruddy might well come on through. Built can play it, Alaric can play it, and if you're trying to then threaten a Jinx, Zac is one of the better options at it. So they are just going to first pick it. It's a flex for them, so it's a little harder to counter pick right now, but the Ruddy special.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm witnessing right now. I mean, as much as I like Zac, I'm not sure he's really able to come in this part of the draft. However, Venom Crest are already picking an immobile straight into Zac.
It's a great
he's
start.
Very happy. Yeah, it's going well for Ruddy so far. But I will say I'm definitely interested to see where Ruddy go with this Zac because it could be a lane swap. As you said, it could go into multiple lanes as well. So I mean, I guess it gives them a lot of flex potency in how they want to play the game, and that's why uniquely we see this pick for Ruddy in this match. So all to play for on the rest of the picks.
Ooh.
I think the Karthus allows you to kind of follow up on the Zac engage super well as well, because wherever Zac goes, you just throw a laser down on top of them. The Callista really opens up the Zac as a flex as well. It can still go top, but now if it does go towards the support, Zac gets additional CC and the ability to go in and out again. That's already pretty strong as a combo, so I think Ruddy are feeling okay with a very iconic first 3 picks. I think Venom Crest have gone a bit more standard, but I think they're going to need to find some way to protect the Varus a little bit more, so I wonder whether a Nautilus here early would be super valuable, though an Alistair kind of fulfills a similar role. I don't know how much I like that per se into the Zac. I think the Nautilus there. It's a little bit more... the fact you can kind of throw down your R button in particular is quite valuable on certain picks. So I don't know. The Alistair's locked in regardless, and hopefully you can body block enough.
I was thinking that the Zac, I know you squinted your eyes, so I want to get your intake, but I was thinking about the Alistair because you can stop the Zac mid-air with the Pulverize and even the headbutt. So if you're really fast with the headbutt, you can stop the jump, but why were you squinting? Tell me.
So the Alistair in of itself has relatively okay interactions with Zac. There's absolutely no debate about that, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that it's picked with that intent in mind, that you can cancel some of his engages. You know, the lane phase will be relatively stable. But the issue is, at least from my position, is that Venom Crest really aren't using their counter picks appropriately. What I'm seeing already from these first 3 picks on each side is it looks to me that Ruddy are going to get a very comfortable time for their Karthus. You know, bot lane 2v2, it does not look unstable. It looks very playable. You know, it's not one where you're feeling under pressure. Your Karthus should be able to full clear very comfortably in this game right now. And I'm wondering from the side of Venom Crest where they're going to find their sort of counter hook in draft, because I feel like right now they're playing it very, very safe. And playing it safe versus a Karthus who's going to stack 300 CS on your head is not a fun time. So I'm hoping they figure something out so they're actually able to apply pressure on this Karthus with their Xin, or they're thinking of some sort of compositional advantage we're yet to see yet.
I think to move on to the second phase of bans here as well, I do think those 2 Venom Crest bans make a lot of sense into Alex. Karthus is really potent right now because of the number of AD mids that can dive with the Karthus ult on top of them, because it gives you that extra kind of damage threshold to kind of hit those kill combos, because Karthus presses R as you dive a turret, and realistically people die. They're going to lock in the LeBlanc early on to try and offer a bit of combo with the Xin Zhao theoretically to threaten something like the Karthus. And they're debating a Jace now or a Ruddy. They tried that in game 2 last week, and I wasn't that sold. Remind as well, Built played the Sejuani top, so this is still theoretically a flex where you could have the Sejuani. I mean, I don't think we're seeing the Karthus go outside of the jungle. It's probably a Sejuani top, probably a Zac bottom.
Let's look at the mid lane. Alex can pull the Jace, but also the Zed. He loves that one. And if you want to go to Father Varus, you don't have a lot of options to protect him. Like, you can dodge a lot of that CC they can provide, and there you go. That's the Zed. That's his cookie. You're smiling because I know you spotted that as well. You did, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's the one remaining AD champion for him.
It was like,
This definitely
there's
gets
only
the seal of approval, because it fits within Alex's wheelhouse, number one, which we love, right? It's a player on comfort. It's a way for him to really express his skill, which is a big part of this Ruddy roster as well. TF obviously being hovered as well for the top matchup, which is actually really interesting, so we should get back to that. But I think the premise that has arrived now from this Ruddy draft is, okay, we've got the classic mid jungle we want, the AP AD. We're enabling Alex on his AD champs. I think there's all the expression in the world here for Kitrukan and Alex to really take over this game, and Alaric's also on comfort. For me, I think Ruddy leave this draft very, very happy. However, Venom Crest have finally managed to find their edge in this draft, which is the TF. So, take it away, guys.
Yeah. And TF can be pretty nasty into a lot of those tank matchups topside. It's why he's been quite good into things like the Cassante, gets a free time there, which can be pretty miserable. I think if this map gets played wide, Ruddy are really pleased, because the Zed can combo up with, say, the Zac diving a side lane, with the Karthus ult on top, and those kind of skirmishes in those tower dives in the side lane, really, really potent. If it comes to the TF finding picks, that could get tricky. And the other thing is, if it comes to team fights, Zed and Kalista could have a rough time finding easy pockets to play in, and actually getting to someone like the Varus could still be a bit tricky if it is around those 5v5s. But I do think, as Torek was saying, look, you can still get real value out of the combos that Ruddy have.
Yeah, I was studying. I've been studying as much as I can, and I noticed a TF player in Korea that plays only TF top with the Wit's End right now. And since you have double magic on the top side with Sejuani and the Karthus, this could be a good pull. I hate the pick, but might work somehow. Venom Crest versus Red is going to be the match of the day. It's going to be the first one as well. So without further ado, it's on to Veteran with the bird, the vessel, right? And I think Middlecott is there. I don't know. He's still locked in the elevator. Does anybody know?
I can hear. Apparently you guys can't hear Middlecott right now. Don't worry, you're never missing much when that's occurring. I'm pretty sure that you guys can hear me, which is fantastic. All right. Love the Karthus pick, obviously. Love the Zac first pick. Zac's one of the strongest champions, especially how much low mobility is in the range. LeBlanc pick, little bit of a suicidal pick there. I think you could literally have flexed Karthus into mid lane and it would have actually done really, really well here. But the Zed Karthus combo, you have to be thinking about every time when it comes to Alex. His Zed was phenomenal. That was the big turning point of Ruddy last split, was when Alex brought out that Zed and suddenly went from being this like all in all the time, no matter what, I will get you even if it takes me 8 deaths to get you, player into this very calm and concentrated and focused split pushing presence. But with the Zed Karthus, it's literally just RR, you're dead, right? So LeBlanc, if she doesn't get anything really done pre-6, and even then it's not really guaranteed, if she doesn't get anything done pre-6, she's basically going to be a cannon minion to this Zed, especially with the presence of the Karthus. I think Ruddy's composition is extremely difficult to play into.
Yeah, but then I think from my position, as I believe my microphone is now working, we do need to pull it back to sort of the way that these teams have set themselves up from a narrative perspective, right? In spring, Venomcrest came out pretty much swinging. Real unexpected frontrunners in the league, and obviously Ruddy took their time, scaled up, and eventually ended up beating Venomcrest 3-0 in the playoffs. And it almost feels, Veteran, like we've had a little bit of a reset, because we've got another strong start from Venomcrest. We've got Ruddy looking good, but maybe not getting the results in the way that they would necessarily liked. And when we start looking at a few of the individual pieces, again, we could look at Lenny for Venomcrest doing great things, and Alex having a few of these troubles where he's getting a little bit punished for his over-aggressiveness as well.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, it does feel like Alex ever since the finals, because this was also true in the MEA Masters as well, right? Ever since the NLC finals, it does feel like Alex has fallen a little bit back into bad habits. And that's why it's crucial to note that the Zed was what pulled him out of those bad habits last time, right? This feels like a champion where he doesn't feel the need to, like, test his limits. He knows his limits very comfortably on it. And so I hope this allows them to segue back into the Alex we knew from the second half of regular split and for most of playoffs right up until that finals versus Lions Creek.
Yeah, I do feel like we need to give a little bit of stock to Venomcrest though, because whilst we can look at that composition and go, it is going to be a bit of a rougher time going up against Ruddy, I think that this roster probably has a bit more proven talent on it than their one from spring, right? I think Lingard is a player who has been a bit of a journeyman through a lot of the ERLs and has had strong performances, especially in week 1. And yeah, you still got players like Lenny who have been absolutely excellent as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that, Ruddy's lineup this split, very differentiated from last split because of how much proven talents there. You have Natter, Alex is proven now, Built is proven. It's not the same kind of rookie lineup as before, so let's see if Venomcrest can pull it off.
Welcome on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of week 2 and our game of the day. Ruddy Esports with a 1-on-1 start in week 1, whereas Venomcrest were able to get the 2-0 alongside Nord, our two undefeated teams at the top of the standings. Felt like we could have the potential of a little bit of a rivalry building between these two teams over the course of the NLC, and it's an opportunity for two of our potential playoff teams at the end of the split facing off nice and early.
Yep, I mean, you have double split push composition here by Venomcrest, but it is into that Karthus, right? It is into that Zac. Two champions that play really, really well with Fog of War, around Fog of War, and into side lanes in particular, right? Zac, that persistent threat in Fog. Karthus, that persistent threat, no matter what, so long as the ultimate is up on him. Zed, an insane split push with that. The one thing that you would somewhat lack here would be wave clear midsection, but if Karthus does have that R up, you do have a really strong free man in that midsection while these sides start to play out. So Karthus being able to be a threat on all sides does make his composition very difficult. Late invade.
Oh, Theocax are going to be bullied off his blue. Lingard and Simpy both heading to lane, and the Karthus stealing away this blue buff is going to feel great. And Alaric is sort of sticking around, wants to bully Theocax off of his wolves as well. The Xin Zhao not actually too powerful at the level 1, does get the smite down to hit the level 2. Taken to around about 60% HP, but already an aggressive start here from Ruddy.
Yep, they'll do Karthus a little bit. Big question for me is midsection here, right? Because I don't believe Zed has enough options on the wave early to be able to pressure in, and I think LeBlanc, especially of the way that she's leaning heavy towards topside, is not going to give Ruddy a free diagonal pass into the top quadrant of their jungle. And with TF into Sejuani, Xin Zhao could end up camps ahead on the first clear versus this Karthus, so let's see what happens.
I do want to have a little bit of a look at this Zac support here from Alaric. Obviously, has already played it for Ruddy in the NLC, but I kind of want to get your thoughts on what this champion offers as opposed to a more traditional engage support.
Well, the moment I saw it, the moment that Zac was first picked, I was thinking there's no way these guys can do Braum, because this will definitely be a flex pick into it. Zac's a really, really good counter, in particular to a lot of tanks in the meta. He's essentially an anti-tank tank, and when it comes to bot lane, you normally see him flex into support. Do you even normally see him flex into support? You theoretically normally see him talked about as a flex into support when Braum is being looked at on bot lane, which is why they have to go to the Alistar, but then you basically see the entirety of level 1, 2, 3, which leads to this particular position. And this
a
is
little
big
bit of a dive. Alaric missing though on the elastic slingshot there. Lingard is going to flash back away under the tower. This has been butchered by Ruddy. The passive's going to get popped. And the Varus claims first blood. Kit Ruken thinking about hitting down a lay waste, but that is pretty much as bad as it could have gone for Ruddy.
Yep, the Fury was still there though, and with Karthus showing on the bot lane, the Xin Zhao with that LeBlanc on mid and with that TF pressure on top, as we were talking about before, is safe to go into the top side quadrant against Karthus. Remember, Karthus did not get the wolves on the bot side, so Zac's moving up here to try to at least guarantee Karthus gets those wolves, so he at least remains even, or has maybe some semblance of a vague lead. But Xin Zhao is going to get that first reset off before the Karthus does on this rotation.
Oh, and just, you can see the laning from Lenny there.
Yeah.
He's already up 20 CS. Near as makes no difference on built. The Death spoke about how good TF was into a lot of these tanks matchups. Alex forced to retreat away from the mid lane.
Oh no.
That's going to find him with a bit of a re-engage. Goes over the wall. The flash going to be followed through as Alex taken very low. Simpy on the rotate. Fierce going to be here as well as Kit Ruken collapses from the top side jungle. Alaric going to go back in with the additional tankiness from the Aftershock. Eventually going to be petering out. So ends up just being a flash burnt by Theocax. It didn't really gain all that much.
No scuttles on the first pass from Xin Zhao, but all of Xin Zhao's camps are up while Karthus is still waiting for resets. Good job by Alaric though. Defended wolves on top side, defended red on bot side. Now Karthus needs to get back on tempo against his Xin Zhao, who's already doing the first aspects of the second clear. The first camps Karthus is going to be able to do on the second clear is going to be those Krugs on bot side. They're expecting to get a lot more from that dive on bot and likely just keep farming Xin Zhao's bot side on repeat waves, but that didn't happen. Instead, Xin Zhao got that tempo lead in the jungle. He's going to do this pass of camps on bot side and towards top, and then he's going to reset, and he's going to be pretty decently far ahead of Karthus, but Karthus still an insanely powerful pick here, not exactly suffering, but not the kind of lead Ruddy were hoping to get off of their initial plays.
And I'm sorry, Veteran, every time I look down at the scoreboard, it's like the top lane lead is getting bigger for Lenny. I guess I'm wondering, how does this get used by Venom Crest in order to sort of gain a more meaningful advantage than they've already got here in the early game?
Yeah, well, Zed has already almost hit 6. You need to.
Oh, we've got TP into the mid lane, I think, there.
Yeah, they're all on it.
We've got a bit of an engagement. Alex is getting taken low, guys. We're seeing the Drake going down, and Alex was just about able to escape. So Ruddy getting something there, and that first ultimate used by Lenny
to fix it. Yeah, I mean, he's burned ult. That's going to be really, really big for LeBlanc at this exact point. He hit 6 as the gank was happening. You really need to make something happen to Alex now because the comp becomes absurdly free once Karthus hit 6, and he's still very close. Like, remember, he did end up getting that wolf camp on bot side, didn't get the wolf camp on top side of Xin Zhao, whereas he himself got an initial rotation of camps. He didn't necessarily stop Karthus to any kind of significant degree. Karthus was not set that far behind in CS and in levels, so Karthus Zed are about to have their really big unbreakable combo, and all the advantages LeBlanc could have had all those opportunities are kind of gone right now. Right, all those opportunities are kind of gone right now. The Ruddy composition is still scaling up. Yes, Venom Crest have done a really, really good job in the opening phases of the game, but you have to do so much better into the picks that Ruddy have done.
Yeah, and I guess I kind of want to see what an offensive play looks like from Venom Crest, because they've gotten sort of a load of their advantages passively through top lane and then kind of through just taking advantage of a misexecution by Ruddy built, throwing out the ultimate, but the rest of Ruddy choosing not to commit onto the Jin Zhao. Lenny throws out the gold card and is able to run away.
Alarak extremely active on the map. This is really, really, really good. This is normally the kind of movement where I do assume it's coached somewhat. We can't ever really say for sure, but this is the kind of support every coach wishes that their support was, at least in the attempts of defending multiple sides on these bounce back on bot, not just some guy who is chilling on bot lane waiting for the bounce back to occur, or at most just going for the same set of vision wards, even when you know that you have like the free wave circumstances of being able to lean towards top side.
This out of mana. Deathmark going to be dropped down by Alex, going for the solo kill on his enemy laner. Not quite able to get it, but here comes the Requiem, and it's a nightmare for Fierce in the mid lane.
So pushes glasses into face. Actually, how the combo is supposed to be going is that the Karthus presses R, then the Z presses R, and then the damage application from the Z extends with the Karthus R coming down. Kills us everywhere, man.
Kill for Lenny. Flash off with a double knockup there by Alaric. Lingard forced into the alcoves. His support is able to run away for a little bit before he gets taken down. The level 6 from Nata flashing over the ball on top of the Varus. The aggressive plays from Ruddy starting to pay off. Alaric going in once again. It's a double kill for Nata. Absolutely fantastic for Ruddy as Theocax able to get one back. There's low mana on Kit Ruken. Goes into the death to find the passive form. It's just about dodging those Skittles. But Theocax isn't able. A messy skirmish in the bottom lane, but Ruddy come out on top.
And they fixed the bot wave as well. Karthus in that passive and Zac right at the end there, able to fix it. Looked like it could have gone really, really far south there. Xin Zhao staying alive for longer. All that time, on top side, a kill. Looks like the Sejuani is doing a lot better here than we would have expected. Still heavily, heavily down in CS though. Maybe a window for Lenny to do something, but the Karthus is 2-1 and 2. Right, the initial small advantages that you got on the map didn't translate into anything. You're seeing how oppressive this Ruddy composition can be no matter where it is you choose to fight them. Mid lane with that solo kill, bot lane with that extended skirmish, and top lane you're seeing Sejuani all-ins, especially when Ignite is up.
Yep.
Does seem to be the thing.
Oh, speaking of all-ins...
Fierce playing too hard topside. Yeah.
Just when he's charging it up, you just wait for it to happen. But I do like that we're sort of highlighting this top lane a little bit, because that CS differential is gargantuan. But it hasn't grown really too much in the last few minutes. And we're speaking about the all-ins that Built can do. Now that he's going a bit towards that AP route, Lenny needs to be very careful, because any overstep could potentially be lethal, as we may be seeing that come to fruition here. The stun going to come through. Kit Ruken in the area, going to be flashing over the wall, and Lenny cannot escape from Built.
Yep, not going quite so well on the TF top side then, and again was always going to have massive problems into the multiple ways Ruddy have of covering side lanes. This looks like a very clear Ruddy win here. Very oppressive draft. I want to see more from Alex here. The level 6 is about to come up on Karthus. Alaric, though, every wave he can be on the map, he is on the map somewhere. If he can be topside, he is topside. There's anything to do on topside at all. Otherwise, at least mid lane will be shadowed out. This is a very, very oppressive state of affairs for Venom Crest to be playing into.
And they've still got Lingard here on this Varus, so long-range lethality options available to him if they're able to get a little bit of poke down before a fight starts. But because Ruddy have got so many ways of starting fights, it doesn't feel like he's going to have the opportunity for him to do that all that much.
Yeah, not at all.
Oh no.
Looks like Lingard's going to have a bit of a problem getting back in lane.
Yes, I would agree with you there, veteran, as Kit Ruken gets their 3rd kill of the game. Theocax Moving over, Simply's going to be coming down as well. Nata converging too. Here comes Alex. The Karthus already dead, but he's not going to be caring about that all too much. The Requiem comes down. The Zac in the passive. The ult from the Zed, and it's damage all day from Ruddy. Nata the beneficiary as he picks up 2, and Alex gets 1 more.
Yeah, I mean, kill Karthus all you like. That is merely the beginning of your torment, and that was a lot of damage coming out. Not just from him, but also Alex coming in hot at the ends there, landing multiple Qs there, jamming his Iron, and he's not done yet.
It's throwing down the chain, revealing which LeBlanc is the real one. The Shuriken not quite connecting, but Ruddy feels like they're starting to play with a little bit of swagger, veteran.
Yep. Alex needs to get this wave in. LeBlanc does have teleports, and Alex obviously does not, so he needs to be able to get back out to try and contest this wave coming in. And look who's out on the map again, alright? Bouncing wave on bot side, Sejuani the one with the crash on top side here, Kalista moving up, and Alaric moving in ahead. So active, right? Even on that bot lane, preventing Lingard coming in. If he needs an opportunity to do more, he will do more.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we need to give a little bit of credit to Simpy. He has been attempting to match Alaric, but only one of the supports has 7 assists at the moment. Make that 8! Actually, a kill for Alaric there. He's able to claim it. Nata going to be falling down. It feels like Ruddy have overextended a little bit. This is an opportunity for Venom Crest to claim a little bit back. But here comes the Turkish Delight duo. Looking to clean up in the Baron pit. Theocax and Fierce both having to make their escape with the flashes over the wall, but Alex is going to be following them regardless, dropping down the Deathmark onto Lingard and removing him from existence. Fierce going to be the next target as he's able to escape over the wall, playing with fire, but here comes the Karthus.
No!
LeBlanc actually is Fierce, dashes away, just about able to escape.
Oh, wait,
Simply
he has off!
helping engage a restart of the fight. Kit Ruken with no mana to speak of can't opt for an execution, and Venom Crest, whilst they are down, they are definitely not out of this game, as Alex needs to be very careful here. Theocrax not quite in range to take out the enemy mid laner.
There was honey through multiple spots there. He could have actually killed the LeBlanc, but stayed in the fight for a lot longer there, trying to get some additional mana, wasn't able to get the mana needed to execute this. Oh, yeah, Zac's
the
back,
bouncy
baby.
castle, the blast cone, into the let's bounce, into the
hey!
pullback, into the go back in again! Double kill for Nata. And Ruddy are playing with their food at this point. 14 kills in 14 minutes.
This only actually translates into a 1.4k gold lead overall, okay? Venom Crest do have 8 kills. They do have 5 grubs. They need those grubs. Ruddy were late to that grubs contest. Karthus did not have R. Karthus was bot side of the map. Zed came in very, very late there as well. Zac had to give his life at the start, trying to contest. But bear in mind, for a comp that needs to split push, having these 5 grubs is really, really, really good for them. TF grabbing that kill is really good for them. LeBlanc, even with this Zed being 2 kills and 3 assists ahead, LeBlanc's actually doing well. She has 2 kills, she has 1 assist, she's at least on parity of Zed. The problem is going to be this Karthus, right? This Karthus basically has a 0.5 to all of this. LeBlanc's not 1v1 against this Zed when the Karthus has R. She's 1 versus 1.5. That's always how I used to think about it on H2K. So if you want to do multiple groupings on them, you're going to get the Let's Bounce into the additional bounce from the R on Kalista, into the AoE from the Karthus, into everything else. You don't want to do that. They do have to make things happen on both sides at the same time and try to do them at least in the position where Karthus isn't going to be able to influence both to such a significant degree. They still need to make things happen on sides, and those 5 grubs are going to be what lets them get a lot on sides if any of those plays work. Ruddy's job is to make sure those plays do not work, and they have an idiot-proof composition with which to do that. Last shoutouts, Kalista 6-2 and 3. That was the one champion I was worried about here. Not exactly a wave clear behemoth. We were theorizing how Karthus could help with that in midsection. But right now, if you leave Lingard alone against Nata, Lingard's getting blown up.
Yeah, and I think it enables the rest of the composition so well, because when I look at champions like Karthus, like Zed to a lesser extent as well, they're great. They can offer a lot of power on their own, but if you can get that additional lockdown, they are so much stronger. Ultimate going to be thrown by Alaric, but Nata was rooted up by the Chains of Corruption, so isn't quite able to follow up. And it does feel like Ruddy are starting to extend the map advantage here a little bit. They've got that Herald in pocket, and all they need to do is summon that in the mid lane. They'll have taken all of those outer turrets out.
Yeah, Karth was showing Karth was showing top side there with the Sejuani, escorting that wave in towards tier 2 and grabbing tier 1. Did give LeBlanc more freedom to play aggressive on bot side, and Alex, despite having R up, despite Karthus also having R up, was unwilling to commit to a full combo on Fierce. So whatever Fierce is doing on bot side there against Zed, clearly Alex is respecting it. Clearly that could be a potential opening on the next pass if everything remains the same on bot side. Well, I think we're going to see LeBlanc taking that tier 1 on bot, and then the question is, is she bouncing off tier 2 earlier than Ruddy are able to bounce off tier 2 top side? Is Karthus going to want to contest that, or are Ruddy going to try to push things through in the mid sections? Because if they just try to match things on top side, they better be very confident that they have the tempo, or they can lose control of the map very, very fast.
Can we just talk about how normal the amount of damage Nata did to Lingard with 1Q was there?
Yeah, it's actually quite disturbing.
Yeah, lethality Kalista is absolutely something. Kitruken summoning the Herald in the mid lane, built roaming down from the top lane, and Ruddy going for miniature collapse onto this mid lane tower. Venomcrest recognises they can't defend and pull back away. This is giving Ruddy priority for that third Drakes that spawned onto the map. Smite going to go down, Kitruken having to flash away. Triple knock-up coming through from Simpy, and Fierce is going to be coming over the wall. But Karthus already dead, but once again, the passive is what you need to fear. Massive damage onto all 5 members of Venomcrest, but none of them dropping down yet.
Back.
Ruddy, though, still looking for a re-engage. Alaric going to get pulled back on minimal HP as Theocax jumps onto Bill. Alex on the side, looking for a flank, but Simpy playing bodyguard, not letting the Zed in.
Yep, Fierce's recall with TP here. Wave on bot's decent for him. They drop a ward over into the brush for him to get back out as well. Looks like they have priority on the Fart Drake. And he's on Alex! He did not appreciate that laning phase and what Alex is putting him through there, but Fierce has actually come into his own. He was the big point on the map on the last few rotations, and that recall into TP here, they've gotten a lot of priority in midsection. They're getting this Drake.
Oh, not back there from Simpy into the flash pulverize.
Maybe a bit too
Zach
much.
having to jump away, stun going to be dropped as well, but they can't kill the enemy support. Alex looking for combos onto the back line. Lingard is just about able to get away. Simpy not so fortunate. 1-for-0 in favour of Ruddy.
Yeah, Lingard actually lived there off to the side of Alex doing the R, but that Drake, that did go over to Venomcrest. That is much more time than they thought they'd have. But you have to think, with a Karthus, with a Zed, time does favour Ruddy overall. Nata will be worried about it, though. Nata's champion is the big one here that is going to fall off later on, so long as Lingard gets to play League of Legends. He hasn't really been having a good time of it lately. All right, another death on the board for him there. And this Zed has had his number the whole time.
He's jumping back to the distortion arrow, going to stun him against the turret, but goes into that Zhonya's, and Venomcrest understanding the game that Ruddy want to play and responding to it beautifully.
Yeah, and there's no immediate response. Sejuani is now picking up that bot side wave, but TF has already put it out before he reset into that immediate Fnatic-esque play on the top side there with the TF. So Venomcrest are also in control of the map here. Ruddy somewhat dropping the ball with the execution of some of these plays. I really love how Alaric's positioning all around the map. I really love the pressure he's outputting. But if the execution of the plays that you do from it go this awry, it's not really, they're not going to start feeling the pressure every time if they think they can start winning those situations if you pull the trigger. Having the gun on you is not really scary if you think the guy's just going to miss.
Or if you know it's not loaded.
That was loaded, right? The aim was just terrible.
I mean, with this Karthus, I think that gun pretty much is loaded. 2.5 items now.
The more they were staring at the gun, the more they realized Dunhill was written on the side, you know?
Oh, my words. Right, Venomcrest, still the ones that can be enforced on, I think, the most. I think those towers falling in favor of Ruddy is really benefiting them right now, and the gold lead, it's reasonable, not marginal, but definitely not domination.
Have to make
by
this work.
That's the imagination. Lenny getting jumped onto here by Alex Pierce here as well. The chains go through, and
very interesting.
After kind of being put in the dirt earlier on, Lenny has quietly got himself 4 kills, and this TF is very difficult to match in the side.
Let me draw your mind back to 2019 LEC. There was a really big concept there. The two big teams at the time, okay, let's be real, this is true of almost any period in European history, were G2 and Fnatic. Yes, it was. G2, as they still do, love to play their big, wide, free-lane states. That's what Ruddy are basically trying to do this game. Fnatic's big counter to that took them to 5 games against G2 at their best multiple times was the Fnatic 032 setup. It was a 2-lane constrained setup where they're like, okay, you guys are really, really good at playing around sides, so if we don't have 5 billion globals, what we're going to do is we're going to do combos like Aatrox Twisted Fates, normally Nemesis on the TF, and we're going to have our TF shadow that Aatrox all the time. And instead of trying to contest in all 3 lanes, we'll just kill someone on 1 lane. And that's what you're seeing here. The TF is actually ahead of the LeBlanc, but the principle remains it's an easy setup for a really fast 2v1. And even though Sejuani was actually getting large amounts of tempo on bot side, Ruddy have had to retreat their whole map setup because Alex is dead. So this is how Venom Quest are going to make it back. They're going to do these constrained 2-lane setups. They have to get a kill if they do it. They have to fight. You can't just hold this, because if you hold it for an elongated period of time, Ruddy will just gradually win the game. So this is Venom Quest's way in. They seem very conscientious of it. The contest to this would be Zac getting an engage off on mid while you're doing it, or Zac matching your top side with Karthus while you're doing it. Ruddy basically being able to utilize their shadows to be able to match your 2-man on one of those lanes. We're in this same situation again. Sejuani crashing on bot side, TF on top side with a big lean from his team.
Yeah, but I think that's when you start looking at the sort of 3-man unit that Venom Crest has sort of defending. You've got the Jin Zhao, who can go invulnerable with his ultimate. You've got the Alistair, who is always going to be able to soak up a load of damage. And this Edge of Night now completed from Lingard prevents that big engage coming through from Alaric initially. It prevents the Fates call from just going and killing someone. Obviously, there are so many tools that Ruddy have available, but Venom Crest have got a little bit more safety than they did a few minutes ago, and that's really allowed them to sort of set up in this way where Lenny and Fierce can go and kill people on those sides.
This is more the situation you want. You want LeBlanc to be giving up that wave on bot side.
Oh, Alex dodges away from the card. The ult coming down onto Lenny. He's got nowhere to go except his grave. Alaric going to be joining on the sides. There's 3 members of Venom Crest here, potentially in danger. The flash forward to get the CC down. Knocked up into the sky. Simpy throws him under the tower. And Theocax gets the kill. Kitruken has to flash away from the Chains of Corruption there from Lingard. And again, plays on side lane being responded to pretty decently by both teams.
Yeah, LeBlanc immediately moved to respond to that rather than try to extend on bot side when Sejuani left bot side wave. But Ruddy did have big advantage in that setup. Ruddy were playing 3 lanes. Venom Quest were just matching them 3 lanes. LeBlanc on bot, TF on top, instead of sacrificing 1 lane and all-inning on the other. However, even in that even state, Venom Quest, they are managing to make a kill trade back. They're not getting full map control over it, but it looks like they're going to do a really fast play in towards Drake. They have to make these kills work because their resets behind.
No flash on Kitruken. Lenny is TP right into the mid lane, straight into the Ice Bowler. Here comes a TP out from Alex, immediately getting on top of the TF, dropping the ultimate as well as Lenny ends up falling down. Simpy on the run, flashing away over the wall, but you know that Alaric is going to chase him to the ends of the earth. The rest of Ruddy not so keen though, as it's just a single pick and Ruddy cheating towards the Baron.
Sometimes Kalista is so disturbing. Picks that would otherwise be suicidal, that would otherwise be guaranteed 1-for-1s if they're anything at all, suddenly become really safe plays with that extra dash that the Kalista gives you. Fresh, if he was an AD carry, if you will, but it looks like they are giving up Drake for this Baron, and Venom Quest are happy to go and take that Drake. Not like they have that much choice though. Ruddy are firmly in the driver's seat.
And the composition that we thought was going to scale pretty disgustingly is starting to become more and more terminally online. Alaric just finding himself in the weirdest of positions to respond to attempted aggression from Simpy, but he wasn't able to get the stun, and it does look like Zed is going to be dropping down. He's going to be going back onto Lenny. How is he alive? How is Alex alive? Oh, that was absolutely beautiful stuff. Here come the rest of the boys turning up 2 kills in the top lane. How is Fierce losing a 1v1 to Nata? And Ruddy, they're going to reset, not opting for an additional push on the top side. Fierce is I don't know what you're doing, buddy, but it looks like you're going to be able to get up with your life.
There are so many times this game where like some random thing is happening on the other side of the map while there's activity elsewhere, you know, and it's like, wait, what? How did they end up there? But Fierce does manage to make it out. Nata does manage to make it out as well. Fierce not quite having, well, anywhere near the amount of damage needed to be able to take on Nata in that position, try to remove another Baron. Venomcrest want to remove as many of these Barons as possible. We talked about wave clear issues on Ruddy potentially and how they could be fixed by Karthus. You also have similar issues with Venomcrest. It is the Varus that you're looking to give you any kind of semblance of it whatsoever, but you have to think Venomcrest, they had those few good rotations. They haven't really been getting them anymore. TF gonna likely fix topside, recall, and then immediately look to try to make a play if Ruddy ever split up. But Ruddy now are happy to do this constrained two-lane setup. And Ruddy, when they are with Karthus, with Zac, with Sejuani, you have to think all of the power is on them. Simpy is the guy that has been the difference maker. Let's see if he can be it again.
Oh, here comes the Requiem going down onto Fierce. Bit of a split fight here, but it favours Ruddy regardless. Simpy and Theocax going to be the next target. Alaric jumping in. The double stun again. This Zac is absolutely disgusting with the CC that he can output. And Nata, Kiruk and Alex going to be more than happy to clean up the kills. There's 3 dead on Venomcrest. There is a Baron buff on the backs of Ruddy. And Lingard and Lenny can't offer enough defense. Another stun, another kill. The tower's falling down, and Ruddy will take out Venomcrest and get their second win of the split.
Time beats everybody, it's undefeated, but it definitely defeated Venomcrest long before it would ever defeat Ruddy.
Yeah, I mean, kind of called it from draft a little bit.
Very
Ruddy,
impressive draft.
Very impressive draft. A load of scaling, a load of damage, a load of engage. It felt like Venomcrest, whilst they were making some excellent responses to plays in that game, they were always responses. I never felt like they were able to assert themselves on that game as much as Ruddy did.
But in terms of individual development, you have to shout out Alaric, right? Everywhere on the map in that early phase and late game, yes, sometimes the execution was questionable, but the intent there, the positioning, what he's attempting to do, that is the makings of a very strong individual support, especially in a competitive environment.
Yeah, excellent stuff to see. A W for Ruddy. I'm sure the fans are going to love that one. We are going to be throwing to a quick break for the analyst test, break down that game and set us up for game 2.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do. Showing stories told, watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. I got fire and passion.
Ready up with the victory versus Venom Crest. Apparently, Tadok, you were right.
I'm very, very happy about that. Although I only earned 1 point, I think, from my guess. So,
Actually, 1 point.
Foxy
Yeah.
winning out! What is this?
So, although I'll happily take the fact that I got my prediction right, I'm yet to redeem the guess fully. That's yet to come over the rest of this evening.
So let's break down this game and understand what happened. Ready taking the lead, but by a long shot. Let's start with the Champion Select. Expectations coming in through that Champion Select. The Zed and Kartos combo started working out, but Twisted Fate was supposed to be ahead of the matchup versus Sejuani. It didn't clearly work, and they were choked to death, right, Initialize?
Yeah, I mean, the TF won the lane in terms of CS early on, was getting those advantages, but then couldn't translate that into what TF likes to do, which is press ult and combo it with someone like the Xin Zhao and the LeBlanc, and murder whoever gets gold carded. That's the plan. Get access to towers with that as well while things are happening elsewhere, and kind of split the map open like that. The problem was, Alex danced on people with the Zeds, and Karthus managed to get enough gold despite a slightly awkward level 1 that the lethality players in the Callista and the Zed got to combo with the Karthus ultimates and start snowballing. And we were chatting about this in the green room, but Torek put it really well. That Ruddy comp from ahead is a stranglehold. It is so hard to stop that snowball because of how quickly they build damage and how effectively they use it to murder whoever they're up against.
But even with that, Torok, there was a moment where you made the question, how can Venom Crest come back from this game? Like, how is it possible? And then there was a certain minion jumping into the mid lane, right? There was an Herald. Talk to me about that, Torok.
Yeah, so we've seen a few heralds so far this split of the NLC that have gone awry. This is another one for the list, for the highlight reel that's slowly coming together for the end of the split. Unfortunately, this one left Karthus right in the middle of the entire Venom Crest team, I think under their T2, or at least very close to it. That is one way to come back. So, Ruddy do have to be a little bit more careful perhaps with their herald usage going forward, because that should have been quite a clean cruise, and instead it got a little bit messy.
That's kind of the main takeaway, right? Initialize the fact that they can still get ahead, but Ruddy is ready.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think Ruddy are a really good team from ahead. We've seen that now a couple games in a row. Like obviously but what happens is when they fall behind, some of that, I'll say it this way, that arrogance, bluntly, because they do play with a certain verve and bolshiness that when it works looks so stylish. But when they are even or behind or even perhaps a little bit too eager from ahead, they can give up stuff like that. And actually credit on the other side, Simpy finds a phenomenal headbutt pole to knock up 3 people, and the follow-up's really good. And that's great. And then, things like Alex shoving a little bit too over-eagerly in that top lane, and you see a few ults in the TF actually bring Lenny back into the game before it all falls apart again. So Venom Crest are still a team with some additional counterpunches and are a good enough team to punish those mistakes. But I think Torok called it out right. Some of that play, particularly around tier 2s, that next step beyond the early game, even if you're snowballed, you've still got to play with a little more respect than that, guys. Come on, maybe don't shove 1v5 towards a tier 2. Maybe be aware of the stacking up versus the flash headbutt pull from the Alistair after the Herald play, these little things.
But you got those little things on one side, and then you have those little teleports coming in for Twisted Fate. I gotta pull them in. You don't go in, you're not the tank. I think Lenny was like, yeah, I'm the top laner, I'm the tank. Then he jumps in like, oh, it's Twisted Fate. Yeah, my bad. So that is something to take in as well. Lenny is an amazing top laner, but I do believe the champion select kind of put them in an awkward position, and that allowed Ruddy to be Ruddy. And well, it's 2-1 for both of them. Ruddy now sitting on the 2-1, and on the other side, Venom Crest on the same. Jumping into the next game, we have ourselves Natives versus LLS. What should I expect from this one? And Tarek, what was your prediction, by the way?
I predicted light side, I believe.
Oh, okay. I think you did the same initialize, so
I did do
what should I
light side,
expect from this one?
So, I think light side have largely looked pretty okay in the sense that I think Bartoldi and Fast-Legged, Sumi and Free Fresh, these are 2 duos that come up from lower divisions, but they are combos that have come up from, I think, wasn't it Venom Crest Academy and... Forgetting the other, I'd have to go, I had this down, I've actually put my note aside, I've got my post-it note somewhere that's fallen off my table. Either way, they've come some really cool locations, and we were a little bit nervous about what was the step up to tier 1 gonna look like. Rich Gang, of course it was Rich Gang, there we go. But like, they succeeded really well as combos at those lower divisions, but the step up to tier 1 is always a tricky one. But honestly, on first week, the showing was pretty solid. And on the other side, I think for Natives, they're still figuring out a little bit how they want to play entirely. I think Painful, still really, really good. One of the best mid laners we've got. And I think he could still be very, very dangerous. And Ball as well. We saw some pretty good things from Norel in particular. But I think they look less cohesive as a team. And for these early weeks, I think that team synergy that's already built up, I think is going to be more threatening for me. And I've gone light side as a result.
Interesting. And Tarak, on your opinion as a coach, when you have these sort of compositions, most of NLC switch their entire roster. So you're still working on that. It's supposed to work like that. So you kind of have to sacrifice a few weeks, I would say, in order to get the shining light from the team. So you know what I'm talking about. When you see these 2 teams, how can both win? So tell me how Natives can win and how Light Side can pull it off. Even if you voted for LLS, I want to know how Natives can win as well.
Sure thing. So I'll go with the favorites first, which
Okay.
Lightside I think clearly are in this matchup, even though we're still very early on the split. Lightside have put together a roster that clearly has some dynamism to it, some flexibility, some strength. You look at Sumi, you look at Fruity Fresh, that they're 2 twin-barreled carries that can do pretty much anything you want them to, which is something which I think, if as a coach, I'm very excited to see how that grows and evolves over the split. So for light side, I think, keep using those 2 carries to effect. I think compared to last week, maybe just Sumi in mid game, buddy, right? You're getting very ahead. Just drive it through a little bit more gently, right? You were doing things very you were doing things very well, but I want to see you actually hold on to your shutdown for longer than 5 minutes. And I think therefore, if we manage to do that, light side will be in a great position, because overall both their carries are doing a lot of good things, right? And they usually come out with a good draft. On the flip side, natives honestly didn't look too bad, especially in their initial game. I felt that Ball, especially on that rel, was doing a lot of work. Yes, and okay, the Blitzcrank game went very wrong, but I mean, if you're a playmaker and you things start going wrong, sometimes it all just falls apart, right? And I think we do have that playmaker capacity coming out of Ball. He's someone who can make a game very interesting. I think he can create winning angles, and I'd like to see natives get him on something where support will make an impact in this game. I think if that's the case, then support making an impact positively, natives will be very happy.
I think as well, obviously, you're looking at, we kind of touched on a little bit there, someone like Fruity Fresh, much like Lingard, is another one of those players who has the ability to pull out the major bot lane and feel very comfortable on them. He was another one of those way players. I think he's a Ziggs guy as well, that kind of thing. And that kind of additional opportunity, especially when we are seeing a lot more AD mid laners, is really, really valuable, because it means you don't have to get the AP shoehorned into an awkward top lane matchup or into a jungle matchup when you're needing like a frontliner somewhere. Of course you can. Things like the Rumble, the Kennen, we've talked about the AP jungles, you can do that, but having other places to be able to do that feels really, really good. And again, it's not just the way he's got games on Aurelion Sol, he's got games on Swain. There's a lot in there which allow him to play some, theoretically, again, and that's a word I've been using a little bit today, but the theory is pretty open there for the coach to do something a bit unusual that can catch people off guard.
I agree with that. The coach has such a high responsibility to deliver those weapons towards those players. When you have someone as versatile as the players you're seeing on the bot lane, a lot of those AP champions jumping in. I know Wei was a little bit nerfed on this 11.14, but Tarak, you should appear. Where there's a will, there's a way, no?
I would expect, given the fact that AD mid laners are very strong, I mean, we saw the Tryndamere from Sumi last week, stuff like this. It seems to me it would make sense that Lundqvist would continue with that theme of, using the AD mids and using the major spot, because I think it gives them a lot of good threat, it gives them a lot of good experience, and I would like to see them continue with that theme, because I think it's not a theme that's been exhausted yet from them.
I think with that note in mind as well, I think it does some really cool stuff for how you play side lanes as well, because actually some of those control mages don't do that well in a side lane. I think things like Azir are kind of an exception with the Nash's Tooth. But the fact if you can put that mage instead bot lane and then move it mid in the mid game and have your AD mid laner then play the side lanes, you're feeling really good about that. So it's kind of a way of getting around some of those mid game woes that certain champions have had in the past. Like Orianna in a side lane, not the greatest unless you've got really good vision control, for example.
Love it. For those of you back at home, if you didn't watch in the beginning of the show, you can also join in on the Fantasy League for NLC. So we're talking about these players specifically to let you learn who they are and build up a personality, so then you can sign up for the Fantasy League, build your own team, just get as many points as you can, and then you get rewarded by having those Fantasy Leagues. You get some prizes from Steel Cities. Now the prize for today is you get to see the champion select. So Ziggs is going to be removed on the first one. Scarlet on the other side, it should be the Corki follow-up. But on the other side of natives, yeah, you really need to take away those EP champions. And it's them. So them is aware of that. It's just removing them away.
Yeah, I think we've also got to keep our eyes on things like the Corki and Tristana. Maybe we see them traded. Kasumi and Painful may well be very happy to do that, but Painful is a big Tristana player, and he's got blue side, so being able to first pick the Tristana, it's a flex as well, strictly. I think that's got to be something we've got to keep our eyes up on whether Lightside are going to be happy to give that over, because there's a world here where Nature's banned the Corki, and I feel like Lights are going to be obligated to ban the Tristana now, unless they've got something spicy picked up. There it is.
Smurfing. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head, right? Like, I think Corki and Tristana in the past used to be traded somewhat, so if one goes, then you'd expect maybe both of them to go. Rumble being picked up, super powerful champion.
So
one
nuts.
that also, if used to its full potential, is also a huge flex, right? This is a champ that can go 4 roles, arguably 5, if you include Smash T1's little game on Rumble as well.
Don't do that.
So already starting off the draft with some power, and I mean Cassante, if you want to talk about power, is another one. So yeah, very exciting.
Yeah. The problem is, in some ways, that's a self-counter pick, because we've seen,
Yeah.
theoretically, this is more over an LPL, where some of the top laners, who are big Rumble specialists over there, really abuse matchups in a way very few other top laners can. But Rumble into Cassante can be pretty miserable for Cassante early on, because Electro Harpoon just shreds any armor you get. Even if you get Merc Treads, it still kind of sucks. And right now, Rumble's ability to build a few different ways, you can kind of go full AP, you can go towards a Riftmaker, would be surprisingly bruisery. Pretty tricky to manage. Talia's locked in, you can basically have a wall into a carpet, and things like this Varus could have a very difficult time finding a pocket to sit in.
And yet again, the Jinx. I was wondering, where are you, Jinx? I know there was a tweak, but it's not that heavy.
Yeah.
So might as well pick it on the other side. You already have the Varus. You know you can burn it versus the Cassante. So if you get an Equalizer, obviously Jinx will get an assist. So she will get excited in the middle of the team fight, and she will do
Rocket.
Jinx things. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
spam it
and-
away. It's done. Tell me, Tarek.
What's really important now is we see what answer LLS have for Jinx, right? Because I think at this point, the Jinx is smiling. The Jinx is seeing a team fight going in one line. And the question is how are they going to make the team fight? How are they going to change that dynamic? I guess
Bring
the
Arcane.
Vi, look, the Vi is a start. The anti-Arcane strat. Arcane on each side. We've seen this before. But the Vi by itself is not enough, because the Vi is still a very linear champion. So, as you can imagine, for everyone listening and watching, Vi is just flying in a straight line. Right, so yes, she can try and flank. Yes, she can try and do these things. But realistically, if natives draft well, which let's do it, guys. Come on, we're going to find ways to prevent the Vi from actually reaching our Jinx. So the question is, what are they going to layer on top of this Vi? What is this Vi enabling? And I mean, I guess that'll be the interesting stuff that happens on 4-5.
Yeah, because Vi is great, but in a lot of ways she's a delivery system. She locks down someone a long way away in a way that few other champions can, but her burst, unless you get Giga fed, isn't often enough to finish off a champion, especially if things like Lockets come through or CC or whatever. So yeah, I think Torek is exactly right. Normally what we've seen recently is things like Way, but that's already banned away. So they need something to pair up with that, with preferably a bit more damage. Varus isn't bad because his ability, particularly if he goes towards that lethality option, can play from quite a long way away, can theoretically follow up on the Vi, but I want at least one, probably 2 more things that will sync up with the Vi a little bit more.
The Nautilus will be the last one, and we get to see the Rel yet again, but this time on Fast Leggett. Maybe he should be the one taking leads on the horse on the other side. Well, protecting the Jinx, what do you bring it up? There's a lot of other options, so that's why they're hovering a few champions. But Tarek, in your vision, what would you pair the Jinx with?
I mean, Rek'Sai is fantastic. I would maybe consider Tahm Kench in this situation if you can get away with blinding it. I think with the Blitzcrank ban, that's kind of it kind of lines up, although it's not as good into Rel, so you're kind of on the edge there. I think Thresh could be very good as another champion here on 4-5. Potentially Janna if you were good at it, but I would probably lean towards Thresh in this situation. That seems to make the most sense to me. But I guess we'll see what Ball ends up bringing out. He is a playmaker. I think he's going to have to sit a little bit more on the peel and defensive side here, and he's gone for the playmaking. So with the way that Ball is picked here, the expectation should be that natives are looking to start the fight first, and both teams are just going to be whoever engages first, essentially. So Ball, Theoloris, maybe the Talia Wall as well. They're going to be looking to start the fight. If they manage to land it, everyone's happy. However, on the flip side, Lungfist, light side, they're looking for the exact same thing. It's the Vi ult, it's the Aurelion Sol ult, it's the Rel ult. Both teams are going to be playing this clash of whoever goes first, and I mean it's going to be explosive, that's for sure.
I'm just going to hold on this for a second, because there's a world where Fruity Fresh is taking this bot lane. He has played quite a few games of Aurelion Sol, and this hasn't been switched yet. So I'm just holding here. We don't see a lot of Aurelion Sol in lanes other than mid, but we've seen a bit of Varus mid lately. Jackie's over in NLC played it on the weekend just past, and it can be pretty miserable for the Talia. So just wait. I'm looking at this, and I don't think that's switched yet, so I think that might be the Fruity Fresh Aurelion Sol.
I think so. He loves that AP bot lane, and he told us that he's going to play, and he has a big champion pool. And there you go, another one to join on the draft. When you look into this one, both of you, who do you think is going to take it?
I prefer natives draft pretty heavily, I think. Unless the Aurelian Soul hits 2 items and lots of stacks for free, and you get that mega combo with Pharasol into Relol into empowered Aurelian Soul, Sky's Descend. I think it's just a lot easier to get value out of the comp from natives on paper, I think.
Okay, Tarok.
Ultimately, because of how the two comps interact, I feel like it's whoever snowballs. Both teams have the ability to get ahead somewhere in the early game. I know it's a little bit of maybe a cop-out answer in terms of like picking one comp over the other.
Yeah, I'm not allowing that. I still need to know.
But realistically, both of them are face rolling into their keyboards and trying to start a fight. And if you've got more gold in your pocket, you feel pretty good about doing that. So I guess I will lean on the side of natives because I think it's slightly easier for them to get ahead. But if at the end of the day, we'll see what happens.
I see both your reasoning with that one. So this is going to be a bloodbath and an action-packed game with the composition that we have. It's like Arcane directed by Michael Bay. So without further ado, let's toss it to the cast. It's up to you, middle cot and veteran.
The music plays a vibe.
No, it is. The idea of Arcane being directed by Michael Bay, that hurts me on a very, very deep level. But getting back into this, veteran, we've talked a fair bit about the draft, so let's talk about a little bit about these two teams, right? I think when we were looking at Ruddy and Venomcrest in our last game, very much two teams that we're expecting to be fighting for 1-2, top of the table stuff. I think for Natives and Lightside, we're being realistic about where these guys are anticipated to be at the end of the split. We are probably chasing a little bit more for 4th position rather than those.
But Lightside, they did manage to upset Ruddy, right? They actually managed to do it, so they are clearly quite a good team right now. I believe I have my points on them. Natives have to prove that they also have a similar upset potential in this game.
We'll see if they can do it as we head on to Summoner's Rift. Oh, hello there, everybody. Getting to week 2, day 1.
Why are we selling the NLC soundtrack? Producer, I actually want to know, if you guys sold this soundtrack, you could make mad money, we get a percentage of it because I'm advertising, I get a percentage of it because I'm advertising it right now. I'm telling you, this stuff is a vibe, man. This stuff is a vibe. So too is Aurelian Soul in the bot lane. Actually, very interesting setup coming out of Fruity Fresh with the Aerie here, right? Obviously, you have the presence of the Leona on the enemy team. So maybe he's just anticipating you'll get Aerie procs off a lot more often than otherwise. You basically do need to get 2 Aerie procs for every comet proc to be able to make the Aerie itself worth. Aerie doesn't have the additional value that you normally get out of, I guess technically with Quick Bloom, out of like healing or shielding that you get from like Orianna, Lulu, this kind of stuff. So you do typically just see Comet, because Comet's very, very easy to reset on Aurelian Soul. So I'm very, very confident about what he's going to get done in the laning phase. He does have the Scorch, though. So 2 things I want to point out here. One, Fruity Fresh has done Aurelian Soul before. If you watched my NLC 2 co-streams last split, we actually did watch Fruity Fresh do this once against Kog'Maw, I think it was. And I don't even think he died. So this isn't like a brand new pick for him. Typically with AP champions, you do want to see them go with a heavy engage, because once you get that first lost chapter back, you do want to just go all in on the time. This isn't a lost chapter champion though. He typically has more mana issues than normal, so I'm interested to see if Fruity Fresh adjusts his build path with the idea that he's not going to be getting second blue and that these mana issues are going to matter a lot more. Starting with E is always a disappointing thing to see any Aurelian Soul do, especially with the Scorch setup, because the next thing you want to note is that Aurelian Soul early game is a Scorch delivery system, right? If you do your tap Q with Aurelian Soul, you can try this in practice tool now. If you do your tap Q with Aurelian Soul, it basically goes back on instant cooldown, doesn't cost any mana, but it will apply Scorch. And it will even apply Scorch through minions. If you do the tap Q, the first proc of it will still apply to the champion that should be within your field of view. So you become a Scorch delivery system with those tap Qs permanently. The enemy never doesn't have Scorch on them, and you get max value of Scorch, which is why you take that rune on Aurelian Soul.
Getting pushed in a little bit here by Space and Val in the bot lane, and I think it's interesting that last time we saw it from Fruity Fresh, it was into the Kog'Maw, because what Aurelion Sol really offers once you get into the late game is these massive amounts of zone control that enemies just can't walk through and they just can't approach from. And if you're able to put Space in a position where he has to choose between taking 60-70% of his health bar as damage and not autoing, that sets up a really sort of unpleasant proposition for this long-range ADC.
And his ultimate is very, very strong into low mobility carries, right? And particularly strong into Jinx because it now counts as a form of ranged engage, and you do need that with the Jinx. You need a form of engage that doesn't just isolate yourself, where you become a free Jinx reset. Aurelion Sol can engage from miles away, land it squarely on the Jinx. That should be a flash burn at minimum every single time that he has R up against the Jinx, and it's gonna be worth using it off cooldown. Problem, though, that he has, as every AP champion has, is that he's going to be getting that ultimate 3 minutes later than he otherwise would be in the mid lane. But once that is up, there's a threat on Jinx in every fight that Jinx can't think, if I outplay this, I get a free reset. That's not going to be on the table for her here. So Aurelion Sol is picked in an extremely strong position.
Bartolzi gonna get stunned by Painful there. That was... Whew, that was ballsy from Painful, not even to burn the flash. Recognises that he can just walk out of that situation. Nice to see again a bit of movement towards the mid lane from Bartoldi. I think that was what really looked good for Lightside in last week's game, particularly up against Ruddy when they were able to get that win, just bullying Alex absolutely consistently and able to get Sumi to a point where he was basically unstoppable as well. Ganking the top lane, flash burn by Bartoldi and from Theoloris as well.
Gank on the top lane, you also did see a tap Q from Aurelion Sol down there, so he's somewhat aware of it, though it wasn't a particularly fast tap Q. Theoloris needing help from his Rek'Sai here to make sure that he doesn't end up in a horrible dive position, because it would be very worth going 1-for-1 from there on the way. Ooh.
Fast getting engaged on
cooldown for 10.
Yeah, pretty much even trade of damage there.
Yeah, E cooldown on 10 seconds, so not that much of a danger for Jinx to join that fight. Does get some additional Stardust from getting a full channel of Q out on Leona, though. Fruity Fresh will be comfortable with that. He does have TP, so he's aware of the mana issues that he could likely have the further on we go here, and he didn't have to burn it when he did his initial back. So, Fruity Fresh feeling in a very confident position here. He can chill. Just want to say, this is Alaric in support. I'm pretty sure he'd be in mid lane right now, but with his... chilling with his boy, even though he doesn't have to be here for ages. You're not needed on this wave. You weren't needed on the last wave. Next wave, maybe you're needed.
I suppose that's interesting that you actually bring that up, right? Because that is where a lot of the supports can differentiate themselves. It's the ability to actually get on the map when their ADC is going to be in a safe position. I think that you look at a team that sort of made that their entire brand last, but you could look at Venomcrest with how Hashi was constantly anywhere but bot lane. I think that Ruddy had a similar style as well.
Yeah, Pike players, Bard players typically look for these more than most other players do. Engaged players generally want the mistake to be happening from you and want to try to do something in lane there. And that was very much, the man you're referencing was very much a Pike player, as I recall. That being one of Venomcrest Premier champions last time round. Fruity Fresh does have the TP, so even if the wave doesn't be in the optimal position, he is going to be able to contest when he gets back.
Yeah, Natives able to pick up the first drag of the game. Bartoldi going for trade on these jobs. Obviously with the desync timers, it's theoretically a little bit easier to contest onto them, but I don't think Theoloris is finding this contest particularly easy, as he is going to be dropping down for first blood going on to Sumi.
Yeah, holding on mid here as the Rel, but this is ironically a time we actually do want to be on bot lane, because Fruity Fresh doesn't have a good way of breaking this 3s out of 5, but his support is in mid, so kind of opposite day in terms of support roamings from bot lane towards mid section. Definitely a different fundamental understanding to what we saw Ruddy have last game with Alaric. Free my boy Alaric, robbed of MVP.
Bill played well, okay? Yeah, he did some good things at points. Hold on, good things in the bottom lane. Fruity Fresh.
Yep.
Fruity.
Very worth for natives to fight over this. You're a cannon over on bot side. It could technically slow push on the next wave, but you're still able to hold this for an extended period. Very worth for them to fight off this. That could be a problem though.
Wow, fast led. be able to pop back into the sky. Flash forward from Highbridge. The ult drop down onto Fruity Fresh. And the Ignite will tick him down 1-for-1 on the scoreboard now.
If they lived there, the freeze is fairly successfully broken because of all of the minions that have been dragged in towards that fight. But with that death, Natives are going to be able to reset bot side very, very comfortably. And there's going to be a significant loss of Fruity Fresh on the bot lane. This lane was a big one for Lightside to be able to make worth. You can't afford to miss much XP on bot there because Fruity Fresh is already on the back foot by not being in the solo lane in that regard. And now seem to be in a fairly awkward position.
Yeah, and whilst Natives are 0-2 at the moment, I think it is important that we highlight that they've played against Nords and Verdant last week. So not necessarily the easiest schedule, and I think that there are some strong plays to be made from this team. And the fact that Space has already built up a pretty sizable lead here on the Jinx with the Cull in his back pocket. We know how strong this champion can be. Let's see how strong it can be with the Belgian man in the bot lane.
This is still fundamentally, later on, going to be a Varus and a Aurelion Sol in composition. Whereas you do have AP on bot side, you're not really going to be into a teamfight composition you weren't expecting to be into. They won't have had practice against. It's the laning phase that would always be the most awful part for Natives, and they have navigated that bot side laning phase beautifully. Fruity Fresh is just going to be an under-leveled Aurelion Sol, and Varus is going to be a bit of an over-leveled Varus. But beyond that, when it comes to teamfights, Natives are still going to be in their element. That's when this Rumble can shine, because you do have two decently low mobility. I say decently because ASOL always has that W. You do have two decently low mobility picks. That Varus is going to be very vulnerable to a Rumble R in the same way that Jinx is vulnerable to an Aurelion Sol.
It's just the ability of these sort of AP mages to split up the fights and create zones of control as Leonaris here getting played onto by Elijah, who's going to be dropping the all-out as well. No assistance for either top laner in the area. The flash forced to be burned as Highbridge makes his way up the river. Bartholdi waiting in the wings. Oh no, he's gone forwards! No! He's baited himself in. Down goes the hammer. And Elijah gets the kill.
Yep, full knowledge of... Oh, hello. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of stacks.
Whoa, it's okay. Fruity Fresh very low here. I'm just going to go into the back of Fastlades. But still, it's not a kill this time for Natives, but Fruity Fresh is going to have to reset again. That's more XP that the Aurelion Sol's going to be missing out of. And we've got a dive in the top lane from Elijah.
Wow.
Theoloris just stood there. Ends up falling down. Sumi going to be rotating over. Bao flashing for the stun. Going to be able to root him as well. Painful with the flip. And Space with the kill.
Opposite day there. Varus with the flank. Fast-legged on the rail with the front to back. And going to be summarily punished for it. Fruity Fresh, he was able to get some stacks off of his ultimate. But unfortunately, that's all he's going to get. He's losing plates to Natives. He's losing a lot of CS to Natives. And they managed to pick up a kill on towards Sumi as well. Aurelion Sol back in mid lane now just looks like a normal laning phase.
Yeah, but around about 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, around about 4 minutes ago, indeed. Varus switching back to bot side. A lot of this, again, doesn't feel to me like it's more to do with the 2v2 or the 1v1. A lot of it does feel like the way Lightside are playing around these particular lanes. I'm sure they have a lot of practice on it, but they are somewhat out of sync in the way Natives aren't with how to play through this bot lane. Natives, though, they are just playing with a standard 2v2 bot, so the moves are going to be much more intuitive for them.
Painful throwing up the wall, but he's going to get played onto himself there. Stun comes down, but Sumi able to flash away. Bartholdi going to be the target. The Super Mega Death Rocket. 3 for 3 at the top of your scoreboard. The game very, very even as it stands, but we need to be watching out for Space. He's starting to pull ahead on the Jinx.
Yeah, speaking of Space, the Living Galaxy on the bot lane didn't have R up in that fight. Is still looking to try to get one big Mega R, but crucially he's going for the Leandries earlier on in the game now. Curious to see if he's able to get onto a 2-item spike in any kind of decent timing. You want to get both Rylai's and Leandries on him before you get that first huge Mega R off, and you want to get that up ideally by the time of third Drake or by the time of Baron, and it looks like we're going for a very fast third Drake in this game, so if Fruity can play this economy properly, that's what they want.
Grubs there going to be secured by Natives, so 3 apiece, a dragon apiece as well. So we're not going to be looking at any massive 6 grub pushes or any fast tracks onto Dragon Souls as it stands.
Yep, lack of utility if you go for this Leandris first, and it's not like Lightside are in a guaranteed position where they can be winning out fights, so need to play a bit calm. You have one good advantage, which is that top side is doing really, really, really well. Elijah in towards this Rumble, being able to pick up solo kills, being able to pick up dives. Sumi is technically under threat from the Leona, no cleanse. Oh!
Space is under threat from Bartoldi, but he dodges away from the chains there, Bal. Very tanky on the Leona with that aftershock. Piercing arrow going to be going out. Eventually, he will fall down as Elijah is looking for another play onto Theoloris in the top lane. And that's 2 for Lightside in the blink of an eye.
Elijah, the more powerful he gets, the more space has to be worried here. Because Fruity Fresh does have big threat with that R, but if Cassante feels like he's powerful enough to move in and displace Jinx into his team, then it could just be all for naught anyway, and they could delete her with pretty much any of their lockdown from that five, from that rail. So a lot of issues could come towards space because of how well Elijah is doing in topside there. Absolutely obliterating Rumble on the most basic of early item spikes here, while we're already building towards second item as the Cassante.
Yeah, I suppose this is sort of the real issue that natives are going to face here. I think you can rely a little bit on Elijah being less tanky against space purely because he has to go into this magic resistance route. But if he is getting so fed, which 3-0 and 1 he is, he can get those spikes earlier. And despite the fact that Space has been playing a fine enough game, if he ends up in a 1v1 situation versus that Cassante, it's not going to be going well for him.
Looks like he's landing up in there right now, but he does have really good map tempo on bot side. He can just like afford to crash this through and go away, and the game will still be in a really good spot for his team. He was saved by Baal on that mid lane play, by the way, whereas he was able to get out of range of Chains of Corruption. Chains of Corruption was initially locked by the Leona, or that would have been a really good setup from the Vi into Sumi. Lightside, they're going to take this Herald. They need to use this Herald to try to get pressure back. That Locket was dangerously close to a steal. Oh.
Irish is dangerously close to Sumi. Not sure if you particularly want to be checking into this. We are starting to see a little bit of convergence. Elijah on the bot side does have the TP to join this fight. Bartoldi going to get caught out and flipped back. One piece of CC lands, and it seems like it's certain doom for a member of Lightside.
Yeah, Big R is up on Fruity Fresh. If Natives tried to chase them in towards that chokehold, that could have been a significant amount of damage, but no Rylai's is coming out of Fruity Fresh yet. He's reliant on his arm, reliant on his E for his utility, and he is a very little bull right now, alright? Eventually he'll turn into a big, healthy Galaxy, eating lots of greens and minions, but for now, he's still waiting on that 2-item spike to become truly useful for his team.
On the minimap, Theoloris going for a little bit of a push, but every time Elijah sort of passes his way back up towards that top lane, he understands that he just has to back away. 2-level differential is very significant, but in the last game, we were able to see one top laner recover from a bit of a bruising in the laning phase. Kind of both times, Bill and Lenny able to get stuff done there, but it does feel like we're entering the mid game. The natives are slowly starting to pull ahead.
Indeed, the last skirmishes have been going heavily in their favor. That Herald is now being dropped by LLS, but it looks like it's being dropped on the mid lane. Not exactly the place to go if you want map tempo, but what they really want is this Drake, which means we're going to see a big team fight contest happening. Big R comes out.
Yeah, follow-up coming through from Fastlane, but there is no one joining him in the excursion. That's a kill for Theoloris.
Reset for Aesop.
Here comes Fruity Fresh over the other side of the wall. Ultimate going to be laid down, not able to kill anybody off, and the health bars for natives not really in a position where they can contest. Elijah just full HP standing in the mid lane as Bartoldi. Fruity Fresh make their way over to the Dragon.
Yeah, Fruity Fresh got a reset on the Leona then was able to toss another E out on towards that turret where everybody is very much restricted in their movement. Able to do a lot of threat in that fight despite the low amount of items. The big R also did land on the Jinx, just the damage wasn't there to kill her, but Jinx didn't get a reset off of that because the Aurelion Soul didn't have to put his body in at the same time. So Jinx was instead zoned off, is now flashless. On the next fight, the follow-up from the Rel is going to be much easier to get, and if they think they can get a kill, they will get a kill, and it's very likely to do so with this combo. As is, they get a Drake on that victory. You ideally wanted to start a fight 2 waves beforehand to be able to burn the Jinx beforehand, but you'll take that one. And now, in the next couple of minutes, when Baron setups start being a big thing, it's going to be a much easier time for Lightside to fight, not just because of the items the Aurelion Soul has, but because of the position of the summoners on the low mobility champions on the side of natives.
Yeah, painful without that space, without that. Just becomes sitting ducks for someone like Bartoldi and Fruity Fresh, and obviously Fast Lane as well. They can jump in and find those engages.
We're not doing enough, man, with the fact that this guy's name is Space and there's a living galaxy against him. You know? Like,
yeah,
there has to be, there has to be something
Well,
there.
see, the thing is, as I was just like looking at the champion set, I realized Spaceball. There is a film
Spaceball!
by the name of Spaceballs, and I've not worked out a way to incorporate it into the cast just yet, but it's
Alright, well,
coming.
We'll stop talking about it, right? Everyone will forget about it, and when you get it, it will be a banger, right?
Chains of Corruption go down onto Highbridge.
Easy.
Absolutely getting dropped. Trying to make it one more onto Bull. Gets the stun down. The aftershock providing a little bit more tankiness, but Space doesn't have the damage to dissuade the aggression against his support. And hold on, Elijah going for another 1v1 onto Theo Loris every single time. Lightside make one play, it seems like they're making 2 more. Engagement under the tower, the equalizer stops nothing, and Lightside are taking over on the map.
There are essentially 2 games happening right now, but part of the reason why 2 games are happening right now is Rumble never has the freedom to have the massive AoE impact he needs to in fights, and Fruity Fresh is reaching the point where he is such a big threat that you don't necessarily need the Cassandre to play the swings, because now they can just lock down Rumble on side. You should lock down Rumble on side and get tempo on the map that way. And that's what Elijah is doing. So even though it is basically a second game occurring within the same game that we occasionally move to, basically just to witness Elijah get another solo kill, he is having good impact because of the absence of the Rumble as a threat into Sumi and as a threat into Fruity Fresh, who is getting resets at the start of all of these fights. That Rylai's is now out on him. He didn't use a big R on that one. He is going to have a big R on the next fight. You have a very small window to use it on Talia. The Jinx is going to have flash up. No, he's not going to have flash up anytime soon. So now you have a really good window to play for Baron, because Jinx is uniquely vulnerable, Painful is uniquely vulnerable, and Fruity Fresh is about to have ultimate up in that gap where they are still flashless.
And it's starting to feel like a bit of a repeat of some of the games from week 1 here for natives. They've been able to get some looks this time around, but still, it does feel like the game is slipping away from them. And yeah, it's early on in the season, but 0-3 is a very difficult deficit to recover from. Play being made by Lightside now to get this final outer tower in the bottom lane. Highbridge, Bartoldi, but he's just able to dash away.
Because of the handy synchronicity in both Flash timings and Drake timings, you know that because you did it on the Drake timing, burning the Flash on the Drake timing before, you know you do have a window just before Drake comes up to force a fight again here, which is even easier than the last fight that you were able to win. So even if you lose a fight on Drake beforehand, but you know Trade Summoners and you have advantages like the big R from the A-Soul here, you should have your hand on the trigger finger, but that's going to be a very minute period. You can see how close we are to having flash up on the Jinx again. They need to take advantage of this window now, or, you know, the Jinx is going to be fine on that Drake fight. They haven't been able to force anything. Natives have been playing very safe. They were defensive on bot side, they didn't engage, they're waiting for the summoners to be up, and now it's back up on Jinx. So that window that we had where the A-Soul ultimate overlap was not there. He does have a big R now, but Jinx does have flash up again.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note, though, that Lightside got a full 5-man reset off from that last push, so they are completely kitted out with as many items as the gold in their pockets can purchase for them, and Space needs to be really careful. Obviously, the lockdown that can come through from Bartoldi, from Fruity Fresh, but also just the poke that Sumi's going to be able to throw out with that completed mirror mana.
Dude, light, space, living galaxies, like this is just like relativity
come on.
around this. Like,
We are bad at our jobs if
God.
we're not finding something from this.
Oh my god.
He's looking for an approach and Fastlane finding the engage! Oh, that's exactly what the Doctor ordered! 3 kills in an instant! And Painful will fall for number 4. We're not really caring about the dragon anymore, lads. We have got bigger prizes on our mind.
Yeah, and that was about the best case scenario that you could get. Jinx didn't even have time to burn Flash there, so you're not going to have that summoner be down in the next fight. But if Fastlegger can find another huge engage like that, oh my god, layering that on with Fruity Fresh's Aurelion Soul on 246 stacks on this sucker. Man, this composition is a good place to go. That is heaven for any Aurelion Soul player. That combo right there. You could not have asked for it to go better. A little bit too late on the ultimate there, Space. A little bit too late, and now Lightside resetting, looking to move straight in towards that bot side break, getting double mountain stacks on a champion that does build HP, on that Aurelion Soul, on that Rel that wants the excuse to go in, on that shields heavy, HP heavy combo of the Cassante, of the Vi, stacking mountains.
Oh my, what? What can Space do? Run away, but there is no escape. Highbridge going back in, dashing away to try and get out of there. So they could just get chased on. Yep. There's nothing that you can do anymore, Natives. Lightside in the span of a few minutes of just taking a complete chokehold of this game, and well, what can Natives do?
Remember, on top of being an AoE primary engaged Zol Controls DPS assassin, Aurelion Soul is also a reset-based champion. So, even if he flashes out like that, he has W up again, by the way. He can just move all the way back to safety. See? He's absolutely chilling. Right?
This is ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And honestly, oh.
Hit him with a thumbs up. Let him know.
He's just got the fancy feet as well. He's just got the fancy feet as well. And what a great sort of start to the split this has been for Lightside to be playing like this. I think a lot of people came in with a lot of questions because there was such a big reshuffling in this organization from spring to summer, and it wasn't just a roster put together for spring. You had players like Bucci, you had players like Emp, you had a coaching staff there that had been in that organization for multiple splits, and I tell you what, if things keep going like this, if this is the light side that we're seeing in summer, if they can improve even from this spot, then maybe those places in the higher echelons of the league aren't such an unrealistic proposition.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not just about the fact that Fruity Fresh is able to get his comfortable champions like Aurelion Sol, but he's also able to do it in a team that has that pre-existing synergy with it. Sumi joined him in his previous team. He was the mid laner. They're used to these double flexes. Lightside aren't trying to create a brand new identity for a team that already has an identity to all in on. This is a continuation of Witch Gang from NLC 2 last time around, and that's the absolute best approach for a new team coming in. If you're not really a new team at all, why live in that fiction? Allow Sumi and Fruity Fresh to invite everybody else into the system that they have been creating for an entire split already, bring it on into the second split, and it will reap dividends. Was it executed perfectly? No. Bot side was basically ignored at the points where you really couldn't ignore it, and had attention at the points where the attention didn't really matter. But they can learn from that over time, and it's going to be much more intuitive for them to learn from that than to learn a completely new system of play. I'm glad the Lightside coaching staff was willing to trust them to play the things that they already know how to play and build on that rather than start from square one. Of course, I mean, let's be real, the game is over. I'm acting as if there isn't a comeback potential, but I'd be very surprised if Natives were to find it. Here's their chance.
Yeah, well, the combo of the Equalizer just flashed out from, and here comes the re-engage! Bartoldi going into the backline, but actually going to be dropping down, and Lightside, they've spent their engage, and they've not really found anything with it. Mid lane inhib tower will fall, and they'll back away.
Very low HP Hybridge there, didn't turn into the reset. If it did, Fruity Fresh doubling away from the Rumble would have just turned into him doubling back in and being able to output max DPS again. So you could see the potential there, but that was a really good situation. Painful we should have probably mentioned this before, the Rumble is really good into low mobility champions, but Painful on this Talia, that is quintessentially good. If you're able to find angles, right? You have to be able to find, I guess you can think of it as like any kind of right angle in, but what you're looking for is getting an elongated wall to block these guys off and constrain them so the Jinx AoE can land, so the Leona AoE can land, so the Rumble AoE can land as well. That's something really good though. Obviously, on top of all of the other additions of being an AoE, DPS, range engage, reset-based mage assassin, Aurelion Sol is also a mobility-based champion. So it's going to be good against Sumi, but EA Sol still has options.
Yeah, it feels strange because he is in a gold deficit. He's in a gold deficit, technically. We're actually Googling the champion design.
I am, actually. I need to know who to blame. I need to know who to blame.
Well, I think Lightside might be sending him a thank you letter if this game plays out in the way that we are anticipating. I've got to be giving props to Elijah on well as 100%. Well, just multiple times, just putting Theoloris in the dirt.
I mean, I'm trying to debate if I like him or if I like Sumi, for example, for MVP, or maybe even Fruity Fresh, because like, the early lane didn't go well, but Fastlegged also had really good moments.
Yeah.
I do think removing Rumble from Native's groupings was probably the biggest individual impact, because the rest of it, and this isn't a flame at any of them, the rest of it on that 4-man was full teamwork from Lightside. Beautiful synergy and understanding of what it is they wanted to do and working all together as a team. Right? That grouping was so strong from them. Elijah probably did the single most for them by preventing Natives from having that 5-man where they would be able to be effective into, for example, Sumi.
Yeah, I did like that you sort of brought some attention to Fastlane a little bit earlier, as he's going to be part of an engage here onto Val, not necessarily the primary target, and that's a fairly decent equalizer as Hybrid is a little bit isolated on the other side. Sumi with another kill for himself, as here comes the ultimate dropping down, and Theoloris will fall in the end. It's 3 for the Varus. Pretty decent fight for Natives, all things considered, but Lightside are still going to be able to retreat and pick up the Mountain Soul.
Yep, and I mean, this game is getting to the point where this Aurelion Sol is basically unkillable and undealable. He seems to have a very good understanding of how to play around terrain. You do need to think of Aurelion Sol like a version of Jinx for whom Wolves doesn't really exist. And just have him be on the outskirts, utilizing that E, utilizing fast Qs, and doing that until you get the initial reset to come into the fight. Fruity Fresh is only going to be more and more of a danger later on. Elijah, though, still playing these fights and situations well. Painful is going to get that Drake, though. That was a soul. That's actually a pretty big denial that Natives have done.
Buying a little bit more time for themselves. We do have space here, 3 items on the Jinx. Halfway to his 4th, and this is sort of her time to shine as a champion. We always say it whenever we see her, the later it goes, the more powerful she is, but she's going up against, well, honestly, her peer in the Aurelion Sol. And I love some of the itemization that we're seeing from the members of Lightside. We've got a Knight's Vow here for Elijah, we've got a Locket on Bartoldi. They know what their jobs are. Start fights and keep your carries alive, and these items are going to help them do that.
Did they remove the, like, who designed this guy from LoL Wiki after, like, hate or something? Like, why can't I find it
Anonymous.
Yeah, but legit, by the way.
Maybe it just spawned in the game one time. Like, someone got delivered a package that just had reworked Aurelion Sol in it. I guess we'll put this in the game, guys. Natives looking to contest onto this round. Fast are going to be starting off the engage onto Highbridge again, and the Rek'Sai has had a torrid time not being able to find anything. Bartoldi a little bit on his lone in the front line, just buying time for the rest of his team as he's able to dash away before Space hits him with the rocket. That's a reset, but you have to get through Elijah, and I'm not sure if that's possible. Painful going to take some tower shots and fall down to Sumi. Theoloris has to flash away from the piercing arrow, but Natives are well and truly on the wrong side. Elijah TPing and once more sending Theoloris to his doom. It's an 8 for Lightside, an 8 secured, and they will march back maybe to the Baron, and maybe just running the game.
Yeah, very strong game from Elijah. Even in these groupings now with the Rumble matching, he is still proving his mettle in all of them. Freefish kind of running away with the game here. That last W went wide, but he just wanted to make sure that he didn't get forced into a Wolves position into this Rumble and in towards this Jinx. Wasn't quite willing to give his life for that. But he has that crippling now, right? And he is moving into his fourth item thick and fast. The level stuff we were talking about before completely systematic. He's on level 16 right now, and so is Talia on Painful on Natives. Looks like a ridiculously won game for them. If this game lasts any longer, it should be a Mountain Soul. Let's see them work on the timing. So Space has Flash up again. Painful does not have Flash. So that's the guy that you want to be targeting on these fights. Or, on the next set of rotations, how you want to be thinking about it is you want to utilize your ultimates now on towards Space. Burn his Flash. Don't have to overcommit on that, unless obviously it's a free win. And then on that Drake, that should be the final fight of the game.
Natives facing down an 0-3 start. I hope that
Who
there's
designed this?
a few more fights in them. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. Painful going for the flank with the wall to cut them off. Bartoldi able to chase him over. There goes the combo with the Leona and the Equalizer, and Lightside on the run. Highbridge still going to get taken down at the start of a fight, but he's traded back from by the rest of his boys. Elijah coming up to the backline, going to be able to get a double stun. Fast leg following up as well. Fruity Fresh on the wrong side of things, but still able to dish out the damage and chase forward onto Space.
No, look at the W! Dude, that goes on for ages. But it's so funny how long the W goes. He can basically go over like a quarter of the map at this stage. It's so funny. He just ran down Space like an absolute dog. Didn't matter if Space had Flash, he was going to be able to catch up to him. That's the
light sides for the simplest task of taking down the towers, followed by the Nexus. GG, win number 2 for Lightside.
And I love that this is Witch Gang from NLC 2, right? This is the promotion system at play. This is tier 2 talent coming and showing that their way, their more experimental way of working out in NLC 2 can work in NLC 1. Natives are a mainstay organization, and Lightside took out the new mainstay organization of Ruddy last week. They're now making a name for themselves.
Well, I think we're talking about tier 2 talent. Bartoldi and Fastlegged, they were playing in UKEL last split, tier 3 of this region, and the fact they've been able to come up, make this adaptation. I mean, Fastlegged was absolutely excellent with some of those engages in this game, but looking back to Natives now, very, very difficult start for them for this split. And recovery from this position is going to require a lot of hard graft, a lot of grit, and ultimately wins. We are going to be jumping to a short break before the analyst desk take us through that game, set us up for game number 3.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Light side with another W, bringing them versus Venom Crescent really scored 2-1. On the other side, Natives is looking at the 0-3. Complicated start for this team, but we need to talk about the game itself. Let's be honest, we saw the Rumble, then we saw the Xante, and we're like, oh, you just countered yourself, mate. Elijah, what are you doing? Elijah thinks. I'm scared.
We went looking a little bit to see like Elijah's champion pool, and we went, okay, pretty standard bruiser player. A lot of Aatrox, a lot of Renekton, a lot of Cassante. Okay, whatever. And suddenly you see why! Like, this guy gets the counter matchup, and let's be real, Theoloris, not a very good Rumble game. But even so, the windows that were exposed, Elijah didn't just open the window. He took a big brick in the shape of one of those Ntofos Cassante carries and just lobbed it repeatedly through there. That glass house has been truly smashed, and Elijah from that point just... There was nothing on the enemy team that could deal with the Cassante post the first couple kills.
There's a reason why the humankind evolved so much from the Stone Age by using stones. So let's talk about with Bartholdi that is waiting for us in the interview after this victory. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the show. And
hello, man.
I gotta ask something, okay? To start off. You see Rumble. You pick Cassante. It's supposed to be a counter. What was going through your mind, and how did it work so well?
Our top laner is just a Rumble god, so, you know, he doesn't mind, he doesn't care. He just solo kills him, even in a counter matchup, so.
Okay, so tell me something. From the previous split to this split, there's a big change for you. Joining on a Division 1. Do you feel any big difference? How are you handling with this? Bartholdi, tell me about the experience so far.
It's been okay. I mean, I've played for many years. I'm an old man now, so played for many years. I played Italian Division. I played like other splits as well, so it's fun. That's all. Playing for fun. Been to the beach the last 3 days, relaxing, and now I'm playing NLC. You know.
So what would you say is the big difference from the other experience you have towards this one from NLC? Do you think the way that everything changed for Summer Split and we have a lot of rookies and new teams is allowing you to bring that experience up alongside with your team, or where do you stand right now?
I think in general it's just a lot more like professional, the broadcast, the team, how you approach the game in general, and like I think it just scales, you know, like it's hidden in the back of your mind somewhere. You just have to bring it forth.
Another thing that I wanted to ask is the fact that you have Fruity Fresh on your roster, so you know it's an AD carry that doesn't play AD carry. What is your feeling towards having an individual like this that opens up so much on your champion pool and the way the team is allowed to play the game? Do you think this is a good weapon towards the remain of the split, or eventually the teams will understand how we play and they will be able to counter?
I think Fruity has a big advantage. Just look at him, man. The guy's bald, so he has a big buff from that already. I mean, you will just have to wait and see. I'm sure there's other spicy picks out there.
Okay, if you could talk with light side fans in the community, what would you say to them towards the rest of the splits?
Just gonna say, like, thank you for watching our games and appreciate the support, and watch out for the next couple of games. It's gonna be spicy.
I love the spicy on that one. Thank you so much, Bartholdi. It was a pleasure to meet
You're
you,
welcome.
and I'll see you soon. I mean, if you're only allowed to bring Smite, might as well bring the Ignite on the interviews, even if it's for your own teammates.
Yeah, I mean, you know, who is Fruity Fresh? For the blind, he is the bald. For the hungry, he is the bald. For the sick, he is the bald. For the sad, the bald. For the poor, he is the bald, and for the dead, he is the bald.
Bold statement. Let's talk with Space on the other side, because there's a lot of questions. I mean, Space, welcome to the interview. Yet again, we get to talk.
Yeah.
That shirt is kind of fitting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's how I felt after the last game. It's kind of sad to lose this way, but it's also not a good start of the split. But I'm confident we can bring it back.
I wanted to talk about that specifically, the state of mind, because again, I don't see Native's team as an 0-3 team. It kind of doesn't make sense to me. So how's the spirit going right now within the team? How was communication going through this game as well? Because you're playing, you're a Jinx, you're supposed to be happy, and you see a Cassante getting fed.
Yeah, there were just like a lot of things that didn't go our way, I should say, this game. Like, we have normally a stable top lane, and then sometimes it happens, right? But then we took some bad fights on their timers when we didn't have to, or we got caught, or like I take mid wave too far up against the Vi. A lot of small mistakes that there should be an easy fix to them. So if we fix them, I think we're way stronger as a team.
So you think right now what is happening is all of that is fixable, and is 0-3 is just the state of mind, just going through it, just the beginning of the split. We can adjust, it's okay. You think that?
Yeah, I genuinely think we have really strong players, but it's just like we aren't mixing the players and the strong sides of the players enough yet, and we're not involving everyone in the game plan so that it goes smoothly.
So, question, when I hear that, who's the shot caller right now for the team? What is it like a mix?
I think everyone says quite a lot, but I think support says most things with mid lane, like the most standard things. Of course, the jungler early game says the most, and then after transitioning into the mid game, it's like mid and support. Then after, I take kind of over it, saying what I want to do, because I'm an ADC.
Okay, so there's a lot of voices going for now. Let's see
Yeah.
if all the voices align and you get that first W. Do you want to say anything to the community for natives?
Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint the community of natives, but I promise you we will get some wins on the board, and we will still make playoffs. I don't doubt it at all. So I hope they don't lose hope in us.
Before I wrap the interview, Spice, we had a deal.
I know. I still have it here. I still have it here, right here. But
does he
didn't
make
buy
sounds?
batteries because it's weird
Space.
batteries.
What do you mean it's weird batteries? It's what do you mean?
It's like the circles, like the little circle ones. It's not like a normal.
It's the watch
battery.
battery, yeah. It's
I don't
you
know
can
where
buy
to find
those.
those.
the same place as the other ones.
What? No, I went to the store. I went to the battery section, and bro, I swear to God. Maybe this store is like different or something, but like we don't sell those in Belgium.
I love it, man. I'll give you another chance.
Can I make
I'll
up
give you another
by
chance.
showing another animal?
Wait, you have more animals?
Bro, I got my good old friend here. It's a fox.
I'm confused. Was that a real fox? Or
Yeah, it was a real fox.
that was a real fox?
Yeah. I won it like when I was, I don't know, 14, and we went with school to like thing to shoot like bows and stuff, and I was the best.
And you
like...
shot a fox?
No, of course not. But like I was the best shooter, and that was my reward. I'm not
so
shooting
many
animals. I love
questions.
animals.
Thank you so much for the interview, Space. I want to get more interviews with you because we're building a lot. We're just building a lot, man. Thank you so. Why would you give it a taxidermy fox? When you
Next time I'll bring
Thank you
another
so much.
animal, no problem.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Space, thank you so much. It's always a
No
lot
problem.
to talk with you. I'll see you soon, Space.
Bye.
I am really worried about what this man is going to pull out next interview. It's like, here is my taxidermy fox that I just keep in a corner of my room. Who does that, man? Like, what's he got in there? Like, there's this like cage full of like scorpions. Like, and here is my little terrarium full of like poisonous animals. And this one here is my former.
That's my former friend.
What?
A scorpion. Come here, kitty, and you see a scorpion walking in. La, la, la.
like we like have a
I
little
love
pink
him.
bow on top of it on the stinger, like a little bow just there.
I just love
Like,
him.
We started with like lack of life skills, doesn't know what a watch battery is, into, by the way, here's this taxidermied fox I earned in like my real life
On a school
ADC
trip.
skills as an archer somewhere. Like,
I have so many questions. I have to interview him more times. I just have to. I'm sorry. I have to do it, NLC. We have to get space on more interviews. Now, for the next game, this is the third of the day, by the way. We only have 2 more. Torak, you've been quiet, so talk to me. Nord versus Verdant. I mean, everybody's on Nord's train, and I talk with them. They're really confident. You have a Romeo, for instance. They're really powerful. They have Nile as well. Everything is going in a line for them. What about Verdant? What can I do?
Well, don't get me wrong, Nord should be confident. I think they come into this match as a team that has been looking competent. However, Verdant have not looked poor either. I think it's really important to note that although Verdant did have a slip up in week 1, they also had one very strong game, right? And I think they're a team that has some ideas about how they want to play the game. I think Drop as an AD carry is somebody who has a lot of influence over this team, is somebody who will sculpt, a lot of good things happen around him, as we saw, I believe, in a Jinx game, if I remember from the top of my head here. But he's a phenomenal player. Verdant have that firepower as well, and I don't think Nord have shown enough consistency yet for us to go, oh, this is going to be a walk in the park for them. Because even in Nord's wins, they showed a couple of moments where really they did not understand terrain, they were not understanding map design as far as I'm concerned. They were giving over, really nice fights to their opposition, and let's be real, if you do that against Verdant, Verdant will punish you.
I think that's fair. I think last game, the second game from Werner, where Extra went on, it was 12-1 on the Jinx. Really great game. Dopamine pulls out the Ivor, and you're going, okay, fun draft, really enabled the AD carry. Karmsky as well, really good Nautilus performance. That was good stuff, and I think especially after the day 1 game wasn't fantastic. They gave up a couple kills over to... It was painful on the Zed, wasn't it? And there was a moment where you thought maybe they could come back, but then the Jinx just obliterated. I think for Nord,
yeah, tell me.
The game 2 was a lot cleaner, but the first day's games, people were a bit weird. Because again, that was against natives, again, who we just saw. And Romeo was in some weird spots. We saw Alex as well, a little bit desync from his team, Nelly as well. And we saw a lot of it for me was coordination issues around choke points on the map. I think Torok phrased it as questions about like what's going on with terrain, and I think that's a fair statement. I do, however, think that X-Drop's not going to have as easy a time this time around, because I think Ecstasy, he's the current fantasy point leader for AD carry. He's looking absolutely terrifying from that role, and that should be really exciting, I think, as a head-to-head matchup. But then you're also adding in a guy like Hunt, who I know people have been saying quietly for a while, look, this guy's really got it. And that should be pretty exciting to follow. I know like Edward, who obviously is GK's coach, huge superstar, former player in his own right, saying, look, I really rate Hunt myself. So there's a few big names from like an analytical perspective as well, saying keep your eyes on him. So yes, Nord are favoured, but it should be an interesting one nonetheless.
It should be an interesting one. I don't want to spoil that much, but there's an interview that will be released soon, TM, with Nord, and they were talking about the fact that Verdant should be a top 4 team. They have that power for them. And just as you highlighted in Initialize, they brought in X-Drop and Kamsky, which is a duo that know each other. They played against each other for a while on LPLOL, on the Portuguese community. And then Kamsky is Portuguese, so by default, that should be enough. I know, Tarek, you should have hired more Portuguese players, I'm sorry. But yeah, like when you have that bot lane that know each other, like
we're in the NLC. Why is the LP LOL being more like, more like cheerleaded here?
I mean, I'm just saying because when you bring Kamsky, you have to say at the same time Bacalhau, so it's kind of the same. See, can you say it, Tarok?
Sona OTP.
What?
Sona OTP.
Sona?
That's what Kamsky is.
No, you have to say Bacalhau.
That's from solo queue anyway. No, I'm just flaming your Portuguese boy. I'm taking him down a notch. All right, I'm not trying to pronounce whatever you're trying to get me to do.
You don't need to do that because obviously Artrom is a washed-up Season 1 pro and Pantheon main. Doesn't really have that much going for himself, so he has to live vicariously through other Portuguese players who still have hands.
Don't worry, I go to the gym to lift weights so I can lift you guys while I'm on broadcast. So, I'm sorry. I
deserve that. That was good.
I'm so sorry. I love you guys. You know that's not true. But yeah, we were looking. Gosh, I feel bad. I don't like to blame people.
No, in fairness, after that, I deserved it. So that's very reasonable.
Gosh, I don't like this. Let's try to show me select, please. There we go.
Let's save us all.
Rumble being removed, the tree is fallen as well. So Ivern is out, but that Maokai, that has been something they've been using as well. So,
I'm assuming that it will be Verdant on the blue side with the Ivern Banks, because Dopamine was the one who pulled that out last week. I don't think we're seeing a rematch of Natives versus Lighthead, and production have it sorted. There you go. Yep, Dopamine over on the blue side, and I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce the name. Obviously, he's got the W at the end of the name, so if I get a DM later saying it's pronounced differently, we'll fix that. But it's still going to be a very rapid Senna lock-in, and Senna is one of those champions that is still quite high pro for specific teams. Alex,
the highlight for you, man.
Don't do this again.
I've got to jump in.
And then
I've got to jump
this.
in. There's a warning of Senna Seraphine. There's a huge warning of Senna Seraphine going out. Red alarm, yellow alert. There is.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. Well, this could be Nasus bot. It could also be Nasus mid and top, because Nasus is really good after the patch changes.
It's got to be quite good into the Jinx as well. Like, the Wither is miserable for it.
It's also, though, really good into Azir in mid. So, Nord, I mean, I know it wasn't picked in that order, but Nord are walking into Nasus right now in terms of Nasus is in heaven in this mid matchup. If Harbo can play it, I'd definitely put the Nasus there. Nasus can also go bot with Senna for sure. I think those are his two most likely positions, and it'll probably be the AP variant. It'll probably be the AP variant.
Strong.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're looking out for in this draft. But more importantly, it's how are Verdant going to round out this Nasus, because it does not carry by itself. So let's see.
and it is still quite kiteable here. Things like the Maokai roots and theoretically Rel and the wall from Azir could make Nasus' ability to actually interact with people a little bit more limited. Harbo, big Syndra player, that shouldn't surprise people. That's locked in. The Jax coming in as well throws that top side. So what we've got at the minute is some very scary skirmishing, and they're going to want to try and get as much shove as they can with things like the Soul Flare from the Nasus, the Syndra fighting for that prior mid lane to get Dopamine into the enemy jungle, because Alex on this Maokai can be attacked early, and Kindred is one of those champions, gets red buff and level 3 and can just run at people either in lane or in the enemy jungle. That's surely got to be the angle.
There's an ambulance on the background because Ecstasy won't have fun with that Wither, especially with the armor reduction. It was buffed.
They're coming for me.
Level 1, 30% armor reduction alongside the Senna. Farming for X drop as Kalmsky is just that support who's annoying. There's a lot of physical damage. I think this is really interesting from Verdant versus Nord. We don't have a lot of time. I want to get your predictions as we jump into this one. Tell me, Torok, you've been quiet. Tell me.
Verdant.
Okay, that was fast initially.
I'm going to go Nord because I think it's probably easier to execute still. I think Verdant have got some really cool stuff, and I love the tech. I just think the tech requires a relatively high level, theoretically, of execution. If it goes wrong, the front-to-back teamfight is just so much easier to execute with a Maokai double carry behind it.
I like the idea, so let's jump into the game, but before that, let's toss it to the casters. It is Veteran with a bird and another person.
It's just my op. It's just my op. Like it's unreal. It's unreal. I've got no respect here. And by the way, Archron, it's the bird with Veteran. Okay, let's be realistic about who's providing the analysis.
True.
Here. How are we feeling? Obviously, the desk had to get through that draft pretty quickly, Veteran. But we've got a bit of cooking here on one side, a little bit more than the other. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Desk had to go through fast because they were extremely confident about this Nasus Senna bot lane pick. Clearly, Verdant came in with a full-on game plan. I'm excited to see how it goes. Blackfire Torch Nasus is all the rage these days. The big thing being that you go into W max on second and the queue goes into third. Honestly, should have been this way a lot regardless, even back when it was like Fleet Footwork mid. I do like pointing out that the Azir is also someone who doesn't want to be playing into this Nasus. So seeing both that Jinx and Azir out, slamming in the Nasus, really good. Paired with the Senna, you normally play a Senna with a kind of bruiser bot lane anyway. This should be a very easy to execute bot lane, more or less plays itself, and then that Wither is going to be an absolute monster in team fights later. This Blackfire Torch into a low mobility Jinx, that could be flash burns much earlier than people think. It's a very oppressive champion, and it's a very oppressive situation for that champion. And then, if you want to go into all the classics, you do actually have a form of range engage with that Syndra. Syndra's always being in this weird, awkward position into champions like Jinx, where she's actually extremely effective.
Yeah, it's just the long range of the scatter. You could just hit someone, completely ping them, and then yeah, if you want to layer a Sulfurus on top of that, just even more damage. Soulfire, excuse me. And then also we've got this Kindred coming in from Dopamine, which I don't really think got too much attention coming out from the draft.
Yep, the Azir honestly feels decently comfortable into that, so long as you can get through the Nasus, get through the Senna, get through the Syndra. That should give them some form of control over the ultimate, but it's clearly a really big front-to-back comp that they're trying to go for with this, and you do have this kind of additional scaling range with the Senna and with that Kindred.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it's able to pay off for Verdant, or whether Nord can keep up their undefeated streak as we head on to Summoner's Rift. Righty, let's kick off. Verdant facing off against Nord. Is it going to be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen for what Verdant have chefed up in the draft phase? Nord keeping it stock, standard, and simple. Alex on the Maokai, Hunt on the Azir, Ecstasy on that Jinx. We have seen this all before.
Yeah, that we have. You know, we haven't seen before. We haven't seen First Strike AP Nasus with fasting Senna on the bot lane. So that's going to be a new one. Interested to see how it goes. The only real displacement that they have into the Kindred as well is that Azir. I was trying to remember if the jungle or top picks had any more displacement there. But no, this was not a last rotation Poppy into Jax and Kindred. This was the Aatrox going in instead. And, you know, if you're modeling it as Nasus actually having to go into melee range, could see it working. But this game, not so much.
Romeo, just wanted to give Karmsky a stack there on the Senna, nice and early. I do think we should be highlighting Romeo as a key player because I think last split he came in obviously well, pretty much a rookie onto Nord with very little competitive experience and completely shook up the league with how aggressive he was in his engages and how much playmaking potential he brought out. He's been doing exactly the same thing in summer.
Yep, trying to get these first strikes out from X-Drop. Romeo, though, trying to zone them a little bit off the wave, but that wave ultimately is going to be moving in. Dopamine, this feels very, very planned. Like, they definitely knew what they wanted to do in the early portions of the game. Nord not able to play as far up, X-Drop able to get a little bit more than he was probably expecting. Remember, he has started with that E, so it's not Q stacking that he's looking to be doing at this portion of the game. He's getting poked down, he's winning on all of these trades. And you have to think when the all-in potential comes out from this bot lane, they're going to be into significantly more HP than normal, and if that all-in doesn't immediately get kills, you're just going to get poked down by this Nasus E over and over again. You know the name of the E. What is the name of the E? Let me know.
Soulfire? I'm pretty sure I said it. I said Soul Furnace, and that's Scion W, I think, for some reason, but I'm pretty sure it's Soulfire. Also, First Strike as well, like we've already talked about, so you're making a little bit of extra bank in the laning phase. So even though you are a melee champion in the bottom lane, which ostensibly means you're going to have a bad time, you're still going to be getting access to a fair bit of economy. Shihan getting a shove in the top lane, going for a bit of a cheater recall, so it can come back to a lane with a bit of additional power.
And it's also being hella buffed since last split.
Hella buffed.
Yes, hella buffed. So we've gone from Rich Gang last game to Rich Dog on this one.
Ooh. That's Snoop, you know?
Yeah.
Richest dog of all.
Enjoyable interactive laning phase for the Jinx.
I mean, this is just like every game versus Nasus mid. He just does this constantly.
All of the many games of experience.
Hey. Platinum Elo Flex Q has got some people cooking in it. All right, I'll have you know. Dopamine going for gank into the top lane here. Decent sized wave here in favor of Nilay as well as the level lead, but probably going to have to burn a summoner spell here if he wants to escape with his life. Jihan and Dopamine not overcommitting to get the kill onto the Aatrox, and he can just TP back into the lane. Drop. Needs to be careful. Flashed onto by Romeo. Alex as well investing that summoner spell, and Ecstasy not quite going to get the kill. It goes over to the Rel.
Yep, but getting that dog out of lane does matter here. The big thing is, though, that lane is moving and it's moving into more of like a freeze position, but it's not like they can recall and match the teleport Nasus just did. So Nasus does have an additional wave where he can look to fix this. You're hoping it's a cannon here, and if it is a cannon here, oh, it doesn't matter because you have now interrupted. You have interrupted that initial recall. Even though that looks initially good for Nord, this is going to turn into a very big advantage for Verdun.
No.
Wow. Komsky might go.
And I mean, approaching this wave is just very, very difficult for Rexy and Romeo because of that health bar differential. Where they're going to be dropped down. I mean, Romeo is genuinely in a pretty dire state. The level up is going to provide a bit of additional health, but still, there isn't really much that the Nord bot lane can do. They have to get a reset in soon.
Yep, and look at the CS gap now on bot side. You have to think that makes up for that 1 kill on the rail. This is also XP that's going away from Ecstasy. That cleanse is there for a W, by the way. It's there for a W. That's not really going to care about losing that. It's going to be a completely worth burn over and over again. That's plates for Komsky on bot side. That's priority for this initial Drake for Kindred. It's more first strikes for the Nasus. It's much more of a lead for the Nasus. And what initially looked to be a good gank on bot side has gone bad in every possible way.
And I do feel like you're sort of playing a chicken a little bit with the way that Verdun drafted this composition, because Nord have looked very good with Ecstasy on this Jinx, right? Yeah. 2 player of the games, 2 player of the days last week, and I don't know. Maybe we're getting a little bit too much stock on those MVPs, but he has put up some exceptional performances, right? And so I was kind of looking at the draft going, aren't they just going to ban it? But no, they've drafted around it, and I think that is such a much more creative solution to the problem that Ecstasy is posing to basically every team in the league with this Jinx.
But this Jinx is going to have a very difficult time. You're seeing CS denial happening from drop tossing those Ws in on last hit opportunities and making Ecstasy's autos be off in timings with those last hits on the tower. Significantly far behind on that bot lane now. They're going to get this in and potentially deny a large portion of this wave away from the Nasus, but Nasus is still going to have a very significant, almost 2-wave lead in towards Ecstasy down here. And yeah, Ecstasy's had really good performances, but performances on Jinx, right? Like, it's noticeable when the Jinx is bad, but there's a minimum level of skill where you should be a very effective Jinx depending on how the rest of the team is performing. And Hunt's been performing really, really well on this Azir. We talked about Azir as being their big play into the Kindred later on, into that Kindred ultimate. He's gonna have to play very delicately with this setup though. That Syndra can do things into him, that Nasus can do things into him. If he wants to find the angles, he has to put on a really strong performance. But they've been able to rely so far on Hunt having those strong performances in their first weekend. He needs to put on an absolute clinic this time around.
I think what really impressed me about his Azir last week was his ability to go aggressive at the right times in order to get maximal value out of the champion, not just standing at maximum range, throwing out your soldiers as much as he can. Nile dropping down low in the top lane, and Dopamine is here to pick up the pieces. Nile going aggressive because he has to fight his way out of this situation. Lamb's Respite going to get dropped down. It's looking a lot better for the Aatrox than it once was, but he's still going to fall in the end as Verdun pick up the kill.
Well timed on the E there, not able to do anything when coming out of the Kindred ultimate. That Aatrox does fall, and that is a pretty significant lead topside. Nilla has no TP, that is a lot of waves being removed. Verdun getting a really, really good laning phase for them now, both on the bot lane and on the top side. The mid lane, Harbor is naturally able to accrue a lead over Hunt. You're in a decent matchup, but crucially you have winning side lanes. You have those priorities. Hunt has to play a lot safer here. So right now, Verdant, across the board, doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of reflected in, obviously, the gold advantage that advantages that they've been able to obtain, but also they've been getting those neutrals as well. First Dragon and those first 3 grubs, which gives them a whole host more options as we get later into this game. And yes, Nord have got strong scaling on their side, the Azir, the Jinx, we know what these champions do, but it's not like Verdant are going to be weak as this game goes later.
Yeah, no, Nasus will scale in really, really hard in the mid-game. Komsky on that center, theoretically infinite scaling, and depending on the item builds, can have ridiculous levels of scaling going later. And Jax, a very famous behemoth off of 2 items into the rest of the game on those side lanes. So loads of options for Verdant to match scaling into Nord as well. Obviously though, Nord potentially just one reset, one mistake, one big displacement by Hunt away from Ecstasy getting kill into kill into kill on Jinx. And this isn't necessarily hypothetical with Nord. We've seen them pull off these compositions before, which is likely how Verdant were able to get such a scouted set of counter picks into them. They were relying clearly on certain setups from Nord. Ecstasy on Jinx, Hunt on Azir. Right now you could say that that is a standard Nord composition, and Verdant, they've come into play into that composition specifically, into Nord at their best.
We're talking about resets as well. Nille as well on the Aatrox gets a single kill and he can start to take over, but like you mentioned, Shihan's been doing a great job up against him. Nice to see him back in the NLC as well. Harbo just getting caught auto-attacking a ward here. Romeo going to be flashing with the Q. Ecstasy not going to be handed the kill on a silver platter. Instead, it goes over to Alex.
Yep. Hunt going in there trying to grab that last hit as well. But your stay at Harbour Hotel is over. Azir's going to get this wave in. Harbour might actually have teleport just barely up on time, and it looks like Verdant are trying to respond really hard on bot side. XT still not able to just freely move up against this wave. He's getting some CS here, but my god, that's a lot of plates that Karmstian dropped for being able to get bot side. It looks like a very big match. Hunt is ahead on this roam down towards bot side. That might dissuade Verdant from moving in further. Harbour only just TP'd in towards mid lane. Yep, and it looks like Verdant will back off. They don't want to try anything too extended on the bot side there, knowing that the numbers are not on their side in the long run.
No, but hold on, because Drop's been able to sort of TP back into lane, he's got that Blackfire torch in him, so actually now Verdant might fancy themselves to go for something a little bit more aggressive. Not going to be looking towards the tower, instead rotating towards the Drake.
Yep, Nord, they don't want to give this one up. It's going to be much more of an even set of numbers here. Jax doesn't have teleport off of that recall, but Nilla does. Bear this in mind. Nilla for Nord does have a TP angle in. If Nord do decide to contest this, it is de facto numbers advantage for Nord. And Verdant looks like they want to abandon bot side with this in mind. They're moving into mid, trying to deny Hunt easy progression, but Jinx is going to get a good collapse on that bot wave and be able to join. Top wave is on full reset. Jax has moved in towards bot lane now. They are cognizant of the Nilla TP.
Alex is going to be throwing down the ultimate here. Dopamine dashing back over the wall, and looks like Verdant are giving it up for now, but still overload of damage. And they go over, not quite able to take down the dragon. That one is going to be secured by Nord, but they have to pay with their jungler's flash to get it. Shihan TPing back up towards the top side to match Nilla.
Yep, so Jax, save TP, walks in towards bot side. TP came up as he was in the bot side of the map, and now he's utilized that to prevent Nilla getting the big bounce back. But this gives Nord TP advantage again on the next cycle. So if they want to go for these grubs, the scenario where you get Nilla out of that lane and in towards bot side could be very advantageous for them. Or they're just going to overload top side, be like, let's be real, that bot tower is basically paper already. Nilla can go catch that whenever he wants. We want to make sure that we do contest them on this neutral top. We don't want Verdant to be on the 5-stack. My god, he's winning this
Shihan was kind of running this top lane earlier, but Nille has gotten a couple of very nice trades there. Dopamine and Harbo already able to take out a single one of those grubs. His first tower drops in the bottom lane, 14 minutes. That's so much gold going into the back pocket of X-Drop, and all the while that Ecstasy is doing these grubs, he's not farming, he's not closing that gap.
Yep, Azir catching though, and Azir does have TP to top side. He's not moving up to X-Drop because he wants the excuse to be able to TP top if this turns into an extended contest. Jax though is on recall, so Jax not going to participate in the numbers fight on top there. Verdant very aware that they are at full TP disadvantage right now, and Nord playing with the advantage that they have. They're able to deny 5 grubs from Verdant. Verdant only able to get 4 for Nord getting 2, and Nord with that Mountain Drake. That Mountain Drake could be a fairly big build as we go later on into the game.
Even though it's only 4 grubs, you're still going to be getting that additional Voidwhite spawning for you. So tower destruction capabilities definitely favoured for Verdant as it stands, but if Ecstasy, if Hunt get free time with the tower, then it is going to absolutely melt. It's been a fairly low action, low kill game, I would say. Verdant potentially looking to change that. They're looking for a stun down onto Romeo. Instead, Shihan going to be looking at this Herald.
Harbour getting TP up, but they're all grouped very heavily on top side. They're just overloading it. And Nord is saying, you know what? If they're going to overload on this, we're going to fix top, we're going to fix mid, and we are going to leave Hunt on towards bot side like this. Let's see if Harbo burns his TP to try to defend bot. If he does, we get to win the map on the next rotations. Otherwise, we have tempo now, and the worst thing that Verdant can do is just match tempo with that Herald later on. So we're in a pretty good position here. It looks like Verdant will just jam this into mid. They're not even going to save it for the Drake. They're not even going to utilize it on side. They're going to become really hard play now.
Could be dangerous here as they're engaged on in the midsection. Dopamine
Almost
going
a
under the
reset.
tower to look for XC. Has that ultimate, is going to be popping it. TP coming through, and
That's
it
a
looks like
reset.
Verdant have over-aggressed themselves. Hunt not able to get the slam back as it's double flashes away from the bottom lane of Verdant, but they're the ones who
Huge.
make a play for that tower, and it's Nord who come out on top.
Huge flashes though. We talked about the playmaking potential of Hunt on this as being one of the most impressive aspects of it, and now neither Drop nor Calmsy is going to have flash in 2 minutes time when that Drake spawns. So that's going to be the next point of contest. Nord are going to have all of the summoners advantage there to be able to abuse those low mobility champions of the Nasus and of the Senna. But when we look at TPs, it looks like Jax is going to be that guy that is going to be able to do something around top side of the map when that Drake's happening and try to create an additional point of pressure that Nord will have to respond with because all of Nord's TPs went down. That was a risky play by Verdant on midsection. The advantage that they got from it wasn't a tower down, it was those teleports, and they have to make sure that they set up the map properly to be able to utilize that on the next set, or Hunt could make a huge MVP moment, take out that Nasus, take out that Senna, and potentially get a significant lead for Nord on the Drake that's coming up in just one wave's time.
Need to be careful of that mid lane tower though, because whilst XC was left alone there defending it, so it's taking a fair bit of chip damage, and once that falls, then approaching things like the Dragon, like potential Barons as we get later on, becomes significantly more difficult regardless of who you are. It's kill lead for Nord, but sizable gold advantage in favour of Verdant. A load of that on drop, but Shihan quietly starting to pull ahead as well.
They didn't see that. They didn't see the gold advantage. All they see is the kills. So mental advantage on the side of Nord. Verdant see a loss. Nord don't see it right now. Don't underrate that. Don't underrate that middle core.
Yeah, Shihan does not see the 25 CS lead against his lane opponent.
He also doesn't see the TP advantage that he has. Drake is coming up and topside. Topside doesn't really matter here, like at all right now, nor do the lack of TPs on the side of Nord, so it's all going to come down to, does Hunt find this angle into Drop and into Karmsky? This is a bit of an overgrouping by Verdant. And this Drake, yeah, this Drake can be important on the next set, but Hunt does have priority on bot side. He is going to go for a flank angle. They don't have to do something before Hunt arrives. They have vision of him. If they don't do something before Hunt arrives, and they're simply going to be attacked from 2 points, they have no way of splitting up Nord because they didn't commit to side lanes with their TP pressure. Doesn't seem like they took stock of the advantages they got from the Herald drop earlier middle cop. Let's see how this works out.
They've still got push as it stands, and they've got 50% of Alex's health bar off of Summoner's Rift, which is going to give them first rotate in towards this Dragon
as well.
pit.
Those are the guys to
has
watch.
already started it up, and hopes that Drop
Looking
can
for
offer. Fairly significant here. Alex looking for an ultimate. Harbo just on the side. Verdant are very split at this point, but Nord's not able to find firm purchase, and really any member of the enemy team. It's going to give them the opportunity to take out this Dragon, rotate through and defend this mid lane tower as well.
Yeah, Verdant able to kite back in towards Drake pit, but Nord, they do have a decent map for them right now. They fix that midsection, don't commit early enough to be able to actually get significant chip damage out on the tower, but Hunt is already on the top side. No one's matching him yet. Jax is on the bot side. If Verdant want to do something at that TP, they could do it around Hunt on top there, but he's very safe, and Nord are in the better position on that map there. Big problem, though, is that they are behind in tempo. If you can accelerate on mid and on bot as Verdant, make any sort of a catch whatsoever, Nord will have to respond.
There's that mid lane tower dropping.
5 seconds.
Result of some of that
on Hunt.
extended pressure.
5 seconds.
Hunt's going to be able to take this top lane turret solo, so that's a couple that he's been able to pick up for himself, and he's starting to get a little bit further ahead of Harbo, not just in terms of the CS department, but also just in terms of the raw gold value.
Window gone. They were able to take out mid tower. for that tier 1, and that does make the next set of rotations easier for Verdant, but any acceleration play on this tier 2 that they wanted to try to get tempo over Hunt, they weren't going to be able to do so because that TP came up right as they were able to get that crash onto the tier 2 bot side. They can't just go for the dive on the Aatrox. Hunt will be able to respond, and that would be a losing situation, so they have to say, all right, the map is in somewhat of an even state. The next set is going to be easier for us to play out because we have more control of those rotations from top side to bot side because we took out that mid tier 1. Now we need to play with that, and we need to play cognizant of the fact that both sides of both sets of TP up. The game is essentially reset at this point, right? Whoever blinks first is going to put themselves in this advantageous position. It's all about being patient, calm, and confident with your map play, and both teams have shown strong map play in the first weekend of NLC. Let's see who plays well in this set where every single summoner spell is up.
Oh, and the stakes are being raised as well, because post 20 minutes, obviously we've got a Baron that needs to be factored into the equation, so messing up on one of those rotations or just straight up being in the wrong position hands over pretty significant advantages over to your opponent. Harbo and Dopamine here in the top side, Calm Sky here as well. Both teams pretty aware of what they need to be fighting over. Alex flashing away, not quite going to get stunned by Shihan as he drops the ultimate in reply as well, and Verdant don't have to invest all that much to get some pretty key tools out of the enemy jungler.
Yeah, big flash burn from Alex there. Flash W Maokai, or even W Flash Maokai for all the connoisseurs point and clicks out there, is actually a pretty big deal. They weren't able to burn the TP from Nilla, but the first mini advantage comes out from Verdant. This has been the big moment for Aatrox to finally get the wave push past Creek on bot side. That should make the next set of rotations somewhat easier for Nord. But in terms of catch potential, in terms of being able to burn key summoners on Verdant, it just got a lot harder for Nord. Yes, that ultimate will be back up in a couple of waves time, but that flash is not coming up anytime soon. Remember, we didn't just get a big map reset because of all of the summoners now being reset in, we also got a big reset because the Baron is in play, and we are definitely into late game scenarios.
Whilst Alex may be without that summoner spell, Romeo still has his. And if there was a man who was going to make a play for Nord Esports, then it's that guy in the support role. Dopamine finally able to get his 4th stack on the Kindred and get some upgraded range, so a little bit longer than he maybe would have liked in order for him to get that, but has been a particularly bloody game which is not conducive to Kindred getting those stacks.
Verdant moving that vision wall up with the big advantage they have with the tier 1 mid down. Nasus catching the wave very, very far up, and Kindred removing as many jungle caps from bot side as possible. Look at the pressure they are outputting on those two lanes there because of that mid tower being down. If Nord want to get mid tower down on their opponents, they need to find an angle, which is why it's such a huge deal to be burning that flash on Alex and makes everything so hard. The Aatrox has managed to find something on top side by getting this wave in. He's looking to see if there's an angle, but the Naz is already off map, the Senate is already off map, Jinx is now shoving in on midsection there. You move up this far, look at that ward that they placed when they moved their vision up. Remember we mentioned that if Nord overcommitted there, that was a TP in, right? That was a really good set of TPs in. That's why Jax is playing as far back as he is there. So patience again is key. Like, you have to be confident in your map movements here. You can't disrespect your opponents. Both teams have very good understandings of the map here at this point. Don't blink. Wherever you do not blink, Verdant. Nord trying to do it again by vanishing into the fog of war. You can feel the tension here, right? You can see how big one slip up could change the game. It looks like Verdant, though, they're going to go on Soul Point. If you want to threaten them, punish them for this Soul Point, you have to commit to this Baron.
Shihan starting up the Dragon, has the TP. Should he need to join the rest of his team, and with how much damage Nord have done to that Baron, I think he may need to join the rest of his team here. Romeo stepping backward now, looking forward. Drop going to get rooted here, and oh my word, there's just nothing that they can do. Finally, a TP is going to come through, and Hunt taken out by Dopamine on the other side.
2K.
He could go over the wall, but does get the smite secured by Alex, and the fight is looking Verdant. Nord, they get the Baron, they get the Purple Worm, but Verdant find the kills.
Hunt didn't burn his TP for that. He tried to zone off Dopamine while the Baron got finished, but he zoned off Dopamine, gave his life for it, and the Baron did not get finished. All he did was get the hop away from Dopamine there and prevent him going across the pit with that. He gave his life for it. He will need that flash later on, though, because now they have to play with Ecstasy and Romeo's Barons. They're not going to be able to play side lane plus unless they have Romeo sack on side lane and do some weird 1-1-3. Very, very unlikely. They're basically doing a defensive midsection. Hunt has to find a play with this one remaining flash. Drop doesn't have flash here. Kamsky still has it. Harbo still has it. Nothing up on Sheen with that TP being down as well. This is looking like a very difficult situation for Nord. They got the Baron, but I think Verdant are very comfortable with the map as is.
I think great example as well of patient play from both of our teams, right? Understanding just in the general concept of this game that if they get late, they can win it out. And being willing to take their time and being willing to move around the map and having the discipline to not make any massive oversteps. But Nord, they were able to get that Baron, Verdant, they were able to get a little bit more gold in their pocket. Siege coming through onto this mid lane
Jinx
tower.
will get reset off the tower.
Not enough members
Jinx will reset.
of Verdant here to defend. As here comes
This is
Nord.
huge.
They're trying to get on top of Karlsky. Dopamine
Hold
going
up
to
for me.
get taken
Ecstasy.
out before he had the ult.
Nice.
It's just going to be a single kill for Nord. But the tower also going to be claimed.
You can see the level of tankiness that Verdant have though, right? Ecstasy off the second reset there, wasn't quite able to get much damage down there. Good playmaking by Hunt there, good playmaking by all involved. That was really, really big. They had absolute every confidence that Ecstasy would be able to play off the reset that you get on structures. You don't want to be around. You don't want to be around the tower if a Jinx is about to blow it up. That is a ticking time bomb right there. And Nord played off of it beautifully. The map was in a good position for Verdant, but now Nord feel, okay, they're bleeding, they are blinking. Maybe we rushed it a bit too much going on the Baron, but at least we made the decision. I think Verdant, out of all the decision-making that has happened so far in this late game, have a few more regrets than Nord do right now.
Especially given that Verdant themselves are on the sole point.
Yes.
So if they've been able to hold on to that mid lane tower for a couple more minutes, then their approach towards the Dragon Pit would have been so much easier. But now Nord are in a place where they can position a bit more aggressively and deny Verdant that approach, which for the last couple of Dragons they have been very keen to take.
Yeah. Nord trying to maintain some semblance of control on the map now. It's gotten a lot easier now that neither side is completely safe. Kamsky Drop don't have a tower to retreat to here now, so instead of these consistent, aggressive pushes in midsection, you're much more likely to see what you're seeing here. Shallow catches and shallow clears, as Ecstasy's ranged DPS AoE becomes the easier method of clearing and safer method, crucially, of clearing mid lane in the absence of both of these towers. Oh, look at Jax. Look, both Jax and the Aatrox being very respectful of the potential setups that their opponents are doing. Now that Verdant are moving up in the line in towards River, Jax feels safe to be taking the CS on bot, and equally with the knowledge that Jax is on the CS on bot and therefore the likelihood that Verdant are leaning to bot side, now Aatrox is on top there. But that is the decision Jax was able to make first. So Jax's team, Verdant, will still be ahead with one wave left until that Drake. Potential soul for Verdant, a Cloud soul at that. Look at the ultimates on the side of Verdant. They will want to play for that, and Nord do not have the option of giving it up.
Miller being able to deal a little bit of damage down onto this tower, and it feels like Verdant's propensity for grouping fairly aggressively has resulted in a bit more gold going in favour of the Nord top lane than they would have necessarily liked. But it does mean that losing this mid lane tower has not resulted in a gargantuan loss of pressure in the mid lane.
Aatrox moving half the map away to make sure Jax doesn't interrupt this recall. If Jax did ever interrupt the recall there, then full disadvantage for Verdant on this next Drake. Now Aatrox got that recall, got that gold off that he just got from taking that tower. He's TP'd into group with his team. They have to go aggressive. The Drake is up now. They have to make a play. Even a flip is better than the guaranteed loss you'll have if you don't do anything. Romeo moving extremely aggressively here. Alex trying to fish for a pick. Ecstasy trying to make sure he doesn't get anything. Schillen did go for the big play, trying to get the Drake before Nord win there, but Nord are playing extremely
here comes
aggressive.
Romeo with the engagement on the back line, and down goes Dopamine! No serotonin present for the Verdant jungler. It's the man in the support role for Nord, once again pulling the trigger and finding the play that his team needed.
Patience when they needed it, aggression when they needed it, and I could be talking about either Verdant or Nord in this game. This is an extremely high quality of League of Legends at play here in the NLC, and Nord have just about come up on top with the decision to move in, with each individual player's decision that they know they have to make here and now. They did it, they were rewarded for it, and now Verdant are on the back foot. But the last 9 minutes of gameplay here have been extremely strong. Now Verdant, they are the ones that must be aggressive. They are the ones that cannot allow Nord to get more off of that victory that they got there. They can't let that losing battle turn into a losing war, because the war is still on, and they have worthy opponents.
And the thing is, even now, themselves in slightly disadvantageous state because of the triple TP that they're running. It's so easy for them to answer these waves and move across the map. Shihan went bot, TP'd immediately up to the Baron pit, and Drop went to pick it up. Now he's getting TP'd onto, and multiple members of Nord are converging on the top lane as Shihan jumps over the wall, but he cannot escape from all 5 members of the red side team. Verdant, though, recognizing that the Baron is not something that they can contest right now, will get the shove in the mid lane and start to make their way over. It's too late, though. There's nothing they can do. The purple worm goes in favor of the red side team. Nord not quite able to find and engage on the second half, but after being down ostensibly this entire game, now they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Verdant do need to get the reset off. Even though they have the wave in on midsection there, they can't play with it because all of Nord, they were able to press B off that play top. They were able to press B off that Baron. They have spent gold right now. Verdant are much, much weaker than them. Not just with the death of the Jax, but also in terms of itemization in the event of any kind of 4v4. They do get Harbo back on the map. Jax is going to be back on the map soon, but it's going to be defensive play from Verdant now. The game is slipping away from them slowly but surely. Nord!
Oh my god, again! Again an engagement! And a member of Verdant falls down. This time it's Harbo dropping into the grave. And Nord, look at the time. Post 30 minutes. This is their world. And we are just living in it. A siege on to the tier 2. And I'm not sure they're stopping there.
Right, I do have to say, once Nord got the clear advantage in this game, they really put their pedal to the metal. They are not giving Verdant any room to breathe. But it took so long for any clear advantage to happen because both teams were so evenly matched in their understanding on the map, in the way that they bounced waves, in the way that they played around TP, in the way that they played around summoner timings. They were very conscientious of it through and through. But now that there's a clear advantage, that knowledge means that both sides know which way this game is going. Both sides know which team is very, very likely to come out with the lead here. A great composition from Verdant, but unfortunately League of Legends is a map-based game, a game about minions, a game about structures, and Nord have all of that right now. 2 inhibitors down, leads across the board from what was an even game state for the longest time, and now they're resetting to look for that final push around bot side, with Drake coming up in 2 and a bit waves time, with bot inhibitor the only one left standing, bot tier 2 the only one left standing. The last semblances of Verdant's map are there. They're gonna have to pull off one hell of a defense if they want to bring this game back.
And it's the nature of League of Legends that after 30 minutes of playing some pretty complicated macro, it's very, very simple now for Nord.
Yeah. They're not even paying attention to top or mid. They don't have to. The inhibitors are down. The minions are on their side. Truly Nord have 6th and 7th teammates and they are overloading this map on the bot side. They have a good flanker on that mid lane. That's going to split Verdant off the longer that he's able to get priority there. Verdant have to make a decision. They have to do it now.
The last opportunity to find any sort of defense. That top wave pretty far away, but here comes Nord. And it's going to get rooted. Romeo once again finding engagement into the backline, but then it's on the backline! They're all dying! They're all dead! Verdant on the brink of defeat! Find life and remove 4 members of Nord!
One wave later, Nord would have been able to walk through that bot lane turret with a spread apart Verdant, so Verdant made the decision in the only moment they can. Oh, and get an ace for it, and are rewarded. Both teams right now have been heavily rewarded when they had to make the brave decision, and they took it with no hesitation. TP's coming up on Hunt soon. TP's already up on Nilla. There's 20 seconds for Hunt to be on the map. 45 seconds for Nilla to be up on the map. Then they're going to try to get everything they can. Could they end the game
No
off
way.
this?
No way.
Ecstasy, Romeo, and Hunt all coming up in 10
It
seconds.
was
They have to
so
vomit everything.
simple for Nord.
They have to do everything.
But one mistake
No,
could
that's
flip
not
the
it.
game completely out of nowhere.
Oh!
Vernon find the victory against Nord.
My God, that ending actually off of one huge team fight on bot. We were talking. That was a really, really good game for so long. Then Nord got their advantage. It looked like the game was completely in their hands. There was one very small, about 20-second window where Verdun could take a fight. It would be a flip, but anything else would be a loss. They took it, and they were rewarded with the entire game right there. Verdun have won that war.
And I think this is vindication for Verdun, right? We were talking about, I think Torek especially on the desk, talking about how last week there was good stuff out of the team. This isn't cut and dry, and they proved it. A win for Verdun. No more undefeated teams left in the NLC. We will see you after the break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do too. We go do too. It's leisure, we go do too.
Shoulders, I'm showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. Shoulders, I'm showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. I got fire and passion. Fire and
All the immortals have fallen as Nord goes down versus Verdant. I heard something along the lines of the easiest composition to execute wins, yada yada. I was trying to set up a desk, and these two folks were talking about, oh, but it's quite easy. And then it's not.
I mean, it was until they overshoved one time. They had 2 inhibitors down,
Actually,
one
they
remaining,
had
game's
everything.
looking over.
They had
Like, it's
everything.
doomed. They've got Baron, and then that one fight happens, and that's League of Legends sometimes. Because
Love
what
it.
Verdant did have was a lot of damage if they got to hit all of their skill shots. It was a huge stun from Harbor through multiple people. Jax gets to jump on lots of people afterwards. The Kindred is free firing for once. Soul Flare over the entire team. Like, that was a really, really clutch combo from a position that looked pretty dire. Let's be honest. Verdant were really struggling from the mid game on to find any purchase in the game, and that was a massive, massive, massive comeback. Very rarely do you see that.
Torak, you're not getting away. I need your answer as well. Initial has already committed.
I mean, I just want to say at the start of the game, I said Verdant were going to win. So as far as I'm concerned, I was right on the money right once again, guys.
You know what? I don't want to talk to you anymore.
It was very
Bring me
clear
Ecstasy.
that from the
Bring him. Bring Ecstasy. Shut him up. Ecstasy, welcome to the interview. We gotta talk.
Hello,
talk.
guys. Thanks for the interview. I mean, yeah, like, I don't know, I don't agree with Torok like that much. Because I feel like in early game we actually like struggled a bit, and I agree with that. But in the mid game I feel like they actually like gave up a lot of side waves, and they're actually like perma grouping, and they actually like lost a lot. And Azir got like a bit fed. The only thing that happened is that we made a classic through. You know, like we actually throw like so hard on the bot wave because I felt like the game was actually like in our hands. And and I actually feel like we actually came back because in early game was pretty rough, to be honest. Then it was like that Nash fight. I mean, it was like okay-ish because like we got the Nash, but still until then was a bit hard. And then like from then we actually like went bigger and bigger. So yeah.
So
But
if I
we
may, I
just
want
threw.
to ask you two things. there was the fight on the dragon. I think it was the second dragon of the game where you guys took control of it. You forced dopamine out of the pit. I think that was the point where you guys were able to come back and slowly get the game itself. And then on the battles was kind of split. My question to you was, how was that bot side dive where everything went south? How was the communication? Was everybody agreeing on we need to push? Was anybody on the back foot? What happened in your
The
opinion?
communication, I feel like overall, like in the game, and especially in that fight, was actually like pretty good. You know, I feel like our shot callers were actually like calling pretty nicely. The only thing that fuck up that went like a bit bad was that me and Han we actually like got caught. Like before rail engaging, I actually went kind of melee into Syndra and she got my cleanse. And then afterwards, we just I don't know, we just went melee in Syndra and then Hunt died, and that happened. I guess it's a classic throw. You know, like we can do nothing about this. We just have to learn from it, and that's it.
Let's ignore this one and looking into the team itself, the way the scrims have been going. I know a lot of good signs coming up for Nord. You guys are doing fine. Communication is doing fine. And even on scrims versus other teams from EMEA Masters, it seems like you guys are doing pretty well. So when you look into the team, what do you believe is still the thing that you need to fix in order to become the team itself? The big one.
I mean, we have to work on some aspects, but I feel like it's like a fresh team, you know, like we started screaming, like, I don't know, like before the league, like 1 week or 2 weeks before the league started. And I feel like we actually have to work on some aspects. I agree with that, but I feel like some of them are actually fixed now. We just have like to take it step by step. But I feel like on one thing we should work on is probably like to be more decisive, because I feel like we just hesitate like a bit too much sometimes, you know, and we just have like to pull the trigger once, and yeah.
There's a small question mark, right? It's not like everybody's on the same page instantly. Sometimes I see some individuals starting a play and there's like a 1-2 second delay, and that is enough, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, of course, like that 1 second or 2 seconds, I think it matters like the most, you know. And we just have like to click and be like on the same page. And I feel like if that happens, we'll be like a good team, like 100%.
Okay, I enjoyed this. Thank you so much for the interview, Ecstasy. Pleasure to meet you as well, and I hope to see you. And let's see what Nord ends.
Thank you guys.
Hello,
Bye-bye.
everyone. See ya. You were wrong, Todok. You were wrong.
Yeah, you were wrong.
No, you. The humor is on you.
How dare you?
My furious sarcasm did not translate well.
Actually,
yeah, it's true. And like again, you can hear like there was some relatively nuanced discussion there. Look, we think we've got a lot of strengths to work with, but there's definitely some communication errors and all those other things. And in fairness, newish team again, we've seen so many shifts around these rosters in the NLC that some of those errors are going to come on through, and they're going to be kicking themselves because that game was won. That they had everything done aside from basically destroying the Nexus, and they made the one error, and it's late enough in the game that they get to run down mid and end the game with Nasus and a couple AD carries.
I've been there on being a team in that situation as well, and it's absolutely
The
brutal.
losing side, yeah.
Yeah, to come off, a team where you feel like you're going to have won the game very comfortably. You've sort of battled through. Okay, we made a mistake at this Nash where we thought we might be able to get away with something. Don't worry, Asher. I'm professional. I'm moving through that. You're trying to get through the position where, okay, we've actually managed to overcome a lot of hardships in this game to win, so we're really emotionally invested now in this win, and then right at the end it crumbles in such a fashion. It feels really, really bad. So I do feel for the Nord players, because that's a game that you come out of emotionally drained, not just upset that you lost. So yeah, it's tough.
You have those emotions mixed up. Might as well bring in the dopamine. That's why we're going to toss to the other interview. Let's talk with him. Hello.
Hello, guys.
Beautiful smile now, but it was a heavy game, wasn't it?
Yeah, kinda. It was a hard game, but we took the win in the end, so I'm kinda happy, like really happy about it, actually.
So let's jump a little bit back on the game itself. When you went for the second dragon, I want to understand the communication now. That one, the Mountain Drake, where you were forced to jump out of the pit because Maokai did engage from far away because it's Maokai. All that. What was the purpose? Because it seems like you lost 2 waves. There was a TP that was forced to go top. Jax had to TP to fight Citrox. Tell me what was the call there.
I think like our team, like we still struggle on like being decisive sometimes, and like some basic of the game, like play waves, rotate and get the position, keep the position. And I think here like we kind of fucked up, like giving the position, and we should like just keep the position and play like our competitor. And I think like sometimes we don't assume like very well how we should play our comps as well, for example here, like we should just like try to kite back more and like try to poke them, force an engage, and then like receive and fight them like this. And like when we managed to do it on the last team fight, like it worked really well for us and we took the win on that. But yeah, I think like we did like some mistake about it, like being too slow, being not as enough decisive as well, like Ecstasy said. And I think it's just the start of the split, and later like we will be able to play way properly, like more properly, this type of fight. But yeah, I agree, it wasn't the best.
The machine is still not automatic. I understand that, but if possible, if you can close your eyes and go back to that last team fight that gave you the game, I want you to guide me through it, because it was kind of lost. Or you guys were still fighting for that victory, or were you already like, okay, we might lose this is already theirs, what can we do? How was the mindset and how was the communication going through the last team fight?
I mean, it wasn't over at all, I think. Like sure, they were ahead, like we were thinking like team fight would be probably hard, but I think like if they like go really aggressive, like play super fast and don't wait to play with the Jinx and Azir range like they did, and they got like too fast on the team fight, we can always win with my ult. And like we didn't even need my ult. I think like they kind of threw it and they could have win after like I remember like two like timings where like we really threw the game on mid game, and after that they threw again, so we took the win. And like we are happy to win against Nord, because I think like it's an important win to actually make it to playoff. So yeah,
I think that's a big one. You took down the Immortals and now you get like really important points. And when you look into the team that you're playing right now, can you tell me what is your favorite aspect of playing with Verdant so far?
I really like that everyone is like super easy to talk to. I'm really happy. It's my first split in like NLC, first split in ERL, like so I'm really happy because like everyone like welcomed me like super nicely. And yeah, all my teammates are really good guys. They really all wants to win, and we all like work together to make it. So it's really nice experience, and I'm really happy to be here.
I love that. Thank you so much. It's also a pleasure to meet you. Congratulations.
Yes,
that was a tough
nice
one, but you
too.
got the W. Thank you so much. Have a lovely one. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
There you go. He's the MVP. I know in terms of KDA is like 333, then you go to the 666. He's just shedding those. Not a lot of damage per minute, but the amount of work he did alongside his ultimate, saving those team fights, it's important. I heard someone say when we jumped into the game, I mean, I'm not impressed by his Kindred.
I think in the early game, they was struggling to get things going. The level 2 gank didn't work. The level 3 gank didn't work top. It was stuck at 2 marks at 14 minutes. Wasn't finding the kills or the invades. So it wasn't looking that good. But then we get to some of those bigger objective plays and things like actually the Baron play. He's playing behind the pit and then flashing the Emperor's Divide to kill off the Azir. So you're actually making that Baron fight a lot harder. Those were really clutch moments. It wasn't the cleanest game in general, but the clutch moments did pull them through in the end.
So tell me, Todek, you raise your hand. I want to.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting with Dopamine because we've seen not just this game where he was, our MVP, but in game 1, in game 2 of the split for Verdant, he has been the person making things happen for them. And even though, okay, look, level 2 gank was a little bit feisty, level 3 gank top didn't work, he also had some very vital moments which enabled Shihan to snowball when they actually managed to dive Nilly on top side. And I think what we'd hope to see from Dopamine going throughout the rest of the split is now somebody who is going to sort of sharpen that edge. So he's going to be the playmaker for this Verdant side, whilst also, hopefully becoming more and more accurate as the split progresses.
Love it. And with this, there's no more teams with undefeated scores. Everybody at least has one defeat on their name, and we're just on day 3 So this means NLC is quite feisty. That is the word you use, Torak, so I'll use for that one. For the last game of the day, Blue Whites versus DMG. Blue Whites still struggling to find their foot at Division 1. What can they possibly do to overcome this hurdle? I mean, Torak as a coach, I mean, you're used to losing. Like, how can you deal with this? I love you, man.
I didn't think you'd come back, to be honest.
That was like straight in the gut, twist a little bit more, bleed out on the floor, live on air.
Another arrow just came on in from our glorious.
Well, it's because they're not
host
hitting in games, so they hit the coach out of game. You know, I've seen the Ash arrows happening on your game.
Unlimited ammo.
But
Continue.
what I'll say is with Blue Whites, it's only week 2. They're also a team that did very, very well in spring. They're a team that has a lot of synergy. They probably got a lot of data from week 1 to say, okay, this is a very, very big step up for us.
Yeah.
But they will also have that background, that culture, that bedrock of a team behind them to go, okay, well, these are the challenges we're facing. We might not be as potentially mechanically as sharp as a lot of the players in this league. We might be struggling on these current areas of our gameplay at the moment. So here's how we're going to make adjustments for that for the benefit of the team, right? And I think what we need to see from Blue Whites is that placing the team above any individual and understanding how they're going to grind out wins, because it's not going to necessarily be pretty from them, but I'm sure they can prioritize the right things to be able to potentially take a win here even versus DMG.
I like that because I was taking a peek at updates on the roster itself, and I know DMG added more staff into the team, so they're even more powerful on the staffing part. And I know you agree with me on this one, Tarak, but it's not only about the players, it's about the staff that are playing with the players, that are giving them information, they're setting them up and teaching them. It's such a vital part of the teams. So it's really interesting to see DMG even upgrading their roster. I was looking because Blue Whites added a new person in terms of sub, but he's not playing today. So they're sticking with the roster. Important information right now, initialize. It's complicated for Blue Whites. There's no way
it
around
very much is. I think especially because DMG have got this crazy PR department as well, bribing our casting team. Duckling gets a shirt. This is, pretty scary stuff. Like this is a team that's been willing to play the hearts and minds game.
I mean,
jokes aside and mocking
like...
Duckling aside, you've got to do at least 10 minutes of that broadcast. It's just kind of in the contracts for the league. But I think for them, they've got a couple players who I think are going to be really scary for Blue Whites to manage, and that's people like Namex, people like Bucci, who have been really, really solid in both the games we've seen so far and have had really good prior historical success at this kind of level in terms of being a dangerous threat. And I think Torok's right, it's playing as a team, and I think as well as that, it's trying to find win conditions that are very easy to execute, and that means solid team fighting comps. It means not trying anything super tricky. It means trying to find comfort, and I think also securing at least one lane where you can guarantee someone gets resources. And preferably, that will be someone like MKR and an AD carry, or maybe Pomo and mid lane if you can find a good mid lane matchup as well. But it's okay, what's comfortable and easy to play that means we can focus on something like team fighting and making this as easy as possibly can?
I think that's the true aspect of Blue Whites. They should pick things that are comfortable with, easy to execute as well, and there are a lot of compositions that could add into that one, no, Tardak? Why you...
Because I hear this a lot from you casters. I'm going to step aside.
Well, I was going to have there's another side, because I know we've had this conversation before. Go on.
And I just want to bring this up because I think a lot of teams at the bottom of the table get a lot of flack for sometimes not going for what's quote-unquote easy to execute. And there's a very big difference between what looks easy to execute. So images of Ornn and Jinx come to mind, right? And Maokai, which you guys I think are referring to broadly when you say, let's do the easy to execute stuff. But I think it's really important to think about what is easiest to execute for you,
for them.
Your team.
Yes, exactly. So I add comfort in there for that reason, because you're
yes,
and
exactly.
Actually, objective setup's hard. Like the other thing is it's all well and good saying we're going to play for a team fight comp, but if you're not setting up objectives right, then it's not an easy comp anymore.
Exactly. Sometimes it's a question of what can you execute best. What lever can you pull?
It's a really good way of phrasing it. Yeah.
That's actually going to enable you to be able to potentially take a win versus anyone in this division in this case it's going to be DMG that challenge, but I'm not specifically looking for easy champs from them. I'm looking to understand actually where do blue whites think they can levy a significant advantage over their opposition, and where can they win games, because ultimately I would hope to believe that that's what's going to put them in a winning position versus any of our teams.
You have to be comfortable with what you pick. That is quite
and
remarkable.
sometimes that's simplifying it down, right? To say, okay, easy go button on, like Nocturne was always great for that. Vi was always great for that, because it's like, oh, Maokai is like, okay, the R button's pressed, we all know what happens from this point on. Sometimes, like, actually, we've just got someone who's like a really good Fiora player, and what we're going to do is we can go for a 4-1 comp and just find a way to get that champion in here, because we know that this person can pilot this way better than anything else. But it is kind of finding those windows, and sometimes like, it's actually on a game design front, so I'd like to take a really different tack at it. Like, Riot as a company have stopped trying to encourage people to play easy champions. They want people to play champions they enjoy and find value in. So things like Lee Sin and Yasuo are actually now almost starting champions, however high that ceiling is, because people really get invested in those, however good you are. And sometimes that's an element too. It's like, okay, what do you know? What do you love? How well do you know these champions? And pulling out those unusual picks maybe that you know that other people don't could be another angle to.
I like it. That's why Xanthi exists. Now I'm kidding. I do respect your analogy, and I think it should be the primary aspect from League of Legends. Like, you play what you like to play. You play Evelyn, for instance. Tarok, I actually don't know what you play.
I play Nocturne. I keep things easy.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. And it's the reason I love that. That's why he nodded a lot when I said Nocturne in the jungle. Yeah, R button, we love this.
So, the players are experiencing some difficulties on the tournament realm, and we're trying to fix it as fast as possible so we can jump into the champion select of the last game of the day. So far, we had some surprises. I have a break. I have a Kit Kat. I don't know if you guys have Kit Kat, but I would like to have one. But so far, a few surprises during the day. For both of you, aside from Nord, what would be the biggest surprise or the biggest takeaway from today?
I've got one straight off the top of my head, which is Elijah. Because
oh
I think,
God, yes,
I think he turned up today and absolutely just knocked it out of the park. The matchup versus Rumble, he piloted excellently. He put out a huge amount of pressure, and also when you look at last week, I don't think we were thinking, oh, Elijah, he's someone who's going to come and solo carry a game. I don't think anyone was. And then out of nowhere, bang, straight up.
That's a hard carry performance. Yeah, like
exactly.
he like that was very good work, and especially as we said, into what should have been a counter matchup theoretically.
By far and away, my biggest surprise of the night.
And he talked about it on Twitter. I noticed he was tweeting that it's all due to Bucci. He said, like, I learned from the best. I learned from Bucci. We're about to see Bucci play. Let's see if he's going to play Cassandra or not. Initialize. Aside from that one, what would be your takeaway?
This is going to be a bit of a weird one, because in some ways it's a surprise, in some ways it's not.
Okay.
The Ruddy Schrodinger's box, is that team alive or dead on arrival? We don't know until the game is finally on and we observe what is turned out. Is this cat alive or not? And Schrodinger's team has been interesting, because we were really worried after week one, and I talked to Don J because he's in Berlin, so I had a chat with him last night, and then there was one of those conversations that actually there's been a little bit of regression. There's been a bit of struggle trying to get things to the level they were at end of last split coming into this one. And actually today, that was a really good game from Ruddy. They played the map wide. They used the Karthus plus the Zed and the lethality Kalista to really get that snowball rolling and be really nasty in that kind of wider map state in a way that was reminiscent of latter day Ruddy in the end of last split. So that was really good to see as well in a positive way.
But you're jumping at the same gun yet again. The Ruddy factor, if you start ahead, it's really complicated to stop Ruddy. If they don't get the leads, where's Ruddy? So we'll still need a couple more days.
Yeah, exactly. We can still end up pulling this box open. It's a very different cat that's being pulled out. Yeah.
Who knows? It's another miracle run. We don't know. I just know the top four. Not only will they qualify for playoffs at NLC, but also they will qualify for the EMEA Masters, because we now have a new format. So that will allow pretty much a lot of teams to jump into that format.
It's so much easier nowadays. So much easier nowadays. The kids
They're
don't
like,
know how,
okay,
they
just
don't
letting
know
it
how
like,
good they've got it.
I
They don't
remember
know
how
how good
close
they
you
got
guys got so many times. That's got to stick. 2022 was a hard year to be Toro.
Actually, yeah.
Well, it
You were
wasn't
always
even that.
this
I mean,
close.
SNG in 2021.
Oh, no, I forgot you were involved with that as well,
Rising
no.
that went to the final, all of those ones. Now everyone gets to go. So, guys, make sure you enjoy your field trip. I hope.
I'm hearing a lot of excuses for someone who was just, let's put it real, like a bit of a loser, man. Come on, where was there? Where you got to deal with what's in front of you, man. Like, I don't see an Amir Masters appearance there. What's
I'm being
going on?
blasted with fraud watch on cast. I see how it is.
Yeah, it's
I know now who you remind me of.
I'll have you know I won
was,
last split initialize.
I was doing my best to understand who you reminded me of. You're Payne Harold. You're the meme. Dead inside but still smiling, you know? Yes.
Oh, wow.
DMG versus Blue White since the
Goodness, we're
bonus.
in
He's
draft,
never coming
ladies and
back. It's the
gentlemen.
one time he takes the guest off. Like, every time he comes on, this is just.
Why do I do this? Every single time I go back to NLC, it's only pain. Xante has been removed, Tristana as well. Will we get to see Corki? Corki was buffed, Corki will be banned. Only NASA's of the top buffs from patch 14.11 got to see the light of the day. Talia is yet another one that is going to be removed, and it should be the stable ones.
Yeah, I think these are, they're good picks in the meta right now, but they're also pretty specific to DMG. Bucci is a very good Cassante. He will pick that when it's open. We've seen Skate on the Talia already and look very, very good on it. And it's historically a big Talia player, so I think those make some sense into the team specifically. And actually, I wonder now if this is going to force DMG to ban the Corki as well, or that feels like it's got to be a first pick option, right? Especially now that the Skarn is banned from Blue Whites.
So as Skarner is removed,
or not?
maybe the Corki will be the last one. Tell me, Torok.
I mean, it would make sense for Corki to be the last one. I'm actually very surprised that on blue side they decided to ban the Skarner there because I think they were basically guaranteed one of the two OP picks, but I guess they weren't comfortable trading them if that situation came about. Hence a blue side ban of Skarner. So they're like, okay, well, you guys really should ban Corki because otherwise we're getting it for free. What is exciting though is because there's no draft on our screen right now, we don't know if there was a misban. We don't know exactly what's gone on with either of these teams. So it's going to be a case of, okay, perhaps there is an entirely different draft coming out in front of us with an entirely new set of variables, and I guess we're going to see that now. So exciting times.
So far, the same.
It's worth pointing out as well, I just want to go double check. Homo is a huge historical Corki player. Of course, big changes to the champions, doesn't play the same, but it's his third most played champion. He's 6-0 on it, he's undefeated. So like there is a, like if that was something like, I know it plays differently, but this person still knows Corki in and out. I feel with that in mind as well, it surely has to be the Corki ban last here.
That would make sense, especially because I thought the
has to
LeBlanc
be.
ban might have been a miss ban. I thought it might have been Tournament Realm getting a little bit funny because we don't
Yeah.
usually see LeBlanc ban this early on in draft. I think the fact that we're seeing the Corki ban now suggests, okay, no, it's all under wraps. Everyone understands the game. These champs still aren't getting through. What first pick are we going to see? I guess Rumble has been very popular, so spotlight on him.
Yeah, that feels like a strong choice. I feel like, I feel Rumble's probably the most obvious option here, unless they want to do something like, I say stupid, like something like a Varus or a Nautilus, which people have sometimes decided, like, we really want to prioritize getting these big, one-size-fits-all champions that have lots of pick CC that's super valuable to.
So the picks are not in. Probably that's it. And we get the picks by text, and we will talk to you about who we picked.
It's Nocturne, right? The lights have been turned off.
Evelyn's looking real good right now for both teams. I think she's
Right?
I think she's
Timo,
actually
Evelyn,
Yeah.
Twitch. I'm enjoying
Have you seen
it.
that common skin? She looks good in everything. Come on,
See-
man. We know how this
see,
works.
I
100%
heard
agree. Of the
personally
best skins.
that Blue, Whites, and DMG agreed to a hide and seek game, and currently both teams doing
right.
an
So
excellent
everyone's
job.
playing Nico. Who picked Nico?
Oh, okay. Who picked Jax? Better question.
Ah,
okay,
there we go.
Surprise!
Jinx first pick. There we go. AD carry first pick. It's not the Varus, but it's a similar concept. Sejuani with Jax. That's a really dangerous combo with the melee synergy. Solid enough choice from Blue Whites. Senna Nautilus on the other side shouldn't surprise. If this Neferi got locked in, I think that would be the first time I've ever had to cast the champion at a sort of like ERL plus level.
It's just a call out. It's just a call out. There you go.
alas.
Way was available.
Yeah, last.
I was wondering.
Alas, poor Neferi did not make it this time. But
No.
interestingly, what we're seeing is the ranged answer into Jinx. We naturally made Jinx a theme of today's broadcast. The fact that she was doing extremely well in the NLC so far. Lost twice today, interestingly, though perhaps not the fault of the champion itself. But it's really interesting to see that teams are bringing more and more answers, and Hui has definitely been one. Senna, I mean, it's debatable whether it's an answer or not, but at a certain threshold of souls, there is that range differential. So, I would expect DMG to just be rounding out with a relatively standard team fighting comp. The only issue with that is they do have to deal with this Jax threat on side, which they currently don't have an adequate answer for.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to track. And I think the other thing, like managing Jinx, one of those big questions is like you can outrange even pre-souls percenter by pressing R. And similarly with Wade, the QW, the Severing Bolt. The point is that Jinx can't just stand at rocket range and be completely safe from damage in CC. But yes, the Nautilus will be a little bit tankier than normal, theoretically, because again, they're getting farm and soul, not souls, like just farm beyond what a normal support Nautilus would get. But I still want to see some more access to the Jinx, because at the minute it's just the Nautilus trying to fight their way through a Sejuani Jax. Doesn't sound particularly fun to me. So I do need to see how they round it out. And you're right, Torek, there isn't really an answer to the Jax as yet.
Yeah, my real question here is going into 4-5, you kind of expect this Jax to be top. So I personally would say, okay, you could blind your top laner here, but at the same time, how much value is there in holding jungle? I feel like DMG kind of have a really awkward draft to actually progress with, even though maybe their picks right now in isolation look okay. And it's going to come down to, obviously, just a decision on the spot, really, how you're going to try and navigate this. But I'd expect, or I hope from DMG, that they're just going to play into their theme and keep it simple. Because, if they go for something like an Ornn here, I think that Jax is most likely going top. I think they are going to be able to successfully threaten Jinx. Okay. That's pretty good. Gragas, very similar idea. A big disruptor, someone who's going to create space, provide threat to Jinx. Happy days, as far as I'm concerned. I think that's a good pick from DMG.
And you mitigate the Jax pretty well if it does go that way, because your body slam goes through the counter strike. A lot of your abilities are not something he can block. Your pseudo range with some of your longer range abilities. So you are going to be a solid amp set, and you can be a disruptor onto the Jinx. I wondered whether something like the Zac might come in to kind of pair up with the Nautilus to dive onto the Jinx, but instead they're going to lock it themselves. And actually, you've got two immobile long-range carries on DMG side you need to get access to, and Zac is pretty good at doing that. If you lock that up with a Sejuani ultimate and stuff as well, that can be pretty solid. And it does then flex probably the Jax to the jungle and the Zac to the top lane, but we'll wait and see.
Zac to
Jace
support,
being
I
hovered.
think
Yeah,
I think it might be an Alaric-inspired Zac support.
You might well
game.
be right, actually. Yeah.
But I'm kind of a bit suspect of this Zac pick in this game, because although there are two immobiles on the side of DMG, which Zac is naturally loving life, there is also a lot of peel. You're looking at disruption from Nautilus hooks, you're looking at disruption from Hui EQ, the Fear spell, you're looking at Gragas body slam, and there's still a fifth pick to come in here from the side of DMG. So I don't know how happy Zac's going to be here. Jarvan, okay, pretty happy versus Jinx, you could argue, puts him in a little cage for Hui. So I mean, I can definitely see that logic from the side of DMG. Ultimately, two teams very focused on the team fight. Once again, I'm a little bit concerned for the team without Jinx here, because they don't really have adequate threat on Jinx and Jace, but they do have a little bit of range, and they do have a little bit of engage, and you've got to hope all of that comes together between Gragas, Jarvan, and Hui, realistically, to apply enough threat on the side of blue-whites and actually make these team fights easy enough to play. But I think there's a very real world where, boom, blue-whites can clear the house as well.
I think you've got a really good point there. Currently, that's a Jax support. I'm just noting that. I wonder whether that gets switched yet. We'll wait and see. I'm just looking at that going, But I see your point. I think there is something to be said for that. Like, look, if you can, I think whoever gets better vision control should feel pretty good here, because the flank angles from both teams are foul. Zac off vision, finding an angle in. Jax off vision, finding an angle in. Similarly on the other side, Jarvan, Gragas, looking for those flank angles can be so deadly onto the immobile backliners. I worry a little bit for Senna and Hui. If Senna doesn't get good soul stacking rate, and if the Hui falls behind, your consistent DPS could be a little bit lackluster, and if you then try to blow up the Jinx and fail, what happens in the extended team fight?
Yeah,
we'll have to figure out as soon as we toss it to the caster. Sorry, Torak, but it seems like I don't have enough pixels, so let's toss it to middle court in veteran. Take it away. Spooky.
Yes, back once again for the final game of the day. Do you know what, veteran? I noticed when Archeron was distracted by the fact that his camera was screwing up, he didn't insult me. So I feel like maybe I need to start engaging in a little bit of DDoS action against this guy every time I'm on broadcast so that he actually talks about me in a normal manner.
True and based. Yeah, you should look into doing that, my man, and no one will ever suspect it's you because no one's watching. So job.
Oh, regardless, we are here with the final game of the day. Blue Whites versus DMG. Rough start for Blue Whites, going 0-2 last week. DMG with a 1-1 scoreline. And veteran, obviously, for both teams here in Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, but Jinx is on the board, right? One big thing, though, Hui does have really good positions here. That's the one you're looking at. You want Zac to disrupt that Hui, else that Hui is going to rain down Napalm Strike on Napalm Strike onto Jinx.
And we'll see if he can do that as we head onto Summoner's Rift for the final game of today. Hello there, everybody. Hope you're doing well. It's been a fan-dabby-dozy day of League of Legends. We've got one more matchup for you, Blue Whites, seeking their first victory, facing off against GMG, who are looking to make a bit of a statement on the league. Now, veteran, before we get into this, I need to talk about something important, okay?
Okay.
I am currently 0 for 3 in terms of the predictions on today.
Okay.
Which is not great. And I've put my points on Blue Whites this game. So can you let me know how they're going to win with a Hail of Blades support Jax, please?
So if we don't know what we're doing, how can they know what we're doing? You know? Like... That's the philosophy we got going here at play. I mean, I like it because I think BW do need to try unique things. I think they need to find ways to get around the, LP discrepancy that currently exists in this game between many of the individual players, and this is a really, really good way of doing it. You have to have some kind of unique map coordination, unique state of affairs that your opponents aren't used to playing into, areas where, sure, maybe sometimes you have a 700 LP gap over me in scenarios XYZ, but this is scenario theta, and you've never even knew this existed until today, buddy.
That's one of like the indie Greek letters. Like
Yes. I was trying to think of some scripts, and then I realised I can't pronounce most of them. So I know what the logo looks like. I actually don't know how to say it.
Theta, yeah. Let's get Omicron in here. Like
True.
maybe we're saving that for week 3.
True. We'll see. We'll see how deep into the void we get as Bucci starts. I love how Zac gets smaller the more HP you take from him, by the way. That's always been hilarious to me.
And then I love how he heals for his entire HP bar in a single spell rotation.
Yeah.
I think that's also good.
And there's a mall there.
Bucci, obviously, very good split last spring. Coming now on to GMG. Kind of made his name as Lenny Light in a lot of ways on these obnoxious, tanky, bruisery champions, stuff like the Cassandra, stuff like the Gragas as well here, going up against Veloxa.
Wouldn't the Fremen from June main Zac?
No, because I feel like he's wasting a lot of water.
No, he's not though, because the Fremen look. Yeah, exactly. The Fremen retain their moisture no matter what, and Zac's hit relies on you maintaining your moisture. These guys would be the experts at it if they had League.
Yeah, I'm surprised League didn't feature more prominently in Doom Part 2. Sorry if that's a spoiler.
It is what it is. Skate Rock has a lot of control over mid lane right now. Pomo being quite blasted. Eget's on his first support roam on Jax.
Yeah, you're kind of 1v2 there, mate. And,
Kind of, are we not sure? Do we need to zoom in on that?
Yeah, no, I think it was very 1v2 there. Well, he's burnt a flash from his first roam, which is good, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably more damaging on
Well, I mean, considering it was
He didn't
his own
burn any flash on
then,
DMG. It's actually really damaging to him, actually. Never mind.
yeah.
It's... yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Another way of thinking about it is that Veloxa has the wave moving back into him rather than he's being permanently pressured. Omodo,
It's not like he's ever
Loki
going to be
needs
in a position where he's dying, right?
Skater, we're all inning here. It's fine for Pomo as long as Pomo gets out of this. Right? Because now he has the wave moving right back in. He doesn't have to accept trades here, but the last time he ended up on the tower against Skaterot was playing Hui basically as an artillery mage, poking this guy out permanently. Namex doing a swift roam, losing souls for it, so you do want to make sure that you're doing this on good timings. You don't want to extend too far, right? Remember, we want that 80 to 100 soul count at about 20 minutes, alright? Unless your name is Ice, in which case you'll win anyway and get a lot of Reddit praise for whatever reason, because no one remembers that game. Let's see if Namex can hit that point. Every time he's not in lane, though, it's less likely he'll be able to reach it. Oh!
Gets going aggressive here, getting the double stun down, and can walk himself on out of there. So, okay, we're getting a little bit of a hint into the way that this Jax is going to be played in these aggressive trains on these bouncing lanes, but still yet to be completely convinced of it just yet.
I will say, Snabby is the guy that I am used to being a heavy roamer, so putting him on this TP Nautilus bot lane farming is actually mitigating advantages.
Jonas, they're getting the cube, but not going over the wall.
Blood.
Stun skill comes through. He gets one more auto, but he doesn't have the flash. Oh, the pairing the Sejuani on the Jax is looking pretty damn good, and Blue Lights will be hoping for more successful skirmishes to come.
That right there is that flash burn coming back for Lua. Not quite sure what the plan was there. I respect him for going for it, though, wherever it was. Well, now it's leaving, all right? When he tosses the Q and walks forwards, I'm not sure he's looking to auto. But Snabby does recall, burns TP to get back for it. Looks like they kind of want to low-key contest this. They think BW might separate off, and they are, but directly into their face.
Gigat's going forward, able to pick up a lot of those honey fruits as Jonas is now on Namex. Gets the sun onto Snarby, and it's Skaterot who picks up the first kill, and it's Blue Whites on the retreat. No. Namex getting the heal off just in time. The ult going to be dropped, and it's 2 for the man in the mid lane from DMG.
How many points did you put on BW?
3.
Okay. Not too bad. I put 5 on DMG, that would be way more humiliating. There is a Drake now on the side of BW. It is a good composition to use it. It's Sejuani, it's Zac, it's Jax. Support Jax, I assume he still likes it. Still opportunities, right? First Blood very almost went on to BW. And they are playing aggressively, and Snabby is not allowed to just roam around the map like he normally does. So, let's see. They have the Jinx, right? They have the Zac. Ridiculously strong combination, right? They have Jace as well there for burst. Right? They could still just get a reset in a fight and run away with the game. But thus far, composition's not giving that many dividends. Oh my god.
She's going to be able to pop the passive there. Not a lot of mana left for himself, so Blur will just be able to return to life there. I see the Oblivion Orb coming out from Bucci early. Obviously the Zac is just an incredible anti-tank, drain tank, I guess, the way that he plays, and so being able to reduce some of that healing, absolutely fantastic for winning out in the laning phase.
The Fremen would hate Gragas, conversely. He's just perma-drinking in lane,
Well,
though.
to be fair, the only time he has a drinking problem is when he spills it. So, I think that's a philosophy that they could appreciate. They might be having a Zac problem at the moment, as Bucci low on HP and mana, able to flash away. Yones getting the bowler down and getting the kill for Blue Whites.
Alvin's very vulnerable.
Bitzer now locked in a cataclysmic situation of his own making. And it's a double for the Sejuani. Skaterot going to get chased down, knocked into the sky, flashes away, able to get the kill back.
No passive.
And now it's all about picking up those blobs to get the additional healing. But it's another one, a double in the game for Skaterot. 4 kills on the Hui.
There's no teleport on the side of Hui though, so Pomo is going to be able to get this wave in just about and would be able to match reset with a little bit of an advantage. It looks like he is going to greed for the next play as Gragas moves in towards midsection and Hui looks to reset topside. Oh,
Another aggressive play here he gets, but he's going to be knocked up by the level 6 coming out from Snarby. Vitse moving over, doesn't have the Cataclysm quite yet. Those traps going to get thrown out. Swayed the aggression. Another close call bot lane this time for DMG.
Interested to see how Hui uses the TP now. Gragas fixed bot, now going to catch the bouncing wave topside. That Hui fixed, and that TP will be up, save from having to TP in towards midsection on that Jace. But now Unleash TPs come into play, right? And Bucci's going to have one as well very soon. Zac is not going to be able to have that match. So I do wonder if we see some sort of hard play onto the he gets MKR lane on bot side, especially if Jack's on no flash. Well, looks being pretty heavy on the trades into Bucci. Just going to have a chug. And be more or less fine.
Skate right here on this way is probably the big X factor in this game at the moment, as basically the entirety of DMG's 1,500 gold lead is on this man in the mid lane. Already got towards his first item there, and the fact that he can just do this, laying down 50% of someone's health bar from basically a screen away, is going to be a real issue for Blue Whites as they move further into the game.
Yeah, Hui being 4-0 hurts, man. That Jinx has a lot to be worried about, because Hui is similar to Aurelion Sol in a position where you can do a ranged form of CC. It's very light, but you can do it, and if you land significant burst, then I mean, that Jinx could be completely pelted by this Hui, and Torque was pointing out earlier, that Jarvan can set up for the Hui, but if you do set up as a Jarvan, the Hui damage has to be absolutely secure from it in terms of killing the Jinx, because if Jinx survives there, Jarvan just gifted her a reset. Ooh, who won that?
Oh, I think Jonas did there.
Ooh.
Has actually been able to build a lead for himself in the jungle as well. Blue Whites, they are behind as it stands, but they're definitely not out of touching distance with DMG. It's going aggressive here onto Namex. Wait, that's a load of damage dropped onto the Senna's head, but not enough to take her down. MKR now on the run. Bitse following Jonas as he's going to go forward with the ultimate. Get the reset for MKR before they're locked in the Cataclysm. A kill for Jinx, a flash out by the Sejuani, and Blue White still giving as good as they got in all of these engages, but DMG answering back.
Drake up on bot side, so it's not as simple as we try to pivot off of this into Grubs on top side, or we pivot off of this into an immediate contest on bot side, because if Jarvan was to do it right now before that reset, it's a free Grubs to BW, since they're both sides are resetting, and DMG are thinking we have advantages, it's now flashless Jinx, no barrier as well on that Jinx too, we should be able to contest mid toward bot side and do that Infernal, and the enemy won't be able to win any of those. So DMG likely to try to set up another fight in the immediate future and push the advantage they just got. Top side is Godzilla x King Kong movie 3, movie 4, whichever one we're on now.
No one there is dying, but both looking pretty impressive while doing it. It gets to get pulled back here. The ult drop down from Skate Run. I think that's going to be kill number 5!
Wow.
For the Hui. Unstoppable indeed, and continuing to be that X factor, continuing to be that difference maker for DMG.
Yep, DMG will be happy with that, but Jinx is looking at that death from Egets right next to her and thinking, wow, I am their primary target. That is a boatload of damage they have right now, and the setup's easy, and it even just got worse because Skater picked up that kill 5-0 on the Hui.
Yes, the solace here for Blue Whites is that they do have maybe a couple of champs that will be able to withstand the assault from that way a little bit more. Jonas, most fed member of Blue Whites so far in the game, already picked up that Warmogs, and if this Zax gets into the fray on top of the Hui, then there's very little that Skate-Rock will be able to do to dislodge him, at least permanently, but my, when the damage that's meant to be coming from long range, that's meant to be coming from safety, can just get poked out. Really does become hard to see a way back into the game. Jonas going to be starting up these grubs. Only one taken a little bit earlier, trying to get this last one before the Herald spawns just before 40 minutes. He is going to be able to do that. As Bucci now getting aggressed onto combos away home, but it's another ultimate landing from the Sejuani,
Oh, no.
forcing the flash out of the enemy top lane.
Yep, Herald is up though, so getting Bucci's flash there could pay some sort of dividends. Jarvan leaning up Hui with a lot of pressure in the midsection. Maybe Jarvan could attempt to try to start this before Jace is back out on the map, before Zac is back out on the map. He does have a window here, but he doesn't seem too bothered. He doesn't need the Herald right now. His team can maintain a lot of pressure on the map without it. It's BW that need to go for the Herald. Jace is completely fine just maintaining map states the way they are. There's no need for them to change their game plan when the current game plan is working out so well.
MKR nearly completing that cull. Has swapped up towards his top side in order to assist Jonas in taking out the Herald, but this has given Namex and Snabby a lot of free time on that bot lane tower post plates going down. Not sure if they're going to be able to take that one out, but DMG's lead starting to grow a little bit further. It was 1,500 a few minutes ago. Now up to 3,000, and his advantages are moving out of the mid lane towards other places on the map.
Yep, if you want to do something at that Herald, your best case scenario is to do something with it topside now, because if you do it mid, DMG want you to do that because they want to fight you and they want to use their threat. Bucci, currently the weakest member, Skaterot could look to TP topside, but unlikely. Oh, looks like the Herald move has switched back into midsection, where the most powerful member of DMG resides.
Gonna get thrown down here. Mid lane tower, 50% HP, not quite going to get taken out. And as long as Skaterot is still there, I'm not sure if Blue Whites are going to be able to get through that last little bit of damage.
Surprising DMG didn't throw everything they had towards Skaterot and into matching what BW looking to do with the Herald. I think giving up the Herald's fine, so long as you're basically using that to bait BW into a play. He gets freezing top wave. That is surely going to be the difference maker in this game.
Okay, Pomo does it. I was worried that Pomo wasn't going to be able to get that cannon. Okay, TP into the mid lane. Flash insta-cleanse coming out from Namex, completely removing the possibility of an engage onto him. Meanwhile, Egetz is just being burnt down by Skaterot. This way is indomitable. This way is unstoppable, as it's kill number 7 for the DMG mid laner.
Yeah, that was way more damage than Egetz could handle on that one, as DMG get down the mid turret and pretty much blow open the game in their favor. Skaterot's not done yet.
Oh no!
Missed everything. You do have to hit your abilities to do damage. It's not that easy, alright? It's not a Nasus, okay?
But when they do hit,
oh boy, you'll feel it. Actually, you won't feel it. You'll be dead.
No one fancying getting any skill shots, at least for the moment. There is a small glimmer of hope here for Pomo, as now that he's reached his second item on the Jace and he's got that mana move stacking up, he is going to be able to offer some poke. And oh my days! Oh my days!
Ooh. That's a lot of damage down on Skaterot, though. There's a bit of hope there.
Yeah.
The amount that Jason Jax were able to do with not too much. Little bit of hope, but that is now an 8-0. Bit of femboy supremacy coming out from DMG this game.
Of course, with so much gold locked into that way, if they are able to take him out of the team fight, then MKR and this Jinx could start to do things. And whilst a significant lead has been built up for Bucci in the top lane, it's not like this Gragas is going to do completely disgusting levels of damage that you're not going to be able to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential for maybe, say, like an Assassin Gragas play, but once the immediate play is done, that's essentially it. With Hui, though, you have so much AoE, so much DPS, so many cooldowns coming up over and over and over again that it basically does end the team fight. Snabby heard you about the skill shots, by the way.
Yeah, no. Just drop down the flash for extra style points, picks up the kill as well.
This is more the Snabby I remember. Alright, the permanently on the map Snabby with the 1v2 Varus on bot lane from last split. Last season, maybe even. I remember it well.
For DMG, it hasn't felt like there been any particular big set plays that have gotten these advantages. It really is just small skirmishes, a pick, one kill here, another kill there.
Confidence. Oh my god.
Skate Rock going for a flank
Flanking,
on Hwei, and it's working. Goes straight into the back line and just blows up everyone he sees. Let's Namex get that kill instead, but this is starting to get a little bit disastrous for Blue White, starting to get a little bit scary from DMG.
Remember though, it's not over till it's over. Oh.
Clean from Bucci. Here comes the ults!
Oh.
Very close. MKR going to get jumped onto here. Flashes out of the Cataclysm, and Bitsy's a little bit isolated. Flashes over directly into the path of Pomo. Slammed down by the hammer.
That's why range engage matters so much against that Jinx, because if you're Jarvan and you're throwing your body in there and you do not kill her on that, because she has flash up in that moment, you get reset on buddy and the rest of your team has to back away. DMG with a 9-0-1 Hwei that is still alive, have to give up that wave, have to give up priority into the biggest objective on the game, the Baron, and BW, they see the opportunity, they know that they are very unlikely to get another one, they have to press their advantage now, and they start the Baron.
Skate Rock has ultimate. That lands onto multiple members in the pit, then it could be cataclysmic. Bucci interrupting the engagement, the double stun coming down, he gets big focus, and the damage will blow him up. Blue Whites needed to go for the play at the Baron, but DMG were compelled to end their lives. No purple buff for the Blue Whites, only death, and DMG make the play.
I have to respect them going for it, but they found MKR, DMG did, and they threw out all of their DMG and annihilates the entirety of BW. Also, thanks for the leash.
TY, GG. Yeah, 10,000 gold lead in favour of DMG. And on this broadcast, we've said that a game had become simple at a certain point, and it precipitated a little bit of a turnaround. I'm not sure that DMG can be caster cursed in the same way. It's very easy now, guys. Just fight Blue Whites one more time and kill their Nexus.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good idea, to be honest. All that experience coaching Ruddy at Insomnia is really showing.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I didn't want to bring it up. I didn't want to sort of flex on you, obviously. Not done team coaching in a little while. New kid on the block here, already winning titles. Blue Whites, yeah. This is kind of just what happens now. Bucci missing
I saw
everything.
that, Bucci.
We saw that, bro. We saw that, man. But we could also see your team just wiping the floor with Blue Whites.
Bucci missing skill shots, BW missing health points, and soon to be missing multiple turrets around the map. They do trade back on Bucci. Arguably, probably the least impactful kill they could have gotten.
Yeah, triple Cataclysm, all flashes out, burned by the Blue Whites. Pomo forced to operate at maximum range on this Jace, and I'm not even sure that's going to be safe enough. Respawn's coming through here, MKR going to be up, Veloxa up in 10, and DMG not looking to end the game quite yet, but if before it was a commanding lead, then this is commanding times 2.
True. Skaterot though, 10-0-4, that could be a critical problem for DMG going forward. The Skaterot will be very tempted to play for an obscenely high KD, and in doing so, maybe you don't get the maximum amount of utility off of that 2.3k gold lead in the mid lane. At the same time, that 3.6k gold lead in the top lane pretty much vanishes every time this guy throws out Q&R into the ether. But
Blue White's going for a Hail Mary engage on the backline. Namex going to be found by Egetz, as Jonas is actually tanking up a fair bit, but the Jax is dead. And it's last chance saloon here.
Land. Oh no.
And Blue Whites can't handle their drink. MK are going to be forced away. Bucci splitting them up again, playing bouncy castle with the enemy team. 4
Oh, look at the
kills
fire.
for Skate Rots, and surely the game will end.
I love the little fire portrait on top of Hui there. But that is a 12:06 Hui, and it looks like we're on the final push of the game. MKI is still alive on Jinx, but basically paper at this point. Very, very low health. He doesn't even have the CC anymore on the Jaxi. MKR burns Flash. He goes in anyway, not willing to go down without a fight.
Yeah, Blue Whites showing tenacity, but DMG showing class.
Yeah.
14-0-7 from Skate Rot.
My
absolute
Lord.
domination, an absolute demolition conducted by DMG as they close out the first day of week 2 with an emphatic win over the Blue Whites.
Yep, all lanes, significant advantages. As a team, significant advantages. Even the moments where it looked like B-Whites could get something, it always ended up going heavily in DMG's favor. That was an absolute wipeout, not just for DMG, but also for Middlecott's predictions of the day. I believe you're 0-4 after the perfect weekend, so...
Yep. It's...
I'm sorry.
By powers of prediction, are not great.
Wow, you seem
sometimes.
really sad.
Genuinely,
okay?
no, I was coming in this split. I was like, this is going to be my split. Okay, I was first of the play-by-plays in spring, and now I'm going to be first of the casters, and it's gone quite badly. It's gone quite badly for Blue Whites today, but DMG, I'm sure, are going to be very happy with how things went down on Summoner's Rift. That's going to be it from us today. Stick around. We've got interviews. We've got desks coming up after this break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
DMG, I know their name is not damage, but that's a lot of damage. Blue Whites were looking for something, and I was like, they found a way. But then there was a way, and that's the issue on this game. Two plans at the same time.
I mean, like the big issue in a lot of ways here is they locked in a comp that had a win condition, and it was a pretty cool one. You're gonna have this Jax help snowball with the Sejuani, roam around the map, and cause pick after pick after pick. That didn't happen. Jax falls behind, and instead, Hui gets donated a number of kills early, and that question we had about, well, what happens if the Hui and Senna don't get gold or don't get kills early? Aren't they gonna run out of damage? Yeah. No, not after that early game.
Yeah, I don't think this way was missing out on damage whatsoever. I mean, there was a point where I think the only question was whether he should buy more damage or buy Medjai's. And when you're in that position as Sway, you're not feeling too bad for yourself. You're feeling pretty darn good. So yeah, there was a very, very big mage on the other side of the battlefield, and well, let's just say they managed to take this game pretty handily.
But we did get to see some lights at the beginning of the game, I would say, from Blue Whites. I feel the window got closed really fast, and it was not closed by like, oh, let's put some blinds. No, it was like with nails and hammers. It got closed really fast and done. It's done. DMG, we're not allowing that difference to show up. So instead of looking at Blue Whites right now, I would like to look into DMG as a way of, as soon as they build up a lead, they're really, really powerful at closing it in. And maybe all that coaching being added to the team is helping on the decision making. This is interesting for the team that just got rebuilt. And they were the last place in the previous split. And now they're doing this. So this is really interesting, though.
I think that's a fair statement. I think it's also worth pointing out, though, like in the sense of, but again, they didn't have a great last split, and they've come in with a whole revamp, and this looks a lot better in terms of how they want to play the game. And obviously, Namex was a guy we probably saw a little bit more from initially last week, but Skateroll had a couple good showings on things like the Talia. This was a statement game from him as well, and now you've got a couple members being able to do that alongside someone like Bucci. That's really good news, because having access to things like a Hui performance like that gives you a lot of confidence going into playing other styles of comp. Not every team can pull off a Senna, especially when, say, you need nominally your carry and Namex to be doing a lot more early on. Senna tends to take a little while to come online to move from being utility to being a threat. So this is a really good sign for them in terms of moving forward.
So let's talk with the DMG itself. Let's see, I think it's Namex that is waiting for us for the interview. And that he is. Welcome to the interview. This was a solid one for you folks. I mean, not even close. How are you feeling after this one?
Well, with the delays and all, and then that's the game we get, I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping for something more interesting. I think they completely overcooked in draft. I don't know what that was with the Jax pick. That's completely win trading. I don't know.
So tell me something. I noticed that the team added more coaching staff. Is this real? I noticed. So what are the new coaches? What are they doing? Guide me through that one, because it's always interesting to see the work that is being done outside of the Rift itself.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think they're building a lot of structure in game and out of game, which helps us stay more focused in game, and like we build routines, we build habits, which really makes our gameplay more consistent, I feel.
So we're now looking into that, and you as a player, how are you feeling with this composition, with this organization? Where do you believe you evolved as a player?
Where I evolve as a player? Oh, that's a hard one. I mean, I'm really happy with the org, I'm really happy with my team and the coaching staff. I think they're all great people, we're all trying our best. Where I evolve as a player, I think that's a bit further ahead, because right now we're still in the NLC, and I feel like competition is not that great. So the moment I evolve will have to be before EU Masters and like leading up to that, which is a bit further ahead in the future.
Because that's my question. That's my end goal. What is your end goal as a player for this split specifically? Not as a whole, like, oh, I want to be at LEC and destroy LCK. No.
Okay. I mean, for this split
goal.
for sure. Yeah, for this split for sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. For this split, I want to win the split. I want to go out with a bang. Then I want to have a good showing at the Masters, EMEA Masters. That's my goals for this
If you
split.
had
It's
to
very
pick
short, simple.
a champion that represents you as an individual, who would you pick?
Oh, that's good. Isa probably. Yeah, she evolves, you know, right? With her suit skin. Lore-wise, she evolves, and she is my favorite champion. So.
Damn. Okay. Nice. I like it. I like it. How would you describe your team?
I think we're all around pretty solid on like all 5 roles. Hard to say. Like, I feel like we're very solid and comfortable in the way we play and the way we communicate. Obviously, we're a bit rough around the edges. There's still some things to be fixed, some things to be improved on. But I think we're doing pretty all right.
I mean, it looks like it. I was giving you more time to wrap up that question, but yeah, it looks like from the team that was having so many difficulties on getting one win, you guys already showed up. It's not the same org anymore, so congratulations for that one, MX. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
And I hope to see you soon. Keep climbing, man. Keep evolving. That was a good one.
Thank you. Will do.
Damn, Kai'Sa. You know?
I think a lot of AD carries have a big soft spot for Kai'Sa. I think there was a period where Kai'Sa felt like the champion that everyone wanted to play. You felt so cool being able to pull off all those cool RQ combos and all the various build paths, make you feel pretty happy about mastering that particular champion.
I mean, when you get to the players and they find these weird replies that are like makes you think about life, and then you have like Torak, oh, I like Nocturne, I like to turn off lights. I mean, it's man,
you could
there's
be
a big
Middlecott and
difference.
just play Udyr.
Oh dear. So wrapping up the day, let's look into predictions.
Speaking
If you
of,
want to talk about Udyr, speaking of, let's look into predictions and what we had through this night. So,
oh boy,
I got something right. Ooh, that's a perfect no-no for the middle cut.
a perfect no-no. Well, I mean, that's just him in general, isn't it?
I guess our guest only missed one.
That's good value.
Showing up why he's a coach and why he knows what he's talking about. He has been quite quiet ever since we got the hold of the microphone yet again. Are you okay?
I'm chilling, man. I'm enjoying the fact that I got 3 predictions right. The fact that Middlecott got no predictions right. You know, the fact that you got less predictions right than me. I mean, it's great over here in my corner, but you know, that's just
I think
that's
I'm
just a
negative
small
1
expression.
point from today because I gained 5 and lost. I lost a -2. I'm this -2 points from today. I lost 2 points.
I think I got a point.
Oh!
Hey! I got 2 points. This is interesting. So, initialize. You're going on negatives. Hiprain is doing
No, I'm still positive. I'm 2 points. I was
Nation
on
is
4.
healing. Nation is healing. Initialize.
Ah, Duckling.
-2. Then veteran jumps into the first place. Rude dude in second place. Hey, you took the guest to the third. Oh wait, what is that? What is that? The man with the bandana. Wait a second. Don't take it away. Don't take it away, production. Oh, you don't know what you're doing, Middlecott. It's always the same with you. You don't know what you're doing, Middlecott. Then he came into our call and asked us not to bully him, but no for you.
Gonna bully Middlecott.
This is a serious broadcast. We'll not be making more jokes for Middlecott.
I chose the wrong key, by the way, so that was not
his
a great
predictions
harmony. I apologize.
are already a joke. Moving on, Fantasy League. If you know what is happening and what's popping, this could be your opportunity to win a Steel Cities Apex Pro TKL and the Steel Cities Nova 7. If you're the first one, then if you're the second one, you get the Steel Cities Nova 7. The one we're using, by the way, it's amazing. It's Bluetooth. I don't know if you heard the single. And then the Steel Cities Aerox 5, which is the one that Middlecott is using. Maybe he hasn't charged it yet because it's wireless, and that's why his predictions is, So join the Fantasy League. Head on to our social media and sign up and just pick a team.
I need to check how many points I got, actually. I think I'm not doing very well.
Fantasy League?
Yeah. See how I did. Find out.
Did you pull the Middlecott?
I don't know. I think I did okay. Probably I had Lenny didn't do that great today, and he was my top laner.
He didn't. He was the top. He was the top laner for the Fantasy League starting today. Also, Jinx, Turok. Yeah.
Yeah, she's had a tough time as of late. I don't know what we managed to do. Maybe we jinxed her. But alas, I guess we'll see what happens. You know, we've still got tomorrow to bring it back.
It's my job to be the bad person on the broadcast, man. I mean, it's
You're
my
welcome.
job. Well, what's happening tomorrow? Let's show you the menu. Today was a good day, but tomorrow we'll have Native versus Blue Eyes to open up the show. Ruddy versus Verdant, interesting. Venom Crest will follow up versus DMG. This will be a battle of the big ones, and LLS will wrap up the day versus Nord after today's defeat from Nord. Ooh, tomorrow's looking spicy.
There's some good stuff going on
Oh.
tomorrow, I think. I mean, for me, I think I'm looking at that and I'm seeing Ruddy versus Verdant after Verdant got their kind of surprise win. Should be an interesting one, especially because both teams have been a little inconsistent, I think it's fair to say.
Yep.
I think you're looking at Nord versus Lightside, especially because Lightside were looking good and Nord will want to bounce back. Like most of these matches, probably with the exception of Natives versus Blue Whites, are looking pretty close. Like
even
Venomcrest versus
that.
DMG, oh my god.
Even
Even that.
Blue White, like that has potential. I feel because you've got to be on both sides for both teams there, right? I mean, I think we'd say Natives are likely the favourites from the performances we've seen so far, but I'd say Blue White's looking at that and thinking, yeah, that's our game to win. You know, and vice versa for both teams. So it should be a very, very competitive day tomorrow.
So last takeaway from the day itself. Todd can initialize. I'll allow you to start to initialize.
So what do you want me to answer? I didn't quite get the question.
The last takeaway. Goodbyes.
I think as far as goodbyes go, I've been on all 3 days of like opening NLC here with you actually, speaking in various combinations. I've been a bit of cast, a bit of analyst desk, and I think it's been really cool to see that obviously we had major shifts in our teams, and I think a lot of those shifts have come in, and a lot of these teams have come out, and they've come out swinging. There's been some fun drafts of players that know what they want to play, how they want to do it. Way bot lane coming out of nowhere. The Jax support didn't work out, but glad we're seeing that kind of thing. And that gives me a lot of hope for at least a competitive split. I think I'm hoping the trajectory in terms of cohesiveness and those mid-game woes around Herald use and all those little bits get ironed out over the next couple weeks. But I'm pretty happy with the opening level in terms of at least competitiveness of a lot of these teams.
I totally agree. It seems like they invested on the region itself, and it's paying off. Looking for the players that were built within the region. Todok, before you say anything, you know I love you, but I gotta say, I spent the entire day wondering what that shirt reminded me. I love the shirt, but it's like the color scheme. I don't know if you reinitialize, but that's the shark costume. 100%.
Yeah, just get a little shark hoodie on that, you're great. That's it.
It's
You could be like
100%
Fizz
the
Fish.
shark costume.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I love it, but I was wondering the entire day. Tell me, Todok, your takeaway for the day.
Well, first of all, I'm happy to take away that I'm halfway to having a shark costume. That's very good news. I will get to work on that. Yeah. but secondly, I've absolutely loved seeing the flavour that each of the different teams brings to the competition we have here in the NLC, because it's not often that you see a league and you think, oh, they're actually doing things differently. They're doing things the way their team wants to play the game. And I think nearly every team we've seen today, okay, they're playing within the realms of the meta, but they're giving their own take. And I think that's, you know, Fruity Fresh being a great example, right? Where you could have put Asol mid with Sumi, you could have easily put Varus bot, and 99% of teams in the world of League of Legends would do that. But they decide to swap that round because not only do they think it's probably better, but it's also comfort for them. You know, it's their own unique take on what they think is powerful. And that's true throughout all our different teams. I think we've got loads of different viable stuff at the moment. And it's now going to be an arms race to see, you know, who's going to go from, you know, this initial starting point of, okay, we all understand where we are, we all understand our style, but who's going to be able to perfect that by the end of the split and really give us our top 4. So very exciting stuff.
I agree 100%. It has been really interesting to see this community and the teams themselves like evolving, like the Kaisa meme comes back with the evolution. So let's see what happens tomorrow. From all of us at NLC, we thank you very much for watching the show. It wouldn't be the same without you. And until tomorrow, you know the drill. Keep climbing, never give up, and I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust, despite how much we lost. You will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold.